The sloppy old beggar in front of me, he actually lived for 100,000 years. In the ancient times, he and Nuwa once molded people out of clay. He and King Yama are brothers. Even Qin Shi Huang had to kowtow to him just because he is an immortal and immortal. To the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. With the power of one person, he raised up 100 schools of thought to contend. Both Confucius and Mozi regarded him as a god, worshipped from generation to generation. And this old beggar also had many names: Fushi, Swirenshi, Jesus, etc. Every corner of the world, there are legends about him that are like a myth, but as an immortal. Every 1,000 years, he needs to experience nirvana. And all memories will be lost during nirvana. And this time sleeping. It was his last nirvana. Chen Xian after waking up. He looked curiously at the small, dark rooms around him. He sorted out his gradually recovered memories. He couldn't help frowning. He remembered that the place of his nirvana has always been in Taishan Mountain. But now it has become a national 5A tourist attraction. He woke up this time. Even his own home is gone. Not only that. When the government was constructing, he was also dug out by accident. And because he is in nirvana, so he goes crazy all day long. He was considered by the government to be an old man who sneaked in. Local officials went to great lengths to check his household registration. Then they found the information about his descendants. Then sent him here. And the government ordered his descendants to support him. After he smoothed out his memory. Chen Xian also knew that the name of the great-granddaughter in front of him was Chen Qing. When the authorities found her, she just graduated from college. She is in the best age of her life. As a result, she met this old man like him. She is really unlucky too. After confirming that Chen Xian was her great-grandfather, she has no complaints. She tried her best to take care of Chen Xian. 2 whole years. Because Chen Xian has always been crazy before. She can't even go out and make money. She can only be trapped in this small house every day. Do some live streaming. The word live broadcast. Chen Qing told Chen Xian many times in the past. Although he doesn't quite understand what it means. Chen Xian also remembered. Chen Xian sighed, "It's not easy." After he let out a low sigh of relief, Chen Xian opened the door. This apartment is a simple 1-bedroom apartment. In the past 2 years, Chen Xian has been sleeping in the only bedroom. Chen Chang slept directly on the sofa. Here. Her entire life was confined to a small living room. The area is only 10 square meters in size. So Chen Xian opened the door. He directly saw Chen Chang, who was live broadcasting. Chen Xing followed the voice and turned his head to look. I saw the old man coming out on his own. She was startled. Great-grandpa, please don't move. Be careful to get hit. She hurriedly ran over to help Chen Xian. My dear granddaughter, you have worked hard these past 2 years. Chen Xian looked at Chen Chang. His eyes softened. Grandpa, you've Chen Chang looked at Chen Xian's clear eyes. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Have you recovered from your illness? Chen Xian sighed. He rubbed Chen Qing's hair lovingly. What happened in the past 2 years? He saw it all in his memory. Good granddaughter, great-grandpa is here. Everything will be fine from now on. The last time I achieved nirvana was during the turbulent period of the Dragon Kingdom. Although the war had not yet completely begun. But there are already some signs of danger. Later, troubled times came. He also made some preparations before nirvana. He left a lot of property and heritage to future generations. I originally thought those arrangements were enough. Even if future generations cannot make future generations rich and powerful. But it's enough to eat and drink without worrying about it. But now it seems. The original method obviously didn't work. Qinger, this place is too small. Grandpa used to be over there in Daijing. There are several courtyard houses. Let's move there. Great-grandfather. You said you have several courtyard houses in imperial capital? Chen Xing's mouth opened slightly. That's the courtyard house of imperial capital. A set costs at least tens of millions. Is she still a hidden rich man for many generations? No possibility. Chen Xian laughed and said. The little emperor back then. Puyi also gave his grandfather a courtyard house back then. Right next to the Forbidden City. The deed is still there. I remember staying at home. The courtyard next to the Forbidden City? Chen Chang was stunned at first. Then from an old box next to the living room. Turn out a piece of paper. As a result, she heard that it was a gift from the last emperor. Chen Xing couldn't help but smile a little bit. Grandpa, do you think this is the deed? The real estate certificate left over from that era. No one recognizes it now. Only then did Qin Xian react. Before his nirvana. The Qing dynasty has come to an end. One emperor and one courtier. These land deeds may be really useless. But then Chen Xian waved his hand. That's okay. I stored some antiques at the Huifeng building. Huifeng building has not closed down yet. HSBC building? Grandpa, I have never heard of this. Chen Sheng remembered that his live broadcast had not been turned off yet. She quickly walked to the computer. Only then did she realize that the computer was already indifferent. Is the old man talking about the Huifeng building in Shanghai? Why do I feel that the old man is not fully awake yet? If you don't agree with me, just start bragging. Chen Sheng also looked a little embarrassed. So she asked in a low voice. Grandpa, are you talking about the Huifeng building in Shanghai? Yes, Chen Xian answered it, of course. I could tell from the beginning that your grandfather was a failure. I left some property to your grandfather. The rest was deposited into the HSBC building. Those things were worth millions at the time. The money I left for your grandfather at that time. Enough for you to spend. I didn't expect you guys to get mixed up like this. I really answered that sentence. No more rich than 3 generations. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh too. Grandpa, according to what you say. Just take out the things stored in the HSBC building. We won't have to worry about food and drink in this life. Yeah, let's go. Chen Xian nodded. Let's go out for a walk. Take things back, by the way. Soon, the Huifeng building arrived. Grandpa, shall we go in? Chen Shang didn't watch the barrage. She supported Chen Xian and asked. She was also a little uneasy. This place is located in the most prosperous part of Magic City. It's not simple at first glance. Go inside. Chen Xian nodded slowly. The two of them walked slowly across the road. Walking towards HSBC building. Wait until the two of them arrive at the door of Huifeng building. He was stopped by 2 strong men in suits and ties. Do you two have a reservation? One of the strong men spoke. Do you need to make an appointment to pick up your items? Chen Chang was a little confused. Miss, this is what happened. Our HSBC building. All valuables are stored. So whether you are depositing something or taking something out, all require reservations. You cannot enter without a reservation or VIP card. The anchor is dumbfounded, right? This is the rule of Huifeng building. Make a reservation at least 1 week in advance. Then you can go in and get your things. Saw these barrages. Chen Chang also had a pretty face and was slightly red. He turned to Qin Xian and said softly. Grandpa, we don't have a reservation. I can't get in today. Let's make an appointment first when we go back. Come back after making a reservation. Not waiting for Qin Xian to speak. A charming voice came to the ears of 2 people. Isn't this our school beauty, Chen? I think you used to be quite aloof. Why did you find someone so old now? Chen Xian followed the voice and looked over. I saw a man and a woman walking over. The man walking in front looked pale. The whole person looks a bit wretched. It's like I stayed up all night last night and didn't sleep well. The female companion next to him is very beautiful. Wearing cheongsam. A pair of phoenix eyes are squinting unscrupulously. She looks very rude. It was obviously her who spoke just now. Li Ziting, why are you here? Chen Chang was surprised and said. This is her classmate from college. However, the relationship between the two is very bad. My boyfriend said jade nourishes people. He insisted on coming to pick out an ancient jade for me. I really can't do anything with him. Li Ziting pretended to be helpless and finished, turning aside Chen Xian. Then she continued to be weird. Oops. I didn't know who it was at that time. I keep saying that you have to rely on yourself to live your life. Realizing the value of life, in other words, that people can't understand. Chen Sheng, you are still cruel enough. Sugar daddy, go directly to this old man who is about to die. You are very scheming. After speaking, she raised her head proudly, pulling Zhao Yi, the second-generation rich man, into the Huifeng building. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. After he thought about it, he still put away his plan to take action. In front of granddaughter. He doesn't want to kill. At this time, I saw two people walking in directly. Not only did the strong man in Huifeng building not stop him. Instead, he saluted respectfully. After Chen Xing saw it, his lungs were about to explode. She asked, did the two of them make an appointment just now? Why can they get in? The strong man in a suit responded politely. Mr. Zhao is a diamond member of our HSBC bank. He doesn't need an appointment. If you want to enter directly now, you can also apply for our membership directly. Bronze membership only requires 500,000 annual fees. Chen Chang retreated. No matter how angry she is, she doesn't have that much money. The audience in the live broadcast room almost went crazy with joy. The anchor's gray face is so cute. After 80 years of development, Huifeng building. It has long become a behemoth hidden in the Magic City. As long as you have money. It is said that you can buy the terracotta warriors and horses. Chen Xing saw the barrage in the live broadcast room. I couldn't help but blush slightly. She didn't expect this place to have such a big background. She lowered her voice and said, Grandpa, let's go first. I'll make an appointment soon. Let's wait 7 days before coming back. Chen Xian waved his hand. He asked a little impatiently, where did so many rules come from? I am here, do I still need to make an appointment? Song Haiping, is he still alive? If he's not dead, let him come over. The expressions of the two strong men changed slightly. They asked cautiously. Do you know Mr. Song? Song Haiping, founder of HSBC Pawn Shop. He was famous during the Republic of China 80 years ago. He is a legend. The guard at the door is the most discerning. The two of them looked at Chen Xian's posture and demeanor. He felt that this person might be related to the old man. So they don't dare to offend easily. What's more, Chen Xian also said that he knew Mr. Song. Chen Xian is a scumbag, since he is still alive. Go and tell him that Chen Xian is here. This casual and indifferent tone. It makes the strong man feel that this person is well prepared. Please wait a moment. I will go and report to you now. After saying that, he hurriedly walked into the Huifeng building. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Someone just popularized the power of Huifeng building here. Mr. Chen actually knew the founder directly. He is so mysterious. He seems to have a strong background. Grandpa, you are talking about Song Haiping. Is he the owner of HSBC Pawn Shop? How do you know him? Chen Qing asked curiously. Hear the voice of your good granddaughter. Chen Xian's eyes showed a touch of tenderness. Song Haiping. We knew each other when he first came to Shanghai. I remember that at that time, Mr. Song was still carrying a sack. Put away the dishes, put away the bowls. He was also a bit business-minded back then. I lent him hundreds of oceans. He created this pawn shop. I remember when Huifeng building first opened for business. Song Haiping often begs me to come and sit with him. I didn't expect that you have to make a reservation to even go in now. Chen Cheng's live broadcast room was full of laughter. Don't brag and don't make drafts. Almost laughed out loud. How many years has Nyopi been at the Song family in Huifeng building? It seems like what he said is true. If the old man of the Song family can beg for help. So what identity did the old man want back then? So fake, so fake. In the luxurious office on the top floor of HSBC building. A man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes looked at the strong man at the door. What did he say? Did he say his name was Qin Xian? Yes, that's the name. He said he just needed to tell his old family boss. The old master already knows who he is. Men's eyebrows. He is the third-generation eldest son of the Song family, Song Hushan. He was trained as an heir since he was a child. It can be said that he knows all about the Song family's network. But there is no such name in his memory. He probably wants to sneak in again. Then you just follow the old rules. Remember not to offend anyone. After saying that, he put the matter behind him. He continued to work on the documents in his hand. This is not the first time he has encountered this kind of thing. In the past, we often had guests without reservations, pretending to be a friend of the Song family in an attempt to sneak in. So he has experience. The strong man nodded when he heard the words. The strong man then exited the office. Click. The office door has just been closed. Song Hushan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. It's Grandpa's phone number. He immediately didn't dare to answer the question sloppily. Grandpa, why did you remember to call me? I will visit you this weekend. I just want to play 2 games of chess with you. As the third generation of the Song family who was most loved by the old man, Song Hushan talks quite casually. Ha ha. Brat, you are the only one with a sweet mouth. But this time I'm not playing chess with you. I have business. Next Wednesday is the day when our Song family benefactor enters the mountain. I want to go to Taishan Mountain to worship. You should go too. If it weren't for you, Grandpa Chen, there is no such thing as our Song family today. A person must not forget his roots. So many years. Grandpa is getting old and confused. Except for the name of Chen Xian's benefactor. Sometimes I can hardly remember what he looks like. I don't know how many more years I can go there. Boom. On the phone, the head of the Song family was still chattering. Song Hushan's eyes widened. Just now his subordinate came over to report that his name was Qin Xian. Even if the person outside the door is not Qin Xian himself, that must have something to do with him. 9 times out of 10. He is the Chen family member that Grandpa has longed for decades. Suddenly, he almost burst into tears. I told the old man about this anxiously. While talking, Song Shanha hurriedly ran downstairs. He didn't even have time to take the elevator. There are still voices coming from his phone one after another. If you can't keep your benefactor, I'll break your legs. Prepare the car immediately. Chen Xian and Chen Sheng are still waiting here at the entrance of Huifeng building. Just then, the strong man who went up to report the matter has not returned yet. Li Ziding and Zhao Yi came out first. She couldn't help but be stunned when she saw Chen Sheng. Showing off, he raised the jade bracelet he just put on his hand. She shook her head. She said sarcastically, Chen Sheng, you haven't left yet? Don't you have a membership card? It seems you can only make an appointment, right? How about you beg me? I can ask my boyfriend to take you in to visit. How about it? Chen Sheng's face was as cold as frost. No need, my great-grandfather knows the head of the Song family. We were invited in after a while. Finished. She regretted slightly, she was confused. Is it okay to say such nonsense? In case it is confirmed later. It's even more embarrassing for great-grandfather to talk nonsense. Zhao Yi, the young master from the demon city opposite, couldn't stand it any longer. Don't say it's the old guy next to you. Even those big shots from above in Magic City. They don't necessarily need to be known by Mr. Song. Zhao Ye's eyes lit up slightly as he spoke. He looked Chen Sheng up and down. The more he looked at it, the more amazing he felt about Chen Sheng. Immediately afterwards, he broke free from Li Ziding's hand without leaving any trace. Raise a confident smile. This lady. Have no idea. Can I invite you to sit in the Huifeng building? They just got a new batch of jade items. If you have something you like, I'll pay for everything. My worth. It's definitely not comparable to the old guy next to you. What he wears is not enough to buy me a pair of shoes. No, I'm not interested in you. Chen Xing glanced at it and replied. Zhao Ye's face turned green and red at that time. Is the dignified young master Zhao from the Demon City so shameless? Little girl. You'd better think about it before talking. Otherwise, he was just halfway through his words. He couldn't help but stop talking. HSBC Pawnshop's bodyguard is back. However, the bodyguard didn't mind his own business. He replied directly to Chen Xian politely but in a very procedural way. Mr. Chen. The person in charge is not here today. We cannot verify your identity. Please make a reservation as usual. And come back in 7 days. After saying that, he handed over a business card with both hands. He actually said he didn't know himself. Chen Xian frowned slightly. Back then, I had shown kindness to the Song family. If it's true that the juniors don't know each other, then that's it. If Song Haiping wants to be ungrateful, he will inevitably resort to thunderous means. Teach the Song family a lesson. After all the vicissitudes of life, Chen Xian has always had only one principle in life. I gave it to you. It's yours. You are not allowed to rob. Dare to flirt with me. Just one word. This rule has existed since ancient times. No one can violate. I don't know how many princes and princes there have been since ancient times. Xinghua died at the hands of Chen Xian. A mere wealthy businessman, the Song family. Not worth mentioning in his eyes. Next to him, Chen Xing's face turned red. I resisted the urge to pull my great-grandfather and run away immediately. How could she know what the old man was thinking? She just felt that she was just bragging and blew it away. She felt very embarrassed. Feeling her own toes. I almost dug out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room on the ground. Netizens in the live broadcast room were as happy as celebrating the new year. Ha, you're kidding me to death. Got slapped in the face in public. The anchor was embarrassed for 1 minute on sight. Next to him, Zhao Yi was completely relieved. He said how could he be so unlucky? Randomly bump into a girl on the street. You can tear the Song family out. Turns out it was blown. He tugged on his collar. With a bad smile on his face. Chen Qing, right? I have no other meaning. I just want to get to know you. You reject me again. Then you just don't give me face. While talking to him, he wanted to come up and hold Chen Qing's hand. There was obvious panic on Chen Qing's face. But she bit her lip and stood in front of her great-grandfather. Don't mess around. If you mess around again, I'll call the police right away. Don't wait for her to finish speaking. Then a scene happened that left her stunned. Zhao Yi flew out. The whole person looked like he had been hit by a cannonball. The skeleton stretched out and flew 2 or 3 meters in the air. I broke open the antique wooden door of Huifeng building. Chen Chang was not the only one who was stunned. All the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. The 2 strong men in Huifeng building were also stunned. What just happened? Everyone's eyes focused on Zhao Yi. I saw a business card lying quietly on his chest. Reservation business card of Huifeng building. It was just delivered to Chen Xian by a strong man. That soft business card. Look at Chen Xian again. The old man just glanced at Zhao Yi casually. The old man's eyes are cold. Like a god looking down at the ants. Li Ziting shouted. She hurriedly stepped on her high heels and ran over. She quickly squatted down. She saw that Zhao Yi's face was as pale as paper. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yi, how are you doing? She is a little girl who just left school. Where has she seen this? She was so frightened that she kept shaking Zhao Yi. Her face was full of tears as she cried. The live broadcast room is crazy. Oh my God. Did you see it? This old man must be the legendary ancient martial artist. Song Shanha just ran downstairs. What he saw was this messy scene. At a glance, he saw that he was wearing a Chinese tunic suit. Old man standing with hands behind his back. Chen Xian is absolutely right. In the main hall of the Song family's old house. It is his portrait that hangs. I can't say that they are somewhat similar. I can only say that it is exactly the same. He forced down his thoughts. He walked over quickly. Before he could reach Chen Xian. Don't wait for him to speak. Chen Xian snorted coldly. How much do you look like Song Haiping? Are you his grandson or great-grandson? Where is Song Haiping? The Song family has actually forgotten me now. It's true that with Grandpa's current status. Dare to mention the name of the head of the Song family in this tone? There are not many people in the city. Song Shanha waved his hands hurriedly. Senior Chen, don't worry. I was negligent before. He explained what happened before. It's clear that it was just a misunderstanding. The Song family will never dare to forget the name of Chen Xian's benefactor. Grandpa often talks about. Every year I go to Taishan Mountain to worship. Uninterrupted for decades. Hear this. Chen Xian's face softened a lot. What to worship? I'm not dead. Then strode towards the HSBC building. Walk. 80 years. Let's try the tea from Hui Feng House to see if the taste has changed. My dear granddaughter, follow me. Senior, please come inside. The old man finally agreed to go in. Song Shanha finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt extremely dangerous just now. I always feel like one person can't handle it well. It will bring about the tragic situation of annihilation of the Song family. Zhao Yi looked at Song Shanha leaving. His face gradually become ferocious. He has always been the bully. When had he been bullied? But he's not stupid. I know the Song family's attitude towards that old guy. Then he must have some background. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him openly in the Devil City. Even the Song family can stop it. It seems he can only play dirty tricks. Walk. Let's go back first and let Lao Hei find some good players. With that said, the two of them limped out. Song Shanha led Chen Xian and Chen Xian to the highest floor of Huifeng building. An antique tea room. This is the top reception room in Huifeng building. Qualified to sit in this tea room. The minimum status is to be a provincial or ministerial official. Chen Chang once took an elective course in antique appreciation in college. She has a bit of a show-off mentality. He explained in a low voice to the live broadcast room. Brothers, look. This set of coffee tables with 3 chairs and 1 table. All top-quality mahogany. The minimum value is 100 million. And on the wall over there. Jade Rui covered by glass. Absolutely produced by the official kills of the Tang dynasty. I guess it must be worth more than 20 million. Good guy. Netizens were shocked again. Naturally, there was another lively discussion at the moment. Song Shanha on the side heard Chen Xian being asked to sit down. He turned around with a smile and said, Miss Chen. You may have made a mistake. Although this set of tables and chairs is quite valuable. But there is no comparison with you, Rui. Then he opened the protective cover on the wall. Take out the jade Rui with both hands and place it on the table. Please take a close look at Chen Chang. Seeing this, Chen Chang was immediately dumbfounded. Jade Rui is crystal clear. It is the top watercolor. But that's not the key. The crux of the matter is. There is a line of small regular script at the end of you Rui. Special craftsmen make Rui. A souvenir for Mr. Wu. In the history of Tang Dynasty. The only private seal engraved with the word. Only that female emperor. This jade is as you wish. It turned out to be a personal gift from Wu Zetian. Mr. Song, please put it away. This is too expensive. Just then. Don't wait for Chen Sheng to finish. A scene happened that left her brain blank. Grandpa picked up Jade Rui casually. She was so scared that her legs were a little weak. Old man. If his hands tremble at this time. Even if you sell her, the compensation won't be enough. What are you afraid of? The things in this house are all the things I left for Mr. Song to support the scene. That's what I told you to store. These are all from our family. Later, during the chat between Grandpa Tai and Song Shanha, Chen Qing confirmed herself. He is really a rich fourth generation who has been hiding for many years. Still the kind of person who is extremely rich. She looked at her great-grandpa. Already all little stars. Okay, I drank the tea too. Mr. Song, go get some money. It's time for me to go back too. Chen Xian said calmly. Okay, Senior Chen. My grandpa is on his way here. He must let me keep you. And these antiques. Song Hushan spoke with some embarrassment. Chen Xian waved his hand. Let's keep these here for now. It's useless if I take it back. Just go get some pocket money and give it to us. Soon someone sent me a card. Song Shanha placed it respectfully in front of Chen Xian. Senior, here is 10 million. It's a little bit of the younger generation's thoughts. When you need it in the future, you can pick it up anytime. 10 million? Chen Cheng's face showed joy. This is real cash. Less than 10 minutes passed. A motorcade stopped at the entrance of HSBC building. The car just stopped. On the bulletproof car in the middle. In a hurry. An old man with white hair and beard came down. It is Song Haiping, the old head of the Song family. He just met his grandson. He asked hurriedly, where is Uncle Chen? He has left. Song Shanha immediately reported Chen Xian's appearance. I told Grandpa everything. Who knew he had just finished speaking? Song Haiping raised his cane and started beating him. Damn it! Who let you make the decision on such a big matter? I'll beat you to death today, you unfilial descendant. 10 million, you're so mad at me. I've said it before. It was Uncle Chen who funded me to open the Huifeng building. Without those thousands of oceans. Can the Song family be there now? I gave Uncle Chen ordinary shares of the company back then. But his old man just doesn't want it. Where do you have the courage not to give it to him now? Damn thing. Go check the account for me now. Calculate the profits of HSBC building over the past 80 years. Take half of it and deliver it to Uncle Chen with me. Song Shanha's face changed. Huifeng building is extremely profitable. Half of the profit in 1980. That must be an astronomical number. And that's not the key. The key is that no one will let their money lie in the bank. It's so hard to raise such a large amount of cash all of a sudden now. Song Haiping saw that he was disobedient. So he raised his cane again. Song Haiping said sharply. If you don't have enough money, go and sell your house to me. Sell those messy stocks and bonds to raise money. Do you dare to give me one less point? I peeled off your skin. This scene took place in the tea house where Chen Xian had just left. No one knows. But soon the Magic City market discovered. The Song family is raising cash like crazy. Even not willing to sell several properties like a cornucopia. It caused consternation among countless bosses. Financial markets have unleashed a bloody storm. Hello? You Xiaoshuang. Have you watched my live broadcast? See, congratulations. You will become a multi-millionaire directly. How does it feel to suddenly become a rich man? Stop making trouble. The money belongs to my great-grandfather. Besides, given the power of your family, I'm afraid I still don't look down on the money. Chen Cheng glanced at Grandpa, who was still walking in front. Cover your phone and whisper. If you have many connections, can you help me find a house? The place where I live now is really inconvenient. In the past, it was fine when the old man didn't wake up. Now that I'm awake, the two of them are huddled together in a one-bedroom apartment. It's really not an option. Opposite the phone. After a moment of silence. If you want a house, I tell you not to rent it at all. Just come to me and forget it. No. What's going on if I take this old man with me? Don't wait for Chen Cheng to refuse. Just listen to the advice from the other side. If you are polite to me again, we will break off our friendship. The old man is so old. It's definitely not possible for you to find a house where you need to go upstairs and downstairs. Even the elderly may not be used to having an elevator. Chen Qing thought for a moment. I immediately felt that I was worthy of being a good best friend. So thoughtful. I have ignored many problems. Chen Qing hung up the phone. She was very happy. She ran forward joltingly. Talked to my great-grandpa. Chen Xian naturally had no objection. Anyway, it's just a temporary place to stay. Soon the two took a taxi. With 2 boxes. Arrive at Ziyuan Villa on the outskirts of Magic City. Hello Grandpa Chun. Entrance of Villa number 07. A little girl with twin ponytails. She has been waiting here for a long time. After seeing Chen Xian, she asked obediently. Okay, I heard what Qinger said. You've helped her a lot over the years. Thank you very much, Chen Xian said with a smile. On the way here. My good granddaughter has been praising her as my best friend for a while. This is a 2-story villa. 2 rooms on the first floor. 2 rooms on the second floor. Yu Xiaoshuang is super sensible. Let the old man choose the room he likes. Finally, Chen Xian chose a room on the left side of the second floor. Open the window and you can see the green mountains and green water. Just in line with his mood. This can be regarded as settling down for the time being. Early next morning. The sun has just risen. Birds chirping outside the window. Yu Xiaoshuang slipped out of the villa quietly. Afraid of disturbing Chen Chang and the old man's rest. She set up a small startup company of her own. Have to go to work every day. That's why I got up so early. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get up at this point. Mr. Yu, you are finally here. Mr. Yi is waiting for you in the office. She just arrived at the company. The little girl at the front desk immediately ran over nervously. Whispered. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoshuang's face immediately became clouded. This matter has something to do with her company. Related to a business we collaborated with a few days ago. Her company's main business. Just do new media sales. To put it bluntly, I have some anchors under my command. Then help the merchants live broadcast the goods delivery company. Earn pit fees. A few days ago. A company signed a contract with them. Paid a sky-high pit fee. Requires a live broadcast with an audience of no less than 10 million people. This was originally a good business deal. Yu Xiaoshuang naturally signed the contract happily. As a result, something went wrong along the way. Her 2 main anchors. I have to change jobs even if I pay liquidated damages. And asked to resign immediately. There's a problem now. All the big anchors under my command have run away. The few remaining anchors can't hold up the scene. So there isn't that much attention. As a last resort, Yu Xiaoshuang chose to breach the contract. To pay liquidated damages of up to 20 million yuan. Anyone who has worked in a company knows that. Maybe it's okay just to look at the business. But when you look at the books, they are all the same. Rarely keep that much cash. And they didn't give them any time to prepare. Yu Xiaoshuang has been worrying about this for the past 2 days. Until now. Only then did she realize that she was being plotted against. The subordinates must have been poached at a high price. That's why they jumped ship. But one ring within another. She realized it was too late now. Moreover, she doesn't intend to trouble her family if she wants to be strong. Otherwise, if you want to go out and make trouble on your own, it's hard to be allowed in the family anymore. So she must hold on. She thought silently. It's okay. If it doesn't work out, I'll sell the villa I live in. The company will not fail. Looking at worried employees, Yu Xiaoshuang comforted her and walked into the office. Her heart is extremely bitter. Selling the house might solve the problem. But I just picked up Chun Chang and Grandpa Chen yesterday. Now I do it myself. What the hell is this? There are 2 people in the office. A man about 50 or 60 years old. wearing formal attire, with an incomprehensible smile on his face. It is Mr. Yi Wentian. There is also a young man in his 20s. Full-body trendy brand. Looking at Yu Xiaoshuang with a wicked smile. It's Mr. Ye's son Emo. How is Yu Xiaoshuang? 20 million, I want to see every cent today. I warn you. If you can't get the money again, don't blame me for being rude. A bunch of my brothers. Not as easy to talk to as me. Emo collapsed on the sofa carelessly. His eyes looked up and down at Yu Xiaoshuang unscrupulously. Yu Xiaoshuang was furious. What did you say? Yi Wentian pretended to be angry and glared at his son. But then he pretended to be playful and said, "But Mr. Yu, we are discussing business. We are all businessmen. Everything must be done according to the rules. Look at the money, they both make a fool of themselves." A popular singer. The meaning inside and outside the words is the same, they just want money. In fact, the father and son are not businessmen at all. The two of them are professionals in the world of martial arts. This time someone asked them to come forward. In fact, there is someone else behind the scenes. The purpose is to kick Yu Xiaoshuang out to live stream the goods. Because this business is favored by children from rich families. People want to eat up this market. Yu Xiaoshuang was silent for a moment. She sighed and said, "I have a villa under my name. In Ziyuan, the money from the sale will be given to you." She hasn't finished speaking yet. The careless Emo jumped up immediately. He said arrogantly, "Who knows if you have it? Still want to delay? Tell you that you have to pay for it today. Besides, do you know how much Ziyuan's villa costs? Can you afford it? Selling your company 10 times is not enough." Yu Xiaoshuang was so angry that he went crazy. But I still had no choice but to endure it. If you want to blame it on your own inexperience. Being cheated. Negotiate some. She finally agreed to take the two of them back to the villa to see the housebook. Prove that you have the ability to repay the loan. A group of people went downstairs to the parking lot. Yu Xiaoshuang's expression suddenly changed. She found that these two guys came really prepared today. There is also a large bread truck in the parking lot. There were 20 or 30 people inside. It seems difficult to solve today. I hope it doesn't scare Grandpa Chen. She led the group of people home worriedly. It's already afternoon. Chen Qing served Grandpa after finishing his meal. Opened the live broadcast as usual. Unexpectedly, I was shocked as soon as I opened it. When good guys are usually the most popular. There are only more than 300,000 live broadcast rooms. Now it has directly exceeded 1 million. Brothers, am I on fire? She murmured with shining eyes. Who knows this sentence? In exchange for crazy complaints from netizens. Ha, Qinger, stop being ridiculous. You are so angry. Your grandpa is so popular. Yesterday's video of the old man knocking Zhao Yi away from the air. It's all on the hot list. Where is the old man? Let me take a look. Just then, Yu Xiaoshuang took Wu Yangyang's 20 or 30 people with him. Walked in. IP Mantian, I warn. Tell your people to be honest. She saw a group of people tumbling around as soon as they entered the door. He also said dirty words in his mouth. Yu Xiaoshuang's expression immediately changed. She scolded. She doesn't even dare to see Chen Shang now. And Grandpa Chen. She was shameless and had to sell the house as soon as she moved here. This is a waste of time for everyone. Yi Mo heard her shouting at his father. He immediately became anxious. You, what else are you pretending to be? It's written in the contract. Today is the last day for you to pay liquidated damages. I can't get the money today. The compensation will be doubled again 10 times. That's 200 million. Why don't you give me this villa today? Otherwise, Yi Wentian's true colors are revealed. Sitting down on the sofa in a swaggering manner. The younger generation seeks the market. It was this villa that the father and son were thinking about. Yu Xiaoshuang looks ugly. She gritted her teeth with hatred. The lowest market price of my house is 80 million. Do you want to directly offset 20 million? You beautiful beauty. Why are you so angry and swearing out loud? Emo pointed at himself. He brought a bunch of gangsters with him. If you can sell it today, I will convince you. I want to see our brothers right here. Who dares to buy it? What is Yu Yata so anxious about? Chen Xian didn't know when he came over. Then he sat on the sofa. Then he looked at Yi Wentian. Old guy, don't wait for Emo to finish scolding. Chen Xian glanced at him calmly. Just this glance. Emo was like a chicken whose throat was strangled. It's like standing on the edge of a cliff. I'm sweating after brushing my back. Don't say it's him. Even netizens who saw this scene in the live broadcast room. Everyone felt that it was unusual. Oh my god, what just happened? Has it cooled down? Such a scary look. I'm more convinced now. The old man was definitely a ruthless character back then. Yi Wentian raised his eyebrows. I also noticed something unusual. Friend, I don't have a friend like you. You don't deserve it. Chen Xian interrupted him unceremoniously. Then he turned to look at Yu Xiaoshuang. What's going on? Yu Xiaoshuang saw Mr. Chen venting his anger on him. She finally felt a little happier. Then he quickly told the whole story again. Chen Xian finished listening. He nodded and stopped talking. But his demeanor remains calm. It's like I already have an idea in mind. Okay, let's go. Mr. Yu will take me to see the house first. Yi Wentian guards Chen Xian. He just felt uncomfortable all over his body. Finally waited until the two of them finished speaking. He couldn't wait to stand up. Emo didn't dare to stay too long. Guarding the old man is too scary. Follow Dad in a hurry. Yu Xiaoshuang had no choice but to take the two of them upstairs. Grandpa, Yu Xiaoshuang is my best friend. How about we lend her money first? Chen Sheng asked anxiously from the side. She has no money, but Grandpa is rich. 10 million given by the Song family. Although I am stuck here. But the money is not hers. So just now in front of my best friend. She didn't dare to say it directly. Now hurry up and beg the old man. Need not. Just watch from the side. As he spoke, Chen Xian glanced at the little gangster. Be honest. The volume is not loud. Bland. It's like asking if you've eaten. Can be heard in the ears of 20 or 30 gangsters. But it feels as cold as thunder. There's a chill in the bones. They all squatted on the ground unconsciously. Who is this old guy? Too terrible. Dad. Emo just went up the stairs. He hurriedly looked at his father. Pointing at Chen Xian downstairs. He didn't dare to ask out loud. Yi Wentian stopped him with his eyes. Let's do our own thing. Don't mess with him. There is an expert here. Be calm and don't be surprised. While they were talking, there was a deep sense of mourning in his eyes. You can run around in the world until you are 50 or 60 years old. He must have enough eyesight. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live to this age. He suddenly doubts now. Did he take the wrong order? This is Yu Xiaoshuang. There is such a terrible master in the family. Don't look back. You have a life to make money but not a life to spend. The next moment he no longer doubted. Yi Wentian could no longer maintain his grace. A loud voice of national essence came out. Yi Wentian has a dry mouth and tongue. Pointing to a photo on the wall. A look of disbelief. Tesla? Okay, what are you talking about electric cars for? The actual tram does not burn any oil. Bang, Yi Wentian slapped his son on the head. Let you study hard. You don't listen. Tesla was the one who invented alternating current. He took a few more steps while talking. Both father and son were dumbfounded. Fui, Einstein, Cixi. Big bosses living in legends. All showed up. And all the photos are amazingly consistent. They are all taken with the old man downstairs. The attentive Yi Wentian also discovered the most terrifying thing. In all photos, the old man is sitting in the main seat. This is true even with Cixi. What kind of person can make that person stand aside? Don't panic, son. Just stay calm and don't take the initiative to provoke him. Not finished yet. Yi Wentian stopped again. Lips turn white. My hands were shaking and I almost squatted down. Yi Mo helped him. What happened to Dad? Yi Wentian raised his hand tremblingly, pointing at the last photo. Du Yuesheng. In the photo, Chen Xian is still sitting on the Taisher chair. A middle-aged man stood aside with a fawning smile. Through photos, you can feel his humility and joy. It seems like taking a photo with this old man is a great honor. You don't have to know Tesla. But I must know Du Yuesheng. This modern man who was active in. He is a real man of the hour. Some gangsters have regarded him as the ancestor. I don't even worship Guangong anymore. I worship this one. And the influence this person left behind extends until now. The predecessor of some famous societies in Hong Kong. They are all created by this Hong gang. Yi Wentian thought about it. He quietly warned Yi Mo. Listen to me, don't talk too much. We only need 20 million yuan in compensation today. Forget about this house. Don't make trouble, either. Remember it. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Yu Xiaoshuang is walking in front. She also heard the movement behind. She turned around and asked in surprise. Yi Wentian took a deep breath. Put away the fake smile on his face. Mr. Yu, we, father and son, are just running errands for people. There is someone else behind us. Every injustice has its owner, every debt has its owner. Just now my stupid son said he wanted a house. We are all joking. We only need 20 million liquidated damages. Don't want any more. And as long as you promise me to shut down the company, there is no need to pay out the liquidated damages today. Yu Xiaoshuang was stunned. What just happened? Is this person suddenly so easy to talk to? Sorry, I can't agree. No matter what the reason. Wansheng Tianyi will not close its doors. She decisively refused. Tough attitude. Company closed. The representative withdrew from the market. It's to admit defeat to the enemy hiding in the dark. Yu Xiaoshuang suffered such a big loss. Bet on your breath now. The person named you has given you face, right? My father will speak to you well. You don't understand. Yi Wentian is still brewing emotions. Unexpectedly, Yi Mo behind him suddenly exploded. Directly past him. He pointed at Yu Xiaoshuang and started to curse. Yi Wentian's head was buzzing. Straight away dumbfounded. He really didn't expect. My son who has always been obedient. Why did I suddenly go against my decision today? Is Yi Mo really impulsive? No, he also has his own ideas. Dad is old. As expected, the older you get in the world, the less courageous you become. I'm so scared to eat this bowl of rice. Finish this vote. Make him 100 million smaller. Just leave the magic city directly. Yu Xiaoshuang turned pale. She was also shocked. Then he took 2 steps back. She thought Yi Mo was going to hit her. Presumptuous. Just at this critical moment, there was a roar from downstairs. Chen Xian downstairs actually jumped up, flying up to the 2nd floor. Yi Mo is like a cannonball. Broken the fence on the 2nd floor. There is a full dozen meters away. Ahem. Dad, it hurts me so much. Yi Mo's screams brought everyone back to their senses. Son. Yi Wentian's eyes turned red. Swish, swish, he ran over. The audience in the live broadcast room was confused. Is this an old man? What a joke. Kick the person 10 meters away. You must know that a person must weigh at least 100 kilograms. How much explosive power is required? Li Xiaoshuang, you are too cruel. I'm not done with you. Yi Wentian loves his son very much. Staring at Yu Xiaoshuan with hatred and roaring. Her eyes want to kill her. While talking, he didn't even dare to glance in Chen Xian's direction. Yu Xiaoshuan was speechless. It wasn't me who kicked him. Don't wait for her to speak. Another group of people came in the house and cheered. Uncle Li, Uncle Lu, Grandma Wang, Uncle Zhou. Members of the Yuan Tai Chi faction finally appear. A group of old men and women with an average age of about 65 years old. It's like going to the market now. Walked in happily. His movements after he came in were so uniform that it was scary. They pretended to glance at Chen Xian secretly. Then immediately look elsewhere. As if afraid of being seen. Before coming here, Lao Li told everyone. We do this for the sake of our neighbors. He took the initiative to help Yu Yatu. It has nothing to do with immortal Chen Xian. Don't think about repaying evil favors. This group of people who have reached high positions. Those are all sperms that have been licked all year round. Now it's up to them to please others. Experience is called richness. It turns out not long ago, when Chen Xian passed by the square, meet a group of old people practicing Tai Chi. I just didn't mean to give you some pointers. These old people suddenly feel 20 years younger. Therefore, he is regarded as a living god by everyone. I saw this group of old people coming in. 20 or 30 gangsters and the Yi family father and son were all stunned. An old man is so scary. There's a bunch more coming. Let no one live anymore. Yu Xiaoshuan quickly ran downstairs. Please sit down, grandparents. Grandpa Li, what are you doing? Li Liangkai waved his hand. He pretends to be angry. Yu Yatu. Why do you look down on your grandpa Li? Something happened at home. If someone comes looking for trouble, he won't even say a word. I told you before. There are few people in our community. Just say hello if anything happens. Those who have money will pay. Powerful contribution. Yu Xiaoshuang dares to swear. These old guys used to be. In addition to pulling myself to do Tai Chi. I really never said that. Okay, you watch from the side. Grandpa will handle it for you. Li Liangkai directly took over the disposal power. At this time, there were several barrages in the live broadcast room. Caused many netizens to go crazy. Hey. Isn't that the old chairman of Maple Leaf Group? Yi Wentian at this time. Finally identified. The identity of one of the old people. He took a deep breath. We just met at the gate of the community. I didn't look carefully. Mainly because of the Tai Chi suit that old Manly wore just now. He didn't recognize it. His knowledge of the old man. But it shakes more deeply than anyone else. When he was young and wandering around. The devil's capital still belongs to these people. Every one of them stamping their feet makes people's hearts tremble. Mr. Li, do you still remember me? I am Xiaoye. I wish you a happy birthday that year. He licked his face and moved closer to Li Liangkai. Said cautiously. Li Liangkai glanced sideways at him. Is this what you did? Did you bring these people? He had already inquired about it before coming. The details of Li Xiaoshuang's incident. He knows the reason. He even knows more than Yi Wentian. At this time, Yu Xiaoshuan moved Zhang Taisher's chair over. Please sit down, Grandpa Li. Li Liang just wanted to sit down. He suddenly froze. Then, he politely moved the chair to Chen Xian's side. Master Chen, please sit down and watch. Don't be tired. Let's deal with it slowly. This scene naturally shocked everyone. Oh my God. What is the identity of the old man? There are several demons in the whole world who can make Mr. Li give up his seat. Yi Wentian's lips turned white. Don't talk about money. Now I can make him exit completely virtual in full shadow. He is willing to build a temple for Chen Xian and make offerings there. Mr. Li, why don't we go first? Not in a hurry. I haven't finished talking yet, I'm talking one after another. Li Liangkai stopped him kindly. Let's talk first. Your contract with the company. The liquidated damages are 20 million? Yi Wentian felt a bad premonition coming to his mind. He decided not to hesitate. He decided to lose money and avoid disaster. He doesn't want the money anymore. He needs to withdraw from this matter. The person behind the scenes can do whatever they want. Mr. Li, that's a joke. A little joke between Mr. Yu and I. I will resign from the contract when I go back. No such thing. Li Liangkai slowly shook his head. What are you talking about? Once the contract is made, it must be abided by. Lao Zhao. A slightly younger one among the old people stood up. First, he bent slightly towards Chen Xian. Then calmly draw out a check. A receipt. The contract said 20 million. You sign and fingerprint. The money is yours. Yu Xiaoshuang on the side was anxious. Uncle Zhao, don't wait for her to finish. Chen Xian grabbed her. Squinting. For the first time there was a smile on my face. Girl, you, just watch it. These old foxes are a bit smart. Grandpa is in a good mood today. Just give them a chance to show off. Although Yi Wentian knew that it was inappropriate to take the money. But he dare not take it. I can only bite the bullet and sign. Lao Zhao checked carefully. After confirming that it is correct. Immediately said yes. Now you take the money. This fraud. The causes, processes and results are all there. The chain of evidence is conclusive. Xiaoye, 20 million is enough to put you through jail. Don't even think about it in 100 or 200 years. Specific information about your fraud. All old units have been collected. Yi Wentian suddenly raised his head. Eyes of fire. You forced me to collect the money. Li Liangkai is still calm and calm. If you don't charge money, you are committing attempted fraud. How can that be done? This can't be expressed at all. Our respect for the old gods. Are you just trying to enforce the law? We really think we are stupid. Yi Mo couldn't remain silent anymore. He blushed and shouted with a thick neck. He was furious. I don't care about the identity of the person opposite me. The crime of fraud is absolutely intolerable. It's over if you endure it. I really need to go to jail and spend the rest of my life. Li Liangkai was naturally prepared for this. What nonsense are you talking about? That 20 million just now. It's the money we, as neighbors, lent to you. It has nothing to do with us. Speak slowly and slowly. Completely plugged the last loophole. On the face of it, this is indeed the case. But in fact, everyone understands. Yi Wentian waved his hand to stop his son. He begged dejectedly. Mr. Li, you are so noble. Show us a way out. He figured it out. People have calculated their reactions. Interlocking. The only hope now. Just to get this big guy to let me live. Otherwise, prepare to go to jail. Li Liangkai felt that the heat was about the same. He put away his kind smile. Leniency for confession. Go home for the new year. Resist from years. Sitting in jail. Xiaoye, you are not the mastermind. If you hold on to death, you will be an accomplice. Yi Wentian's face turned pale. This sentence has only one meaning. Name the person behind you. Our target is him. You are just a casual person, it doesn't matter. Yi Wentian's heart is broken. He gritted his teeth and said, it was Zhao Yi who ordered us. After talking about the Yi family father and son and many gangsters, he was immediately arrested by the relevant authorities who had been waiting outside the room. At the same time, in a luxury apartment, Zhao Yi was also taken away. This farce has come to an end for now. These days, Chen Xing still started the live broadcast and chatted with netizens as usual. But on this day, suddenly a special netizen came. Hello Grandpa. Could you please calculate it for me? When can I find a girlfriend? By chance. This barrage was clearly seen by Qin Xian. He counted with his fingers. Make a guess. Mysterious. He laughed and said, haha. Meeting is fate. I'll make a prediction. This netizen called me a little bird. There is no peach blossom disaster in your life. Inadequate congenital conditions. Difficult to make up for. Even if you hand it over. I'm afraid we can't stay together forever. After a moment of silence. The live broadcast room is going crazy. The old man is really good at calculating. Inadequate congenital conditions. This means that this brother's kung fu was not good enough. Chen Xing couldn't care less about laughing. She apologized sincerely. This brother. My great-grandfather is old. Sometimes it's fun. Don't mind. Don't wait for her to finish. There was a scene in the live broadcast room that shocked everyone. I am a little bird. Reward anchor Super Rocket 30. Master, please give me some advice. Tell me a way. As long as you can help me cure my illness. Whatever you want me to do. Other side of screen. A handsome young man was very excited. He is exactly what I have, a little bird. My real name is Chen Kong. Is Chen Kongming good or not? Say good things to him. He was born into a wealthy family. Ever since I was young, I have had no shortage of food and clothing. Family harmony. Parental love. I also graduated from a prestigious university. Life is perfect. But there is only one thing. He was born with insufficient young roots. Just because of this, I met the person I like several times. None of them have achieved positive results. My family also put in a lot of effort for this. Famous Chinese and Western doctors and even world-class experts have been consulted. But there is nothing we can do. Lots of money spent. In the end, all it gets is disappointment. Even his parents gave up in the end. It would be good to persuade him not to get married. At this moment, Chen Kong had a feeling. What this old man just said. It's definitely not a random thing. He must have figured something out. This feeling is so strong. In the blink of an eye, Chen Kong spawned another 100 super rockets. Plus the 30 just now. 130 pieces in total. 2,000 yuan each. A total of 260,000, immediately became the first on the list. Big brother Chen Xing is confused. I can't understand the situation either. If the old man is cured, everyone is happy. If not cured, at worst, I just need to refund all their money. Grandpa, if you are not embarrassed, just help him. Little girls are born with the ability to act coquettishly. Ha, this is not difficult. Random things. Chen Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. Use both hands to pinch the Jiafa seal. Mouth words. After a moment, he pointed. A mysterious light invisible to others rose into the sky. Automatically search for people and leave. A minute passed. I'm a little bird and I'm not talking. But it took 10 minutes for the gift to appear. Directly sent to the home page of Chen Xing's live broadcast room. I am a little bird. Reward anchors Super Rocket X 1000. A full 1,000 pieces of 2 million. I just threw it out without blinking an eye. The fans in the live broadcast room were absolutely laughing. If I hadn't been asked to live broadcast, I would eat up the computer. The same old trick is another old liar. We won't be tricked into buying healthcare products anymore. It's true that you have skill. Video can prove it. But it's ridiculous to see a doctor remotely. Except Xin Xian and I am a little bird. No one believed it was really cured. Everyone feels that the rehearsal is complete. The other side is in a public nursing home in Shanghai. A middle-aged couple is accompanying a young man. Wait quietly in the reception room. Youth appeared before. It was Chen Kong who suffered from a congenital hidden disease. The people accompanying him are his parents. It turns out that Chen Kong had the mentality of giving it a try. After asking the old man for treatment in Chen Xing's live broadcast room. Never mind the lengthy process. The effect is immediate. Suddenly he felt a confidence he had never felt before. Chen Kong in excitement. This news is coming soon. I also told my parents the whole story. When I first heard about this, Chen's father and Chen's mother naturally didn't believe it. I'm still thinking about it. Is my son suffering from mental illness due to depression? But wait until they get home. Especially Father Chen. After going to the bathroom with Chen Kong to see. My heart is like thunder rolling from the sky. Really good. Things declared impossible by many world-class celebrities. It just happened so suddenly. And the treatment process is even more magical. Enough to challenge any normal person's outlook on life. The whole family discussed it. I think it's better to see a famous doctor. Otherwise, I always feel a little uneasy. Their home is in Magic City. Natural first stop. We are looking for the top experts in Magic City. Zhang Ziyuan. Mr. Zhang is the leading traditional Chinese medicine expert in the country. Provided body conditioning services to famous figures in the business world all year round. Medical skills are famous. After making an appointment. Make an appointment to meet at this nursing home. The Chen family is now waiting for Mr. Zhang. Soon. An old man in his 70s walked in quickly outside the door. It was Zhang Ziyuan who had just finished his work. When he saw the three people of the Chen family, his brows immediately wrinkled. Xiao Chen, didn't I tell you earlier? Is your son's disease really incurable? I have to find a way. I won't hide it from you no matter what. As he spoke, he picked up the teacup and drank water. The Chen family has looked for him more than once. The consultation fee is even more generous. But there is no cure for congenital diseases. There's nothing he can do. Mr. Zhang is not asking you to prescribe medicine this time. But my son's illness was cured. I feel uneasy. So I asked you to take a look. Zhang Ziyuan almost choked to death after taking a sip of water. After finally swallowing it. His face doesn't look very good. Xiao Chen, it's late at night. Are you kidding me? I'm not afraid of speaking badly either. Tell you directly. Your son's illness can't possibly be cured. It's like being born with a disability in your limbs. Unless transplanted. Otherwise there is no cure. Zhang Lao. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, take a look. My father pulls me 10,000 times. Only then did he agree to let Mr. Zhang check it out. The two entered another room. Time passes little by little. 2 minutes later. Why did Zhang Ziyuan come back with a face full of doubts about life? The way he looked at Chen Kong. It's like I'm used to seeing this so unscientific. He feels. The medical theory knowledge I have learned over the past few decades. Received praise. If I must describe this matter. Like a person who was born without arms. Suddenly overnight. Grew one. Arms that are completely the same as those of normal people. Totally impossible. And when he learned that the other party was watching the live broadcast. After being cured by an old gentleman's volleying spell. Zhang Ziyuan looked at Chen Kong with a crazy look. Chen Kong on the side has already been prepared. Open your phone immediately. Chen Xian's past surprising live broadcast replays. After a long time, Zhang Ziyuan rubbed his temples hard. Is this an immortal? This thing is a bit weird. I don't quite understand what I saw. Then you can send me the video. I'll find a few other experts tonight. Let's discuss it together. I'll contact you when there are results. Of course, don't worry. Your son's condition is quite good so far. Completely no different from ordinary people. The three Chen family members finally felt relieved. Thanks for sending the video. Leave the consultation fee and leave. Zhang Ziyuan thought for a while. Called other medical majors in the country. A few hours later. A huge storm has arisen in the medical community of the Dragon Kingdom. A group of medical experts. It seems like everyone is dozens of years younger. Keep calling friends. Ask the teacher. Let's study this medical record together. Many people even secretly think. Major breakthroughs in Western medicine in the last century. Advancing medicine for decades. Now is the spring of Chinese medicine. To the next morning. Inside a famous guest house in Shanghai. Several world-renowned experts. Sitting in a conference room. In a meeting. There were also 2 famous Chinese medicine experts who were specially invited. If there are outsiders here, your jaw will definitely drop. Anyone here? This is the attitude of the medical profession. All the cases have been read. Let's talk about it all. What do you think is going on? The speaker is Jing Zizhen. He is a professor at the Department of Medicine at the University of Morgan. Academician of Medical College. Led several national-level projects. There is a case in front of everyone. The patient's name is clearly Chen Kong. There was a murmur of discussion in the conference room. After a moment, someone smiled bitterly. Mr. Jing, to be honest, we people have been studying this for so long. I simply have no clue. Others agreed. Bang, Mr. Jing put the teacup on the table. Serious tone. Limbs regenerate out of thin air. This is a major event that can affect the world. If we could master this technology. Nothing else to say. How many people can be saved by living organ transplantation alone? Zhang Ziyuan. Put down the medical records that I have read thousands of times. I said let's study it for half a day. It's better to go to Mr. Chen in person and ask for advice. These words made everyone else's eyes light up. As a result, Jing Zizhen sighed. No, I have already mentioned this idea to the above. The higher-ups disagreed and only said one sentence. That person has a special status. No official personnel can have direct contact with. Never disturb easily. They heard the smell of fear. A group of people looked at each other. I can't figure out who he is. Only then can the current Dragon Kingdom not dare to disturb them easily. Scary to think about. After a long time, a younger expert came up with an idea. I have a bad idea. May be useful. Never mind the black cat or the white cat. A cat that can catch mice is a good cat. We can publish this case on the entire network. And greatly promote this technology. And we sincerely request the person involved to come to Morgan Stanley University to give lectures to the students. A group of people changed their faces. Silent. Asking this guy to give a lecture is not an intrusion. After all, you can refuse if you don't like it. In the afternoon, in the lobby of Modu Guest House. Hundreds of reporters armed with long guns and short cannons. Set up your equipment. The press conference hasn't started yet. Reporters who are familiar with each other are asking for little tidbits. 2 p.m. sharp. A group of experts walked in quickly. Jing Zizhen didn't follow the previous process. Instead, he announced the news directly. Dear friends from the media. Today we hold a press conference. Because we discovered something. Cross-century medical technology. The emergence of this technology. It can be said that it created a branch of medicine. Filling a gap in world medicine. Mr. Cheng Xian. In our own name. I hope you can. And you are welcome to come to Magic University to hold an open class. For those of us. There are also countless medical schools where students pass on their knowledge and solve their doubts. A nationwide sensation. The name Chen Xian. Previously, for most people, they are still relatively unfamiliar. After all, only a few people like to watch live broadcasts. Can end from this press conference. It can be said that it is a household name. It only took less than half an hour. 3 problems that arise out of the blue. Occupying the top 3 hot searches. At this time, countless people cheered and poured into Chen Qing's live broadcast room. Brothers, there is definitely someone blocking the house in front of you. Watch me copy his retreat. Chen Chang wearing headphones. Playing games with concentration. But at this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly seemed to explode. Anchor, you still play yarn games? Your grandpa is so popular. We want to see the old man's body regenerated. The more I think about it, the more incredible it becomes. Is this the same as in the novel? Just 10 minutes. More than 20 million people cheered in the live broadcast room. Chen Shang was completely confused. She also knew something was wrong. These audiences are definitely not here to watch you play games. She was about to speak out her words. A large audience already started to explain to her what just happened. Wait until she finishes reading. She was stunned. My great-grandfather. Yesterday. Did you really cure I have a little birdie? Yesterday. Chen Shang, who watched the whole thing at close range. Very confused. Yesterday, my great-grandfather sat cross-legged and chanted for a while. Cured an Edison's disease that is more than 100 kilometers away? At this moment, the scientific worldview she has learned since she was a child collapsed. Just then, door opens. Chen Xian walked in. He went to the Li Yuan today to listen to a play. Drinking a pot of tea all day. Feeling quite good. Grandpa Chen Shang rushed over directly. Excited little face flushed. His little hands tightly grasped Chen Xian's sleeves. My good granddaughter, slow down. Speak slowly if you have something to say. Don't worry. Chen Xian looked at her with a smile. Wake up this time. He's dedicated to this. He has taken care of his great-granddaughter for 2 years. He really loves it. After he learned the whole story, Chen Xian laughed and said, Really, that's really good. That Edison is lucky. It just so happened that Grandpa. I just prayed for you. Chen Xian naturally knew that he had cured him. But he doesn't intend to publicize it. Mu Xiu Yulin. The wind will destroy it. In this helpless age, being too ostentatious is not a good thing. It'll be fine if Gu Wu reveals himself. Forget about magic in magic. So as not to arouse the greed of those in power. Afraid but not afraid. But I'm too lazy to make trouble. But the joint press conference of the top 10 experts. Chen Xing said with some doubts. Chen Xian waved his hand. Even experts are wrong sometimes. Believe in science. The Magic City guest house on the other side. Jing Zizhen was deeply touched. What to do? Don't be fooled. Chen Xian's words can deceive laymen. But can't deceive him. What happens to be lucky? It's all nonsense. No matter how lucky a person is, it's impossible to grow a leg out of thin air. I think we should forget about it. Don't disturb me from above. We have no other choice. If it doesn't work, just pretend it doesn't happen. Someone sighed and said. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Jing Zizhen shook his head. Stand up and walk to the window. His voice was solemn. It's not appropriate, you and I both know that. He definitely has some means that we don't know about. A technology that can regenerate severed limbs. What this technology means for medicine. You also understand. I plan to talk to Qin Xian directly in the live broadcast room. You can choose to go or leave silence. No one speaks. Everyone is considering it individually. Jing Lao said it simply. But it won't be easy if this matter continues. Easy to hit the red line. The above is an iron rule. There must be a reason why you say not to be disturbed. Now under the premise that Chen Xianhui refuses. No matter what method. Then ask. They are all suspected of disturbing. If you don't do it well, it can easily lead to fire. Self-immolation. Not worth the hard work. Sorry. I have to get back to work on the project as soon as possible. Now we have reached the critical point. A medical expert stood up. He bent slightly and left. One after another in the conference room stood up. Only Jing Zizhen, who was sitting in the first place, remains as motionless as a mountain. The old body seemed to be nailed to the chair. True believer. even if no one supports it. You must also stick to your decision. Jing Lao. I'm with you. Just then, a person suddenly sits down again. Zhang Ziyuan. The first famous person to get this medical record. He, a famous Chinese medicine expert who has never been favored. He actually chose to stay. Lao Shang, why are you crazy? Traditional Chinese medicine has just been recognized by some people above. Another master of traditional Chinese medicine, Master Yu, pulled him. Shouted in a low voice. The environment for traditional Chinese medicine has been bad over the years. There has been some improvement in recent years. The two of them are gradually recognized by some people. Now get involved here. It's easy to get burned. Falling short of success. Lao Yu, let's go. Your baijiao shop has been passed down for hundreds of years. It can't be broken. Mr. Jing is right. I have to see how that guy did it. Jing Zizhen praised. Call the assistant to come in. Connected to Chen Xing's live broadcast room. Chen Xian is still chatting with many netizens. But suddenly I saw that the screen in front of me was divided into two. I'm on the left. Right. Two bosses sitting in the conference room appeared. They haven't spoken yet. The audience got excited first. Good guy. Professor Jing came to connect in person. The other one seems to be Master Zhang. Both are top medical experts in the country, representing traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine respectively. Hello Mr. Chen. The two of them said hello first. Respectful attitude. Chen Xian's attitude changed from his previous friendly attitude. Chuckled softly. These people are a little too much. I clearly don't want to be disturbed. You dare to test yourself again and again. Just such a moment of effort. A change in eyes. The unison made tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room shiver. I just feel the biting cold wind. The barrage is almost gone in an instant. A miracle. And Jing Zizhen and Zhang Ziyuan. I just feel like I've fallen into a bottomless abyss. Scalp is fried. Pissed him off. The two suddenly realized. Why don't you allow me to disturb this person? This one is definitely not simple. They even have a feeling secretly. It seems that as long as the person opposite is willing, one look can kill you. Chen Xian didn't speak. The two of them couldn't even speak. The live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. Grandpa, Chen Xing feels something is wrong in the atmosphere. She shouted softly from the side. His hands were clenched together nervously. Hey Chen Xian's eyes softened. Responded to Chen Cheng. The atmosphere instantly came alive. Except for these two grandsons. Everyone in the live broadcast room gasped in unison. What happened just now? I suddenly felt that the old man was a scourge. I don't dare to breathe. The old man's aura is too strong. He actually managed to subdue so many of us. Tell me what's going on. Ignore the bustling door. Chen Xian asked slightly impatiently. What he hates most in his life is that others violate his will. The only immortal person in the world. What they say is that the law of heaven cannot be disobeyed. What kind of press conference are they holding earlier? Already made him a little impatient. Now you dare to come to me. The reason why we are giving these two people a chance to say something now. It's all because Chen Cheng is on the sidelines. Jing Zizhen spoke to the stunned Jing Zizhen opposite. And Zhang Ziyuan on the other side suddenly made a decision. An action that stunned everyone. He actually moved the chair. Kneel down directly in front of the screen. Shouted Chen Enren. You possess unparalleled medical skills. I beg you to preach and clarify my doubts. Have mercy on the world. Back then you taught the Zhang family the method of acupuncture and acupoints. But it happened to be in troubled times. All are now lost. Zhang Ziyuan of the Zhang family kowtows in shame. Bang, Zhang Ziyuan banged his head. Knocked down hard. He recognized it. He recognized who Chen Xian was. On the other hand, Song Haiping had thought about this issue before coming here. It can be said that the Song family relied on Chen Xian to support them back then. Chen Xian at that time. It can be said to be the backer of the Chen family. The relationship between the two families is very close. There are basically not many families like this in the Magic City. Shen Xing understood immediately. Go directly and apologize to netizens. Sorry everyone. We have guests at home. Today's live broadcast will end first. She ignored netizens' requests to continue the live broadcast. Shut down the computer neatly. Seeing this, Song Haiping took a deep breath. He explained something in a low voice. A lot of things happened after Uncle Chen left that year. Chen Xian listened quietly. He always looked calm. After a long time, he nodded gently. I have a calculation in my mind. Hey, it's all their own lives. I told them back then. After I left. Don't get involved in it. There will be chaos in any dynasty. No wonder you, just these 4 simple words. But Song Haiping was relieved. The stone that weighs heavily on my heart these years finally moved away. Uncle Chen didn't blame himself. After talking about this, the atmosphere finally became much more relaxed. Chen Xian looked at the people behind him. The food boxes dragged in the hands. Chen Xian smiled and said, Wensi tofu, steamed pink crab, lion head. These are all Huaiyang dishes. It's rare that you still remember my taste. If you are interested, come on. Let's have a good drink or two today. The bright moon hangs high. Separated for a long time. A low-profile bulletproof car slowly drove away from Ziyuan. Song Haiping rubbed his eyebrows in the back seat. Sighed softly. Have the assets of Huifeng building been disposed of yet? On the co-pilot. Song Shanhe smiled bitterly. Grandpa, Huifeng Tower has always been the pillar industry of our family. The amount of funds involved is huge. I'm afraid it will take some time. After saying that, he seemed to say it again and again. Still couldn't help but ask. And we really need to send this money out like this. We are really going to break our muscles and bones. And your actions tonight. I'm afraid many people already know. No matter how powerful the Chen family was back then. They are all down now. Song Haiping glanced at him. Snorted coldly. The Chen family in the past was terrible. Not to mention covering the sky with one hand. But he also has the ability to control situations. Almost everyone remembers it. Much scarier than we are now. But the Chen family is so terrible. Without Uncle Chen. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tell me why. He knew that Grandpa was teaching him a lesson. Song Hushan thought deeply about it. Then he looked startled. Looks in disbelief. Later, Mr. Song slowly closed his eyes. The horror of the Chen family. It's not about how much money you have. How much power. How many connections do you have? But because Uncle Chen is here. Uncle Chen's power. Never rely on these common things. Don't look at it. There are only 2 people in the Chen family now. But if he wants, can get everything easily. Early morning of the second day. Chen Xing finished the bowl of crab roe porridge with great cheers. She patted her belly with satisfaction, then smiled and said, Great-grandfather. You won't go to Shanghai to give lectures until tomorrow. How about I take you around the Magic City today? Chen Shen finished the porridge slowly. Okay, I'm going to your school tomorrow. It's time to prepare some gifts. Current school. In Chen Xian's view, it's like the old school. In the past, I had to learn from my husband. That means you need to prepare for repairs. It's a very solemn thing. My granddaughter used to have no one at home. Naturally, these etiquettes were ignored. This time I'll go and say thank you myself. It should be. And I'm going too. Yu Xiaoshuang on the side quickly swallowed the buns in his mouth. He quickly raised his hands and shouted. Soon. The 3 of them came to the famous business circle of Magic City. They visited many stores. Even Chen Xian was not satisfied. All are handicrafts. I really don't like it. Shop till the end. Even Chen Qing felt a little sore in his calves. Grandpa, what do you want to prepare? The best gift shops in Shanghai are all here. These won't work. Chen Xian shook his head stubbornly. Once these things are released, it's just desecrating the school. I'd better write it with my own hand. Not finished yet. The old man turned around and entered a brush shop. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang were confused. They know that Grandpa is very good at martial arts. But can I still write with pen and inkstone? The store is decorated in an antique style. Looks very classy. Each brush is placed on the exquisite counter. Wooden and jade are different. There is no waiter in the store. There is only one old shopkeeper. There is a young apprentice next to him. This kind of high-end store does not rely on volume. The important thing is not to open for 3 years. Open for 3 years. Is there anything that the old gentleman likes? The shopkeeper pushed away the young apprentice who was about to talk receive in person. He has been engaged in writing, calligraphy and painting all his life. The eyes have long become piercing eyes. This customer. The boss could tell at a glance that it was not easy. Not to mention anything else, just the momentum when walking. It's not something that ordinary people can have. Must be a big customer. Chen Xian glanced at the store. He frowned slightly. Is this all the boss has? Although the items in the store are beautifully packaged. The pen holder is carved with dragons and phoenixes. But they are all fake. Average quality. Okay, just what Qing Xian said. The shopkeeper will know that someone who really knows the business is here. Good things, I have them here. But in terms of price, the price doesn't matter, as long as my great-grandfather is satisfied. Don't wait for her to finish. Chen Sheng, who just came in, said boldly. There were only 3 words in her expression, not short of money. Live broadcast room these days. Netizens swiped millions of dollars to the old man one after another. He exists together with the 10 million given by the Song family. Besides, how much money can a pen cost? I've spent tens of thousands of dollars and it's over. How much more expensive could it be? The shopkeeper heard it. Suddenly my eyes turned into slits from laughter. He turned and went to the back room. After a while, I came back holding a wooden box. The box is dark red. You can faintly see the patina on it. Watch the shopkeeper open it gently. Only one of them was seen. Looks like an ordinary brush. Lying quietly in the yellow silk. This brush looks ordinary everywhere. Only the tip of the pen is purple. This is the best. You didn't lie to us, did you? How much does this cost? Chen Sheng picked it up curiously. It was quite fun, I shook it up and down twice. Miss, please put it down. See her move. The old shopkeeper and the young apprentice were both frightened. Shout out in a hurry. This guest. This writing brush is the treasure of the shop. The price is 4.2 million. Be careful. This thing is worth more than 4 million. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang. Open your mouth enough to hold an egg. Then Yu Xiaoshuang said angrily, are you robbing money? Are you lying to me because you think we don't understand? Grandpa Chan, let's go and look elsewhere. This store is a scam. Gold of the same weight is not so expensive. It must be this unscrupulous profiteer. Seeing how old the old man is, I want to cheat him. But he didn't want Qin Xian to quietly push away his 2 granddaughters. He picked up the brush with concentration. After looking carefully for a few times, he smiled with satisfaction. I didn't expect that I can still see Ningxi's proclaimed purple hair now. This looks like a tribute from back then. Not bad, I haven't seen it in some years. I've used it before, it's very easy to use. More than 4 million is not a high price, I appreciate it. Not only did Qin Xian not think it was expensive. Instead, I thanked the shopkeeper. As if taking advantage of others. This scene made Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang's brains go crazy. The shopkeeper said with a smile. How about the old gentleman? If you are satisfied, you can try it and see how it goes. Chen Xian waited twice. I also happen to be in the mood. Ah, okay, then write a few words. The young apprentice on the side is very discerning. Heard this. Quickly spread rice paper on the table. Start grinding ink. Wait until everything is ready. A silent momentum lingered in the hall. Soon Chen Xian Shua 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 wrote a few big characters. The pen moves the dragon and the snake. Completed in one go. Only. Grandpa, you always write too fast. Not yet stained with ink. How about you write it again? Chen Cheng said awkwardly from the side. Yu Xiaoshuang also burst out laughing. The old man is so funny. There was no ink on it just now. Feelings are wasted. Chen Xian doesn't care either. There is no such thing as embarrassment. Pack the pen directly into the box. If there is no ink, there will be no ink. As long as you have the energy, that's it. Good granddaughter checks out. I saw that the old man really wanted more than 4 million to buy a writing brush. Chen Shang was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. I very much doubt that my great-grandfather has made a mistake. But great-grandfather likes him. I can only obediently go to the elementary school to prepare to swipe my card. Slow right now. The shopkeeper, who had been in a daze, suddenly shouted. Everyone asked and looked. I only saw the shopkeeper. It's like having Parkinson's syndrome. Holding the rice paper in both hands, it kept shaking. The master's young apprentice asked doubtfully. The shopkeeper ignored him. Instead, he looked at Chen Xian with reverence. Pleading with the old man. Can this calligraphy be sold to a small shop? What word? Didn't the old man forget to apply ink just now? A group of people looked at each other. They all looked at the piece of paper in confusion. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. All I saw was a long strip of rice paper. 8 large white characters appear vividly. Blessed as my heart is. All are happy. The handwriting is clear and vigorous. But just looking at it like this, you can feel the ethereal feeling. It's obviously a good calligraphy. And the pen was not stained with ink, but the words were written. This supernatural phenomenon made everyone even more confused. The old shopkeeper held the copybook with feverish eyes. Legend has it that when this calligraphy master achieved great success, ability to be guided by God, write down the divine words. I always thought it was a rumor. I never thought I would see the old gentleman today. How about selling me this copybook? I'm willing to bid millions. Boom. The young apprentices, Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuan, were all dumbfounded. A picture with 1 million words? Don't talk about modern calligraphers at this price. Even excellent works from modern times cannot be sold for this price. Chen Xian didn't expect to meet a knowledgeable person. He was also quite happy. A wave of his hand. The price is not high. But it's fate to meet you, I'll give it to you. The shopkeeper heard it. As if taking advantage of the sky. The best paper and ink will be ready for you soon. When you are finished, you can come and pick it up at any time. Ignore the shopkeeper's nagging. Chen Chang was afraid that he would regret it. Get ready to swipe your card quickly. 4.2 million brushes. Deduct 1 million words. A total of 3.2 million will be collected from you. The little apprentice held up the machine and said politely. Okay, Chen Xinggang is ready to pay. Who would have thought that the old shopkeeper would slap him? Suddenly he slapped the little apprentice on the head. This scene made Chen Xing feel nervous. Did the shopkeeper regret it? Master, my calculation is correct. The little apprentice said aggrievedly. I was confused and said 1 million per word. These 8 words total 8 million. You want change to give this girl 3.8 million. Boom. The crowd is like 5 thunders and a roaring cauldron. 1 million for a word is already an incredibly high price. The result turned out to be 1 million per word. The ancients said that a word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Today they finally saw it. Until you get the money and go out. Chen Cheng still found it incredible. Calligraphy and painting shop. The old shopkeeper looked carefully at the calligraphy. More and more fond of. Master, is this painting really so valuable? This is equivalent to draining our money. The young apprentice curled his lips. Complain a little. Open a shop here. You must prepare some working capital. It will be used for loading goods and rent. Ah, boy, you know nothing. The shopkeeper took out the best word frame in the store. Frame it carefully. If it weren't for the right eye of that old man. Don't say 8 million. You can't even buy the divine word for 80 million. Do you still think it's expensive? We are getting a huge advantage. Just this word. If you get it at Christie's auction, it can sell for at least 100 million. The young apprentice secretly smacked his tongue. He looked at the words. Can't believe it. Then the shopkeeper took out his mobile phone with a smile. Show off in a chat group. Guys, I got a piece of work. Not bad. Please appreciate and appreciate. A few minutes after the picture was sent, a chat group gathered by famous calligraphy masters exploded instantly. Am I dazzled? Write with the unstained ink of the divine realm. Definitely the legendary divine word. Sell me old Yao. No matter how much you charge. I'll add 30% more. A chat group with only a dozen or so people. The appearance of news swish swish. Full screen voice with little red dots. The old shopkeeper took a look. Vanity is completely satisfied. Antiques industry. Just on such an ordinary afternoon. Set off huge waves. On the other side, in the conference room of the Department of Medicine of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, Jing Zizhen sits at the front. Zhang Ziyuan is sitting first on the left. Others. They are all medical experts gathered from all over the Dragon Kingdom. Because tomorrow is the day Chen Xian agreed to give lectures. Final preparations are being made now. Guys, let me repeat it again. Mr. Chen will give a lecture tomorrow. There must be no mistakes. All medical students must arrive on time. Mr. Qin. I feel like it's a bit much for us to do this. Before he finished speaking, asked with a smile. That Mr. Chen. So far, we didn't find any medical experience. That is to say, except for cases that we can't understand now. There is no convincing evidence. Can show his medical skill level. Don't even talk about medical skills. Even this person's information. None of us have a single star. It can only be traced back to 2 years ago. He was suddenly found from Taishan Mountain. He was still crazy at the time. But Moda University is a top university after all. Let's start classes rashly. If not done well, it will easily form bad public opinion. This is related to the reputation accumulated by Shanghai University of Science and Technology over the past 100 years. We must be cautious. In addition, besides, the development of medicine to this day. Western medicine already has a complete scientific system. It can be said to be the mainstream of world medicine. Now, a master of traditional Chinese medicine appeared out of nowhere. Many people still think it's not very reliable. Chen Kang's case. They tend to have more of a miraculous component. Not to mention Chen Xian's approach to fantasy. Jing Zizhen admires it so much. Someone came out of nowhere. An old man who still sees hope in medicine. Among these pillars of the younger generation, many people are secretly guessing. Is Mr. Jing a little confused? Have you started to believe in ghosts and gods too? This possibility is not impossible. Many great people. This kind of thinking will appear in old age. Nothing to do with bachelor. Even Einstein. In his later years, he was also obsessed with theology. The ancient emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. On the road to pursuing immortality. Mr. Jing's current age. It is very possible that this is also the case. Otherwise, with his identity. Such a respected one. People who have never practiced medicine. It doesn't make sense. The younger generation of professors keep making eye contact. Jing Zizhen saw it in her eyes. I sighed helplessly. Although he is old, he is in a high position now. But we can't deny one thing. Long Wei is now the real mainstay of the medical community. These are still these young people in their 40s. I want these mainstays of the Dragon Kingdom's medical community to. If you agree, you have to show your true ability. It's useless to rely on words. After saying that, Jing Zizhen walked out of the conference room. Zhang Ziyuan smiled and followed him out. Wait until both of them go out. There was a chuckle in the conference room. Ha, these people of the older generation. After all, we cannot escape the laws of history. Sad and deplorable. I watched Mr. Chen's live broadcast. The physical fitness of an old man is indeed not that of someone over 100 years old. I'm actually a little curious too. What do we do now? Now that Mr. Jing has decided. There will definitely be an open class tomorrow. But we can't take away the credibility that the University of Magic has accumulated over the past century. To make a bet. Well, Mr. Chen will come tomorrow. You go up first and ask questions in the name of asking for advice. If he is really capable, then the class will start smoothly. If it is just a fake, he probably wouldn't be embarrassed to talk about it anymore. At that time, we will take advantage of the situation and develop it into a popular class. This matter can also be settled. Everyone nodded. That's a good idea. It didn't embarrass Mr. Jing. It also preserved the reputation of the University of Magic. Best of both worlds. The next day, at the entrance of Magic City University. Crowded with countless students. Look around. Crowds of people. Even so, there are still students coming to the school gate. After a while, a group of school leaders also followed Jing Zizhen out. I didn't expect there were so many people. He was very satisfied with this scene. More people means popularity. After a while in class, people will be indispensable. We don't dare to take credit for this. Someone behind him smiled and explained. It's all spontaneously produced by students. You rarely watch live broadcasts. May not know. Compared to medicine, Mr. Chen's ancient martial arts skills really drive young people crazy. Speaking of ancient martial arts, a group of people also sighed. Just then, the students in front suddenly shouted. Coming, coming. The old man is really here. A middle-aged man with cold eyes in the distance. He's holding his cell phone and whispering something. He lowered his head. And wearing a mask. Can't see the specific face clearly. Saw the target. Do you want to do it now? Lisi asked in a cold voice. Even if he is a professional mercenary. He never thought about it. One day, at the gate of the highest university in the Dragon Kingdom, carry out assassinations. So crazy. But that didn't scare him. Instead, he became excited. Opposite the phone. A moment of silence. Zhao Chengyi also gritted his teeth. He has never seen Xin Xian. But hate it. Because his only son Zhao Yi. First, I was given a business card by the old man. Turned into a half-crippled cripple. This is not over yet. And he was taken directly to the cell. The charge turned out to be ridiculous unfair business competition. Suspected of fraud. This is not the scariest thing. He originally thought it was just a matter of losing money and avoiding disaster. But through the relationship between top and bottom, he discovered to his despair. This time, there are external forces that are sparing no effort to add insult to injury. My son didn't fish it out and didn't say anything. During this period of time, the Zhao group have also been suppressed from all aspects. From public opinion to business competition. All-round 360-degree suppression without blind spots. Some people even revealed a lot. The dirty stuff I did in the past. In just a few days, Zhao Group's share price has evaporated by more than 90%. In one sentence, Zhao is finished. The tide is over. The root of all this is the old immortal. Zhao Chengye was frustrated. Chosen the final crazy revenge. Li Si is a professional. Have a great reputation in the international mercenary industry. It is said that he is also a martial arts master. Thoughts flashed by. Zhao Chengye said hoarsely. I've let you watch all of Chen Xian's videos. I don't know if you are his opponent. You take charge of it yourself. If I feel like I can kill him, the priority target is him. If you are not sure, then kill his granddaughter. One of them must die. I have prepared a ship for you at Port 6. I don't need to say more about the rest. Li Si did not answer. Hang up the phone directly. Throw your phone into the trash can. Turn around and go downstairs. What he is thinking now. It's not about whether you can complete the assassination mission. It's a matter of how to escape after completion. The target may be Gu Wu. But nothing to worry about. He has this confidence. The realms among ancient warriors are different. The difference in strength and location. There are 5 levels of martial arts training. They are to strengthen the limbs, trunk, 6 senses, innateness, and master. After exercising your limbs, not only is it powerful, the skin is more like old cowhide. Defense power greatly increased. Most of the elites in the military are at this level. If there is a correct method, the torso is also forged. The flexibility of the body will also be improved accordingly. Cultivate to this level. You can be said to be an expert anywhere. The king of soldiers is at this level. As for the 3rd level, the 6 consciousnesses. Anyone who can reach this level. They are all treasures from all countries. For those people. Smell like a dog. Vision like an eagle. Smell like a snake. A more mysterious and abnormal 6th sense. One man against a company that doesn't use thermal weapons. No problem. Li Si's arrogance did not come out of thin air. He is the 3rd level 6 consciousness strongman. Now walking around the world. Assassination is no longer just about money. It's for a breakthrough. The legendary 4th realm. Chen Xian just got off the bus at the school gate. Mr. Chen, thank you very much for coming to lecture today. Our students at Magic University. They are also looking forward to it. Jing Zixian's old face was full of smiles. Chen Xian looked at the young people around him. The interest is much higher. Smiling and chatting a few words, he said hello to the students around him again. Immediately aroused cheers. Master, please sign your name for me. I admire you so much. Does Gu Wu really exist? Can you give us a demonstration today? Please, right now. A hooded man swims against the current. He should have been quite noticeable, but surprisingly ignored by most people. Except Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Closer again. Li Si waited until he was within 3 meters of Chen Xian. Only then did I completely let down my guard. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. A little disappointed again. I accepted this task for free. This old man is a liar. Not an expert. If it is dangerous to yourself. My own spiritual consciousness has already sounded the alarm. But now that it's here. Just accomplished both goals. He was thinking. But he didn't hesitate at all. The whole person flew into the air. A hard knee hit Chen Cheng's head. At the same time, his right hand quickly touched his waist. A dagger shot out quickly. With a sharp sound, it went straight to Chen Xian's cheek. This scene was clearly seen by the surrounding students. Someone screamed. Jing Zixian also saw him. He was next to Chen Qing. No time to think about it. While roaring angrily, pushed Chen Cheng away. Standing in front of yourself. Xu Zi, you dare. Jing Zixian's eyes were filled with tears and her brain went blank. He never expected. At the gate of the highest university. There was actually an assassination attempt. Time seems to stand still around me. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. At the moment when tragedy is about to happen. A cold snort resounded throughout the audience. So brave. Immediately afterwards, a world-dominating aura swept out. Tens of meters spread out from Chen Xian's body. Everyone around them shuddered unconsciously. The temperature instantly dropped by more than 10 degrees. Don't wait for everyone to be surprised. Another extremely fantastic scene happened. At the critical moment, Chen Xian swept out a world-dominating aura. I don't know when my vigorous hand will be raised. Index finger and middle finger. The dagger has stopped in front of him. Throw it casually. Dagger changes direction. At a speed invisible to the naked eye. Fixed on Li Si, who was still in the air. Li Si immediately flew out upside down. Until the car hit the roadside. Cars weighing several tons. He was actually hit so hard that he moved sideways a lot. The dust has settled. The screams and shouts started to ring out. Call the police quickly. Is this an assassin? Oh my God, it's so scary. Grandpa, are you okay? Chen Qing finally recovered. He ran to Chen Xian in a panic. After confirming that nothing happened to the old man, she was relieved. My dear granddaughter, I'm fine. You go to the side to have a rest first. After speaking, Chen Xian restrained his breath. Walking towards the assassin lying on the ground. Ahem. Li Si's mission failed. He was severely beaten and paralyzed on the ground. He endured the pain and moved his body. Support your upper body and lean against the car door. Ahem, you are not the sixth sense. Is he an innate strong person? I didn't expect that there are actually innately powerful people in this world. Li Si's goal has always been to advance innately. In fact, he can also afford such arrogance. Strengthening limbs at the age of 11. 15-year-old living torso. At the age of 21, the six senses are understood. It can be said that martial arts is a constant pass. Unfortunately, this is the end. Since early 20s. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. More than 40 now. Not to mention promotion to innate. I didn't even see the innate door. He even once doubted. This world. Does that realm still exist? Or was it made up by predecessors? A layman can't tell. He understands in his heart. The dagger he just threw. Almost as good as a bullet. There is no problem at all when penetrating a 5mm steel plate. It is impossible for ordinary people to catch it with empty hands. Innate? Snort! Chen Xian sneered. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to him. In his eyes, this person's ancient martial arts realm. The kind with one look that can kill you. No matter what hatred. If you just attack and kill yourself. That's okay. Walking around the world. How can I not be feared by others? But this thing actually attacked Chen Qing. Completely offended Chen Xian's Ni Lin. After giving him a disgusted look. The people following the Song family outside without showing any traces. Winked. Turn around and walk towards Shanghai University. In full view. Especially when Chen Sheng is still there. Chen Xian did not take action. But this kind of person definitely cannot be let go alive. The Song family will take care of the funeral affairs. After all. The families who were attached to him back then. Just to serve his life. A family that can get along in that world. How can your hands be clean? Seeing him go. Li Si, who was still waiting to ask questions, became anxious. Wait, you haven't asked me who ordered it? I can tell you, I tell you everything. Tell me how to advance to Xiantian. I tell you everything. Don't wait for him to finish. Chen Xian has entered Moda University. And there was an ambulance at this time. The car stopped and came over. Two people ran out of the car wearing masks. Doctor carrying stretcher. Without any explanation, he pushed Li Si into the car. Sir, no matter what happens. You can wait until the injury heals. You must take over treatment now. I feel like my body is losing a lot of blood. Li Si also gave up making money. The moment I got in the car, I didn't know what I saw. Grasping hands outward with force. In addition, someone also ran over carrying tools. In just a few moments, the traces on the ground were cleaned up. The crashed car was towed away silently. Just a few minutes. The entrance of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. The peace of the past has been restored. It seems like nothing happened. Inside the Magic University. The students who had recovered from their emotions at this time. Everyone stared at Chen Xian with bright eyes. Not just students. Even the professors all looked weird. A face full of doubts about life. What just happened? They all see it really. An old man over 100 years old. Caught a throwing knife with his bare hands. And it's not over yet. In the blink of an eye, he throwing the flying knife back again. The most incredible thing is that throwing knife carries an adult. Knocked the car out. How much strength does this require? Chen Xian saw them in front of him. Talking endlessly. I can't help but have a few black lines on my forehead. Literary people love to get to the bottom of things. It's been like this since ancient times. Seeing that the person involved was getting impatient. The thinking of school leaders finally returned to reality. I'm really sorry for what happened to Mr. Chen just now. We didn't expect. Someone actually committed a murder openly at the gate of the University of Baltimore. Don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation. A Weinstein said through gritted teeth. Chen Xian didn't take it seriously. He waved his hand calmly and said, "No need, I won't bother you with this matter. Don't you mean that the students are ready? Come on, let's go directly to class." A few words. He exposed the matter. The Song family manor on the other side. Mr. Song is on crutches. Sitting upright on the Taisher chair. Waiting quietly for the news. In the narrowed eyes. Revealing a coldness that was unprecedented in the past. I have never seen Song Shanha look like this before. I always feel a little uncomfortable. Grandpa, I will take care of it. You can go to rest first. Waiting for the results of the interrogation over there to come out. I'll tell you right away. No, I'll wait here. Song Haiping rubbed his eyebrows and said solemnly. Mountains and rivers, remember. Uncle Chen's matters are more important than anything else. There can be no slightest neglect. Just while the two were chatting. Not long after. A subordinate came in. Everything has been checked. This guy's name is John Doe. He is a mercenary. Have a great reputation in the dark world. The person who hired him was Zhao Chengya. Report information obtained to subordinates in detail. Wait for him to finish. There is some hesitation on the face. What else? Say it all. Song Shanha said sharply. Subordinates no longer hesitate. He asked in a slightly frightened voice. This killer is a master of the sixth consciousness realm. Very strong. But all the bones in the body were destroyed by that dagger. Unbelievable. I suspect that the person who took action is already at the innate level. Shut up, this is not something you should consider. Song Shanha didn't wait for him to finish. Scolded sternly. At this time Song Haiping closed his eyes. The sun shines on him. Half in the morning. Half in darkness. Go ahead and take care of everything. The Zhao family is completely finished. Wait until the subordinates go out to do business. Silence returned to the room. The Song family's grandfather and grandson were silent and did not speak. After a while, Song Shanha still couldn't help it and asked anxiously. A master of six senses can be disabled by one move. Grandpa, what is Mr. Chen's realm? Is it possible that it really is already? No wonder he was so surprised. The Song family is an established family in the Magic City. I also have some professional ancient martial arts masters. Understanding the realm of ancient martial arts. It's also much deeper than the average person. The master of six senses is already the ceiling of ancient martial arts. Those two from the Song family don't have to do anything every year. Earn millions of annual salary for nothing. This is the realm. Song Shanhai had seen the two of them take action before. Not to mention flying around. But he can also jump 5 to 6 meters. Too strong to be human. But such a strong man. He actually didn't even leave in front of Chen Xian. Just thinking about it makes me feel cold. Mr. Song sneered, turned to look at his grandson, and said meaningfully. No one knows what level Uncle Chen is in. But 80 years ago, he killed an innate master. Innate? Song Shanha was speechless. I just feel my throat is dry and sore. There is sweat oozing out from the head. Yes. Song Haiping nodded. A flash of memory flashed in the eyes. It was a time of trouble. The world is far less peaceful than it is now. All the monsters and demons have come out. I remember that year when Huifeng building just opened. We are being targeted by cigarette dealer Lu Chang. You need us to help transport your personal work. Lu Chang is the real deal. Xiantian Realm Master. Famous at sea for his serial swords. Although I was scared at the time. But he still refused to help transport the smoke to harm the people of the country. In desperation, I went to Uncle Chen's door to ask for help. As a result, that night. Having said this, he couldn't help but pause. Just that night. Xiantian Lu, who has been running rampant in the demon city for many years. So he hung himself from the tree in front of Huifeng building. Not a single wave stirred up. At that time, it caused an uproar in the old demon city. It was also from that time. Only then did our Song family truly gain a firm foothold. Song Shanha couldn't help but click his tongue after hearing this. Say so. Mr. Chen was an innate plan back then. The lowest is the innate peak. Some of us old people even secretly speculated. Uncle Yi might even be the legendary master. Otherwise it wouldn't be that strong. At the same time, the Zhao family. Zhao Chengye slumped down on the office chair. Driven to distraction. He has got the news. My last resort also failed. At this moment, his mentality has completely collapsed. Waiting for the judgment to come. Zhao Chengye, who was once a tycoon, understood. The enemy's counterattack will come soon. Those people won't allow themselves to live. Until now. He doesn't even know who the enemy is. Because ever since my son provoked that old man. Except for the Song family who openly bite like crazy. There are also many people who take action secretly. Otherwise, the Zhao group would not have collapsed so quickly. Chen Xian, who are you? He gritted his teeth and thought with red eyes. Just then. A slight sound sounded. Zhao Chengye is like a frightened bird. Turning around suddenly. I saw that the originally closed office door had been opened. A cleaning employee wearing a sleeve. The cart came in. Looks like he wants to clean. Who let you in? Get out of here. The frightened Zhao Chengye was like an angry lion. Roared angrily. He casually smashed the ashtray on the table. The ashtray was grabbed by the cleaning lady with one hand. Looking at him half-smilingly. Take a few steps forward. And gently placed it on the table. Chairman Zhao. Don't be so angry. It's not a good habit to throw things away. Zhao Chengye was stunned for a moment. Then react. Face changes drastically. Asked with trembling lips. You are not my employee. Are you here to kill me? Who invited you here? How much was given? I'll give you double? No. 3 times. Tell me the number. I will never bargain. Baojie clicked her tongue. Walking slowly like a cat catching a mouse. Said with a smile. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to help you commit suicide. As for the money, give it to me. I don't dare to ask for it either. I'm from Migratory Birds. Have you heard of it? Zhao Chengye's face turned pale. Of course he knows about the Migratory Birds organization. Not long ago. He also hired. Li Si was organized by migratory birds. Migratory birds have a big reputation on the dark web. So far, it maintains a 100% success rate. Known in the dark world for his dedication to work. You made a mistake. You shouldn't kill me. You should kill Chen Xian. Your people didn't get the job done. You should take revenge. Zhao Chengye backed away like crazy. Roared and shouted. Baojie stepped forward quickly. Hands wearing rubber gloves. Covered Zhao Chengye's mouth and nose. Press him on the chair. Said in a gentle tone. Look, I want to make you look decent. Why don't you understand things yourself? Wouldn't it be better to die quietly? Finally, I'll tell you a secret. Our supreme leader issued a secret order. Who dares to provoke Chen Xian and the people around him? Don't say that Li Si is dead. Even if you are not dead, I will also execute him with my own hands. Li Si took over the task privately. Even if you die, forget it. But now we can only use your employer's life. Go and apologize to that guy. You won't mind, right? Zhao Chengye's struggle became weaker and weaker. Eyes full of shock and unwillingness. He never expected. The killer is not sent by the enemy. He actually died first at the hands of this killer organization. And use yourself to apologize. Chen Xian, who is he? After a long time, he completely lost his breath. Offices are empty. Zhao Chengye was disguised as committing suicide in the office. Only a suicide note was left. Less than 10 minutes passed. 2 more electricians carrying cables on their backs walked into the office. Oh my God. Late. Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, auditorium. Below is the huge crowd. Noisy. I heard that Chen Xuanjun is here to give lectures. Not just the Department of Medicine. Many students from other departments slipped in. There is only one Taisher chair on the high platform. Chen Xian sat upright, looking down. Looks dull. Unmindful of the gazes of thousands of students. Students, please be quiet. Today we invited Mr. Chen Xian. Come teach us. After Jing Zizhen introduced it. Also go and sit down in the audience. The students did not quiet down. Instead, they all cheered. What does the old man have to say about medicine? Are you going to tell us about ancient martial arts today? Do you really know martial arts? Do you know the 6 meridians divine sword and Tathagata divine palm shown on TV? Listening to the questions. Chen Xian then narrowed his eyes. Scan the whole place. The silent momentum radiates out. Such a big auditorium. Thousands of people. It was as if they were being strangled by the neck. Silence. Everyone feels scalp numbness. I don't even dare to look at the stage. It's like there's a god sitting there who can't be looked directly at. Seeing this, Chen Xian nodded with satisfaction. Go straight to the topic. Traditional Chinese medicine has been inherited since ancient times. It's definitely not the heresy that many people think now. It's just that Western medicine is rampant now. And there are fewer people inheriting traditional Chinese medicine. Yulong's confusion caused the current situation. I saw Chen Xuanjun starting classes. The professors below were anxious. Mr. Chen's martial arts attainments are definitely very high. They all agree on this. But this does not mean that his medical knowledge is also very high. Especially to talk about. Still. Traditional Chinese medicine, which is still controversial in the medical community. It's about the school's reputation. I don't care about being afraid now. Dean Lu Hong immediately stood up bravely. Asked loudly. Mr. Chen, since you said that Chinese medicine has real abilities. Excuse me then. How could it happen in just a few decades? Completely replaced by Western medicine? As for acupuncture. Except for some rural doctors. It's completely useless. How do you explain this? Chen Xian slowly looked at him. This issue was discussed by Ren Shigang when he came to study with me. The second year of Dogwang. Emperor begins. Imperial doctors were prohibited from performing acupuncture on the emperor. The reason was that he was naked in front of the royal doctor. Disgraceful to the emperor's dignity. As soon as this order comes out, acupuncture has since declined. This has nothing to do with the effect of acupuncture itself. It's not a matter of medical skills per se. Traditional Chinese medicine has a 1,000-year history. How much hard work of good doctors has been put into it? How can it be denied at will? I'm going out this time. I just can't bear to see it. The art of traditional Chinese medicine has been completely lost. Just started giving lectures here. Today I will teach you acupuncture and acupuncture points. I hope you can pass it on. Ran Shigong? The last dynasty's royal doctor of the Taiyuan Hospital. Even the arrogant professors. I don't dare to say that I can match that person's medical skills. A doctor who specializes in treating nobles in the palace. Anyone without 2 brushes would have died long ago. Definitely really capable. He actually sought lessons from Mr. Chen. This time, everyone was completely stunned. Next time. Chen Xian cited scriptures. Explained the acupuncture point method thoroughly. Everyone didn't care from the beginning. Gradually I heard the concentration. From time to time heated discussions erupted. Many people's eyes have shined. Excitement and patience. Wait until the class is over. The whole hall was silent. Di Lu Hong was the first to stand up. Bow solemnly. Mr. Chen Xian. I represent the Department of Medicine of the University of Magic. Thank you for your selfless legacy. Your lesson today will greatly promote the progress of medicine. Also reintroduce Chinese medicine to the world. He said these words from the bottom of his heart. Sincerely. At this moment, how could he not understand the preciousness of acupuncture? Immediately after the second and third, the countless students stood up one after another. Thanks with an excited little face flushed. Just based on today's class. Them. Of course it is impossible to completely learn acupuncture and acupoints. But everything is difficult at the beginning. Chen Xian brought them in today. Just study hard. Sooner or later you can master it skillfully. Chen Xian and others calmed down. Then he stood up with a smile. Waving to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng hurriedly handed over Grandpa's box. My great-granddaughter has studied here for many years. Thank you for taking care of me. I wrote this letter myself. Give it to Morgan Stanley today to express your gratitude. I heard that he received a scholarship fund from the college back then? If possible. I hope the school will auction this painting. The funds will be used to provide educational aid to the poor. What do you think? Chen Xian handed the box to Jing Zizhen. You are so polite. It's all what we should do. It's just that if it's auctioned, that's fine too. Naturally, Jing Zizhen would not refuse this request. It's just that he's worried if it's put up for auction. You can't sell it for much money. It will look embarrassing then. Today's calligraphy and painting schools are normal phenomena. The University of Magic often accepts donations. The comparison is not unfamiliar either. Forget it, since Mr. Chen asked so. Then auction. At worst, I'll take out my savings when the time comes. Find someone to buy it. Jing Zizhen thought silently. Chen Xian saw through his mind at a glance. But just smile. Not broken. Not even bothering to explain. Ignorant boy. You know nothing about the value of your words. The dignitary who wanted to ask for his own handwriting. It can go 180 miles from here. After finishing everything, Chen Xian took his great-granddaughter to say goodbye and left. Wait until Chen Xian leaves. The leadership team of Magic University headed by Jing Zizhen. Gather in the conference room again. Who is that? Executive Vice President. Let's go and auction Mr. Chen's calligraphy first. This matter needs to be dealt with. The rest of us study acupuncture and acupoints carefully. The more I see this medical skill, the more excited I become. Very knowledgeable. After giving a casual instruction, a group of experts and professors concentrate on your newly acquired medical skills. Discuss with interest. As for the auction, already forgotten by everyone. Zun on the other side. Grandpa, do you think this intensity is okay? Earned enough face at his alma mater. Chenxing fully satisfies his vanity. Rubbing the old man's shoulders diligently. I'm so happy that I can't even open my eyes. This trip to the devil. For her, it is no less than returning home in fine clothes. Extremely excited. While serving the old man, his eyes kept glancing towards the group of classmates. Looking at the admiration of my college classmates. Even more happy. This scene also plunged the live broadcast room into a sea of joy. Ha, isn't the goddess little vanity too cute? Brothers, go and see. Magic University live broadcast room is opened. We're going to start auctioning the old man's handwriting. As soon as this barrage appeared, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped by more than half. The words to the old man. How much can it be auctioned for? Everyone is still very concerned. Chenxing saw this. I also hurriedly clicked into the live broadcast room of Magic University. Mr. Qinxian not only has profound thoughts and medical skills. Personality is even more sublime and great. He asked us to put this calligraphy up for auction. Proceeds from the auction will be used to support poor students. Okay, now let's take a look at this text. What exactly is written? I should be so envious of this trip. Stay true to your original intention. Open the scroll. Vigorous handwriting appears. It's just that the auctioneer seems stupid. Staring blankly. I was speechless for a long time. Not just him. So do many viewers. Can make anyone fall into enlightenment. Unbelievable. After a long time, the host came back to his senses. Hold back the horror in my heart. Then he continued to host the auction. This is simply unimaginable. Unexpectedly, a word. It can actually cause such a miraculous phenomenon. Stop gossiping. Our auction officially begins. Base price, starting from 10,000. This price makes many new viewers shine. Now as long as you are not a fool. Everyone knows that this calligraphy is absolutely valuable. Buy it and earn it. Are you desecrating this word? 50,000. 80,000. 110,000. Prices are rising. Just for a while. Has climbed to over 1 million. Is calligraphy so profitable? It makes me sad to see it. Work hard all your life. You can't make enough money for a painting of someone else's words. Old viewers were happy to see this. Only 1 million? Are you kidding me? This is the beginning. The fun hasn't started yet. I tell you secretly. This painting requires at least 2 zeros. Add 2 zeros after 1 million, 100 million? Don't talk about new viewers. Even the auctioneer was confused. Not finished yet. A gorgeous rocket appeared in the live broadcast room. The price of the library pavilion is 350 million. The auctioneer was dumbfounded. Guru, this gentleman. Are you sure the amount you entered is correct? Instantly jumped from 1 million to 350 million. Directly doubled 350 times? It's incredible. My mouth is a bit awkward to speak at this moment. Swallowed and said. 350 million once. Does anyone else want to increase the price? Of course. Without exception, they are all first-class auction companies. Final. The price was quoted to 1.7 billion by a company called Poly Auction House. What are you two girls doing? Sit tight. Chen Xian changed his clothes and went downstairs. I saw Chun Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang stretching their necks. My mind is almost stuck in the computer screen. I couldn't help but scolded. Yu Xiaoshuang turned around and saw the old man. My eyebrows trembled with excitement. Grandpa Chen, your father and son made 1.7 billion. A total of 1.7 billion. When saying this, she admires her so much that her eyes are full of little stars. When Chen Xian heard this, he hummed noncommittally. Not much interested either. I remember when calligraphy was just perfected. Whim. I also wrote a big picture and took it once. That time the royal family was responsible for building momentum. Participants are all celebrities from around the world. The scale is much larger than this time. I forgot the last transaction price. Anyway, I remember there was a prince. Sold both the palace and the vast hectares of fertile land. It seems that the tax of the fief for 80 years has been imposed? You couldn't live any better this time. Okay, stop looking. You two go and call me the boy at the door. Chen Xian is sitting on the sofa. Casually ordered. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang obediently got up and went out to call someone. They also know that there is always someone guarding their door. It was someone arranged by the Song family. Just to help the old man. Block interference from irrelevant people. After a while, the two girls were accompanied by a capable middle-aged man. Walked into the room. Mr. Chen, a middle-aged man wearing a black tunic suit. Every movement and silence is clean and tidy. Calm movements. Just say hello when you come in. Didn't say much. This made Chen Xian very satisfied. Lian Jiazi? Where are you? Chen Xian took out a small box from his body. Carefully wrap it with a piece of yellow silk. Asked casually. Yes, you have been practicing martial arts since childhood? I just had my torso broken last year. Even with the calmness of a middle-aged man. Hearing Chen Xian ask about his martial arts level. There is also some shortness of breath. News that this person may be a congenital expert. It has been sent to the Song family's security team. Naturally, he also got the news. The innate realm is elusive but elusive. If this person could give me some casual advice, that will last a lifetime. After Chen Xian finished wrapping, he looked at the box with satisfaction. After putting it away, he turned around and said, do things well. Show me how many years it will take before talking about it. Go out and tell Song Haiping. He celebrates his birthday today. Don't you dare not send me an invitation? Tell him to come over to me. Middle-aged man ecstatic. These are two great events for the Song family. I'll show the old man the door for a few years first. That means there may be good fortune in the future. Mr. Song didn't send an invitation to this person. It's not that I don't want to invite. But I don't dare to disturb this person at will. It's a great joy to take the initiative to go there. Song's manner. Song Haiping puts on festive clothes. And with his own hands, he removed the already thinning hair on his head. Combed neatly. Then I was satisfied and measured myself in front of the dressing mirror. Although extremely old. But the old style can still be seen between the eyebrows. People feel refreshed when happy events happen. Since Chen Xian came back, he is always in a good mood. Otherwise, according to his previous temperament. The most I can spend my birthday is in the courtyard. Have a meal with the family members. Grandpa, the more you live, the more energetic you become. Song Shanhai is the most favored third generation. Waiting on the sidelines. I saw the old man dress neatly. Making a fool of oneself. He also obediently handed over the cane. But you, kid, can talk. Song Haiping walked back and forth a few steps. Then he raised his hand and touched the age spots on his face and sighed. It's a pity that I can't live for a few days. In the future, our Song family. I still have to rely on you to support me. Let's go, don't keep them waiting. Song Shanha smiled slightly bitterly. No answer. Grandpa told the truth. This old man who has experienced extraordinary times. No better than anyone else. My physical condition is not very optimistic. Grandpa celebrated his 105th birthday this year. Although it looks like he can still walk and move. But the body function is approaching the extreme. The doctor has already said. At the latest, it will be this winter. Can I still live this year? I'm afraid I'll have to go to the grave next year. While talking, the two slowly walked out of the manor. The car is ready at the door. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. I was a few steps behind before I answered the call. What? Mr. Chen asked his grandfather to pick him up? Okay. He hangs up the phone. Song Shanha smiled much more relaxedly. He knows Mr. Chen's position in Grandpa's heart. Step forward immediately. Grandpa, Mr. Chen wants to attend your birthday banquet. Shall I ask you to pick him up? What? Uncle Chen is coming? The wrinkles on Song Haiping's face opened with laughter. I just feel that my whole body is smooth. The last birthday in this life. It's not a bad idea to invite Uncle Chen. The old guys back then were envious to death because they knew. Immediately afterwards, he slapped Song Shanha on the head. In the confused eyes of the other party, he cursed. Help me into the car quickly. What a fart. What should I do if I make Uncle Chen wait anxiously? Ziyuan dozens of minutes later. A low-key motorcade parked outside Ziyuan. Just an inconspicuous black car. Driving into the community. Grandpa Song, Brother Song. Chen Xingqing was waiting at the door. When I saw the two of them getting out of the car, I hurriedly ran over. Hey, good girl, where is Uncle Chen? Grandpa is waiting for you in the living room. I'll go find him. Chen Chang turned around and wanted to go back. Who would have thought that this would frighten Song Haiping? Grab Chen Chang. Don't break the rules. I have to go in and invite you. Can't beat Song Haiping. Chen Xing could only support him and slowly walk to the villa. It can be seen that the old man is very anxious. Breathing a little short. But my body is not strong enough. The speed just can't be increased. Don't wait for him to walk up the steps. The door has been opened. Chen Xian walked out carelessly. Nua, eat this first. Let this be your birthday gift today. Chen Xian threw him a small box. Then I got in the car directly. Aha! Song Shanha on the side received it with both hands and handed it to his grandfather. This is Song Haiping seems to have remembered something. My hands are shaking a little. Slowly opened the yellow silken box outside. There is a pill lying quietly inside. Crystal clear and slightly cool. Just by looking at his appearance, you can tell he is not ordinary. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Song Shanha was shocked. Quickly help Grandpa smooth his back. Pat gently. I'm afraid that if he gets excited, the day will end like this. At the same time, I subconsciously wanted to take the elixir box over. Who would have thought that his hand hadn't even touched the box yet? He was immediately slapped away by the old man. Then he swallowed it indiscriminately as if he was afraid of being robbed. I was so choked that I rolled my eyes and refused to spit it out. Grandpa, what are you doing? This really scared Song Shanha. A pill as big as a pigeon egg. Even I don't dare to eat in such a daze. I almost jumped up. Even if I still believe in Chen Xian in my heart. You also need to check it. What to do if there are heavy metals? For a moment, I was so anxious that my forehead was sweating. Don't talk about him. Even Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang were shocked. Grandpa Song's physical condition doesn't look very good. Don't eat this to death. That birthday ceremony turned into a funeral. If the Song family spared me, it would be considered an evil sect. Don't make any noise. Song Haiping, who had taken the elixir, waved his hand. Tell everyone to be quiet. His eyes are closed. It's like feeling the changes in the body. Seeing this, other people did not dare to speak out anymore. I dare not make any moves. About 2 minutes later. A long sigh of relief. Song Haiping opened his eyes. Oh my God. The calm Song Shanha was startled. Swallowed in disbelief. The old man's hunchback has been cured? Song Haiping raised his hand and touched it. There are fine beads of sweat on the forehead. But at the same time, I just feel all the bones in my body. They all have an indescribable frivolity. Especially my legs that used to tremble all the time. Stand firmly. There was no feeling of any difficulty at all. Unspeakable pleasure. Definitely Binkington. He didn't expect. I also have the chance to take this elixir in my life. Others almost laughed out loud. Song Haiping thanked the leader for the medicine. Mr. Song can guard your home for another 10 years. Turn around and kneel down solemnly towards the car. Pay homage. His loyalty is such that he is willing to compare himself to a dog. Grandpa Song Shanha subconsciously wanted to help the old man up. But suddenly I realized something. Stop slowly. 10 years? He subconsciously didn't believe it. Can a pill extend life by 10 years? This sounds like a heavenly book. But after quietly observing Grandpa's physical condition, face changes drastically. Then he also lay down on the ground. Not like fake. They both knelt down. How dare the other drivers and guards of the Song family still stand? Kneel down together. Okay, get up. Every time I see you, I either cry or kneel down. What are you doing? There are so many things to do with you. An impatient voice sounded from inside the car. Song Haiping got up from the ground in one fell swoop. How do you look like an old man in your movements? Smiling and shouting to all around. Why? Let's leave now. Come on, get in the car. Peace Restaurant. This is an old store with a history of hundreds of years. You can tell it from the name of the sign. Several of its signature dishes that have remained unchanged for 100 years are famous in the north and south. If you come here to eat, you will have an authentic meal. Slowly, he gained great fame in the Magic City. There is a faint trend of being the leader in catering. Over time. Want to eat here? I'm embarrassed to come in even if I don't have any status. Even if you have money. A meal ticket must be reserved half a month in advance. But today, this hotel has actually been booked by someone. Old people in the hotel are in private rooms on the second floor. The young ones were noisy in the hall. Sister Lin, your company has recently gone public? Many people recommended your stocks to me. Let's stop talking. Talk about making money. It has to be Brother Song's house. Nothing else to say. Hui Feng building is like a mountain of gold that can never be dug out. Ah, that's that. Ignore what young people say. In the private room, there was a hint of worry on the brows of several old people. Brother Song is really in trouble? I heard it was, probably this year. I figured it out quickly. Otherwise, with his temperament, I won't celebrate my birthday in such a flamboyant way. Let's do this today. Maybe I want to say goodbye. Song Yen, how is your father? A middle-aged man near the door heard this. Sigh lightly. Shook his head. The doctor said. The latest will be the end of the year. As soon as this statement came out, several old people fell silent. They look good. In fact, he took advantage of the Song family. Mr. Song is really powerful in the Dragon Kingdom. Without his help, some of them are not as prosperous as they are now. Zhenghu is not about fighting and killing. It's about human nature. The tree falls over the lake and the sun scatters. Leave tea to cool down. I have always been a person who eats people without spitting out their bones. As soon as Mr. Song left, there is no one in several dynasties. In the end, it is inevitable to be divided up. Okay, let's not talk about this today. All be happy. Don't let Brother Song see it. That's right, why is Brother Song going? Why hasn't this point arrived yet? Song Yen looked at his watch and smiled bitterly. He went to pick someone up. Let's wait for this now. Pick someone up? Mr. Zhao was unhappy and frowned. Can his body and bones still pick up people? This is no longer nonsense. Who is so arrogant? The other elders also looked puzzled. Can Big Brother Song pick him up regardless of his serious illness? And leaving people like myself here to hang out? What is the identity of the visitor? It's not like the big officials from the Magic City either. I don't know much. You also know that I love teaching. Don't interfere with family affairs. Mountains and rivers followed. When I think about it, it seems to be an old man named Chen. My dad calls him Uncle Chen. Bang, several old people stood up in unison. Face full of shock. The tables and chairs were knocked down to the ground. Could it be the one from back then? No way, if this is still alive. How old are you? Song Yen. Look at the posture of these people, they are a bit fierce. Who is that? Who is Uncle Chen that my father mentioned? But at this time, how can these old men still care about him? An elderly person with an average age of over 70. More excited than the young people downstairs. Come on, please, vacate this private room. Be sure to clean it up. Soon. A strange scene occurred at the entrance of the Peace Hotel. 3 old established families of Song Jiaolin in the Magic City. Standing in a military posture with all your strength. Don't wait for people passing by to be surprised. Another shocking scene occurred. The old shopkeeper of Peace Hotel, Spoonley, who has been retired for more than 20 years, came out in a wheelchair. My good boy. This guy is over 100 years old now. Is a real old man. Same generation as Mr. Song. The old man from Lin Zhao's family. They are all more than 20 years younger than others. It is said that I cooked for Yuan Data back then. You are here too. Mr. Chen is back again. I must come and see. It seems like their driver is picking someone up. Those who pass by can't help but secretly take photos. Everyone is thinking about who can have such a big face. Even soon. A tabloid reporter came over after hearing the news. Hiding secretly in the corner. Time passes slowly. About 20 minutes later. A motorcade stopped in front of the hotel. My dear. Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang, who got off the bus first, were almost dumbfounded. I saw a crowd of people standing in front of the hotel. Not a suit and leather shoes. Just wear gold and silver. A brand-name suit. The Tang suits worn by those old people. One look at it and you can tell it's horribly expensive. These are all wealthy and powerful people. But these people are all well-behaved. Stand at the door. Staring nervously at the car door. Gulu, Qinger. Don't tell me. These people are all here to pick up Grandpa. Yu Xiaoshuang swallowed nervously. Don't say she hasn't seen this scene before. I guess her father has never seen him. Her family can only be regarded as a small noble in the Magic City. I can barely qualify as a billionaire. Even if you stand on tiptoe. It's not as good as any of the ones here. Now these people who could only look up to before. They were all waiting obediently at the door. At this moment, Mr. Song also got out of the car. Quickly walked to the car in the middle. He bowed and opened the car door. Uncle Chen, here we are. Suddenly. Everyone at the door subconsciously stopped breathing. Waiting for the arrival of the legend. Soon, Chen Xian got off the car. Sharp eyes swept over everyone. Majestic victory. Mr. Chen. At the entrance of the Peace Hotel, everyone lowered their hands and said hello in unison. No one dares to raise their head and look at each other. So Chen Xian glanced at. Too lazy to pay attention to other people. Direct gaze. Gathering around old man in wheelchair. I feel vaguely familiar. I should have seen it before. Spoonley saw a familiar figure. Tears all over the place. Lips trembled. Mr. Chen, it's me, Shaoli. You loved the Yangchen noodles I made back then. I never thought I would see you before I die. I'm so happy. Chen Xian listened to Yangchen noodles. Then I remember the person in front of me. I looked up and glanced at the sign of Peace Hotel. He smiled lightly and said, "Why does this sound so familiar to me?" It turned out to be that noodle shop back then. last time he was born. It's a critical moment for spiritual practice. All delicacies are hard to swallow. I only like this restaurant's Yangchun noodles. It's light and has a special fragrance. So come often. But after all, it's just food. It didn't leave much of an impression. Spoonley was even more excited when he heard this. Eat quietly. No one is allowed to cause trouble here. Mr. Chen, because of your words back then. No matter how chaotic the whole old devil is. It didn't affect Heping restaurant. Let my Li family survive those turbulent years. Whether it's on loan or those terrible red and black flower sticks. When you come here, you pay for your meals honestly. No one dares to make trouble. I will never forget this great kindness until my death. It's my pleasure to see you again today. No matter what, let me cook you another bowl of noodles. Say a few words. The old shopkeeper didn't dare to disturb Chen Xian's time too much. Thank you again and step back. Carefully prepare the last bowl of noodles in this life. Chen Xian also felt a little emotional for a while. Back then, I was just like a stupid young man who guarded the door for myself. And the song guy who secretly sells antiques is old. The noodle cook who just giggles. He's about to be buried. Time flies. Only you can survive forever. He waved. Entered the hotel first. Soon we arrived at the leftmost room on the second floor. Looking out from here, you can see the mighty Huangpu River at a glance. Look at the furnishings in the room again. Chen Xian nodded. Take the first seat. It's okay, it's all the same. No change. Back then, he liked to see him in this position. Longing for nearly half of the magic city. After sitting down, he waved his hands impatiently. You go about your business, today is your birthday. I have to show up no matter what. Don't worry about me. I'm here to see the scenery by myself. Take them too for a spin. Meet those young people. What's the point of staying with an old man like me? Seeing Chen Xian say this, Song Haiping naturally agreed. I went out with my two girls. Peace Restaurant is divided into small hall, lobby, and private rooms on the second floor. They have all been taken over by the Song family. Sitting in the private room on the second floor were Chen Xian and the elders of the three families. The small hall is full of young people who are making noises. Hall. Here today are people from all walks of life in Shanghai who wish to celebrate their birthdays. Now. After Song Haiping took Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang out. First we came to the adjacent small private room on the second floor. The people inside are from the three major families. Two old ladies. And the second generation who gradually transitioned to power. Brother Song, Uncle Song. Come on, come on. Song Haiping smiled and invited Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang in. Two girls. This is your grandpa Zhao. Zhao has heard of it, right? Their shipping and shipping services are pretty good. What do you want in the future? You're right to find him. This is Grandpa Lin. Their hotel chain is available all over the country. Hello Mr. Lin. Hello Mr. Zhao. Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang shouted lively. A well-behaved face. People who can live to this point. Which one is not a human spirit? Lao Lin and Lao Zhao. I figured it out a long time ago. The relationship between these two girls and Chen Xian. A smile immediately broke out on his face. Immediately groped for their precious items from their bodies. Pass it to two people. Each is a jade pendant. A pendant. There is purple in the blue, it is definitely not an ordinary product. Besides, there are also two small golden Buddhas. It is said that it was opened in the ancient temple. Come, this is the meeting gift that Grandpa Zhao gave you. Take it. Chen Qing hesitated. I don't know whether I should accept it or not. Yu Xiaoshuang waved directly. No, no, no. I can't play this. Grandpa Chen was very embarrassed when he brought me over to play. How can I ask for gifts from everyone? My dad knows. You won't be able to forgive me. Look at the two people reacting like this. Song Shanha took it directly. Continue to stuff it for the two of them. Xi Nyatu. Today is a greeting gift from the elders to the younger ones. Don't refuse. And the bracelet I gave you last time. I have to take it away today too. This is the rule. As for the girl. Your father was, who is that? I know him. Mr. Song blushed for a moment. The Yu family is not a big deal. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoshuang appearing next to Chen Xian. He has never heard of such a name. Yu Xiaoshuang's face is covered with black lines. Do you really know my dad? Song Haiping said, don't worry about him. Uncle Chen will bring you here today. I treat you as one of my own. Feel free to accept it. Yu Xiaoshuang and Chen Xingjian couldn't refuse. Forced to burst into tears. Received a meeting gift worth tens of millions. So enthusiastic. The hall was full of people. Those who come here to celebrate birthdays are not qualified to enter the small hall. But he is also a person who has some connection with the three families. This is the noisiest place in the entire hotel. Because for many of them, I can step into this hotel today. You will have access to more resources and connections. Yu Junyi belongs to this kind of person. This time I can attend Mr. Song's birthday party. It's also a combination of circumstances. Got some contact with the Zhao family's business. Plus a ceremony for a certain third generation. Only then did he sneak in. At this moment, the middle-aged man was extremely excited. Quietly listen to the discussions of the industry leaders around you. It's not that I don't want to talk together. It's because the identity is not enough. Not qualified to interrupt. Everyone. You all saw the posture at the door just now. Who is here? What a great face. All the old men of the three families went to greet them. Mr. Zhao, you have the best information. Tell me who is here. Talking room. Everyone at the table looked at the fat man at the head. This person's surname is also Zhao. A distant relative belonging to the Zhao family. Because it has such a connection. And works as a deputy manager of the loan department in a bank. The most distinguished person on this table. Manager Zhao has a big belly. I listened to the flattery for a while, shaking my head. This is the mysterious way. No one is allowed to transfer to Zhejiang province. Have you heard all the recent rumors? The newly appointed governor of Zhejiang. Come to us. Because it has something to do with the Zhao family. So I will definitely come over to wish you a happy birthday. Think about it. Who else has such a big face except him? People around were shocked. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Recently, new officials have been appointed. That one has something to do with the Zhao family. If you come to celebrate your birthday today, it does make sense. At that moment, there was another burst of flattery from the people at the table. Mr. Zhao, you are about to be promoted again. The Zhao family is the direct descendant of this lord. Can I support you? Let's congratulate Mr. Zhao in advance. Come and cheers. Manager Zhao's face was red from drinking. I believed my own words. Wait until the topic is over. When people around are going around toasting. Yu Junyi came to Manager Zhao with a cup in hand. Mr. Zhao, let me toast you. If it weren't for your past care, how am I qualified to come here? I'll do it first out of respect. You say whatever you want. Drink more than half a glass of white wine in one gulp. Face turned red from choking. But there was still a compliment on his face. Because his project encountered problems. Urgent need for cash flow. Will you be able to get through the difficulty smoothly next? Let's see if this guy can help me. Look again. Manager Zhao is obviously about 10 years younger than Yu Junyi. But this time, I act like an elder. Let Yu Junyi stand bent over. He sat firmly on the chair. Taking a symbolic sip. To the outsiders who come to this magical city for development. No more background. He has always looked down upon him. Xiaoyu, it's not that I won't help you. Yes, the control in the industry is really strict now. Your project can be approved or not. The specifics will depend on my review. Yes, I need to trouble you. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I understand the rules. I'll send your share to your house as soon as possible. No. Do you feel that I am short of money? Manager Zhao shook the cup twice. I told you earlier. I want to get to know your daughter. I met you last time when I went to your place for review. I can't forget it. I always want to see her again. I won't say much else. Go back and think about it yourself. Yu Junyi's face turned red, gritting teeth secretly. This fat man has a crush on his daughter. He was so angry that his blood boiled for a moment. He gritted his teeth and sat back with a dark face. Even if the company goes bankrupt, it's impossible for him to sell his daughter. Manager Zhao saw this. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. You still dare now, right? Wait until your latest loan comes due. When you are obedient and submissive. Coming. Someone comes to toast. This is Song Shanha, the young master of the Song family. It is said that the Song family will wait for the old man for 100 years. This one will pass the second generation. Directly inherit the position of head of the family. Immediately a group of people gathered around. Manager Zhao's fat body is whiter than anyone else's. His face was so full of smiles that he couldn't even see his eyes. There's not even the slightest bit of arrogance. Who should be cheated and who should be fawned over? He knows very well. Yu Junyi didn't join in the fun. Sitting alone and drinking. In fact, he couldn't speak even when he went up. Just then. Suddenly I heard someone calling me, Dad. Looking at it with half-drunk eyes. Isn't she my precious daughter? Yu Xiaoshuang didn't expect to see the master here either. He immediately pulled Chun Chang and ran over. He smiled and patted Yu Junyi on the shoulder. Lao Yu, why are you here? Come and wish me happy birthday. You're, Xiaoqing, why are you here? This is indeed a lot of wine to drink. His brain was a bit fierce at first. But I woke up immediately the next moment. Only saw. First, a group of young people gathered around laughing and joking. Saying hello in a flurry of words. Hello, Uncle Yu. Okay, Xiao Yu. When your father comes, don't you tell us first? If I had known earlier, I would have come over to say hello. Hello, Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu didn't expect you to be sitting here. It was me who was negligent. Please don't blame. Yu Junyi is confused. He knows all these young people. They are all the third generation of the three families. Don't look at these people as young. No one's worth can be compared to mine. Especially the young man who spoke last. Song Shanha, the next head of the Song family. And the attitude is respectful and you don't want it. The elders in every family have reminded the younger generation. Don't talk about Chun Chang. This is what Yu Xiaoshuang has to fawn over. Because Mr. Chen regards her as his great-granddaughter and cannot afford to offend her. Yu Junyi was confused. Looking at this group of people on weekdays. A sweet greeting from the big shot in my eyes. He really can't turn his head around. Don't wait for him to speak. Yu Xiaoshuang cheers. Then he stuffed a lot of things into his arms. You are here too. Very nice. Please help us take Ziyuan with these things. It's all grandpas and uncles. A meeting gift for me and Xiaocheng. We are worried about whether we can get it. Look. That is the welcoming pine jade pendant that Boss Zhao has played with for 10 years. It is said that the minimum is tens of millions. I must be dazzled. That one is definitely worn by Mr. Lin all year round. Qianlong pendant. Anyone who wants to collect it once had 30 million. I want to take it but they won't sell it. People around were shocked. Who gives tens of millions or hundreds of millions to juniors as a meeting gift? Are you kidding? If this junior often brings friends home. No matter how rich my family background is, I can't withstand it. Okay. Dad, take it with you. We went back. I guess Grandpa Chen is leaving soon. Don't forget to send us your stuff home. After Yu Xiaoshuang finished speaking, he walked back with a whooshing sound. In the hall, everyone became weird. The eyes between each other are full of gunpowder. Next moment. Lao Yu, this is your fault. Why don't you sit next to me when you come? Let's have a good drink today. Give it all, I'll talk to Brother Yu about the business. Why didn't you make a call? Brother Yu, don't you want to raise funds for your project? Our company is very interested. Willing to invest 50%. Just pay 10% dividends. Yu Junyi felt mixed emotions in his heart for a moment. I am worried about the big problem of turning my hair gray. Just gone. It's so unpredictable in life. Large intestine within small intestine. It's all a routine. Wait until you return to Tianziho room. Chen Xian has already eaten. Chen Cheng. Details of the greeting gifts given to each grandpa and uncle. Told grandpa. Ask him if he can accept it? If not, they will go back now. Chen Xian waved his hand, a greeting gift from an elder to a younger one. Just accept it. Then, he pointed at Song Haiping and said with a smile. This old guy is very smart with his calculations. Same as then. Not the one who suffers the consequences. Song Haiping smiled and cupped his hands. Things you always take out. They are all good things that we mere mortals can hardly get for $1,000. I gave up my face when I had the chance. I also have to seek blessings for the younger generation. Uncle Chen, don't blame me. Chen Xian took out a small jade bottle and pushed it to him. Fortunately, I was already prepared. Go ahead, this is the moisturizing liquid. Rinse with warm water. Give all juniors a cup. Can warm and nourish the spirit. Everyone looks depressed. How does he look like a young man? Bang! Song Hai stood up calmly. Hands shaking with excitement. Uncle Chen, this is too expensive. The reason why he himself is nearly 100 years old. Still thinking clearly. It has a lot to do with the body lotion I drank back then. Thanks to Uncle Chen for the reward. Song Haiping bowed respectfully again. Then he left excitedly. Chen Xian gestured to Yu Xiaoshuang and Chen Qing to drink tea. They both obediently poured a glass each. Just took a sip. I feel clear-headed. Active thinking. Indescribably comfortable. After a while, the tea was distributed. There was a deafening noise in the pavilion. All the direct descendants of the three families were gathered together. In the small hall. Everyone looked at Song Haiping curiously. Especially the teapot he held carefully in his hand. The teapot is not a precious antique. It's just like the ordinary ones at Peace Restaurant that make tea. But this old man. As if holding the most precious treasure. Extremely careful. A row of small cups are placed on the table one after another. Pour every cup 70% full. Neither more nor less. Whenever there is some tea. When it accidentally spills. Mr. Song hurriedly looked distressed. Apply it with your finger. Put in mouth. But I don't dare to waste a little bit. Everyone's eyes twitched when they saw this. As for that? Even Song Yan can't stand it anymore. He took 2 steps forward. I wanted to take the teapot from the old man's hand and do it for him, so he asked. Dad, this is get out of the way. Song Haiping slapped his hand away. Fall slowly on your own side. He said with a smile. This is the moisturizing water given by Uncle Chen. You are lucky. I can tell you. This is an opportunity that no amount of money can buy. 1 cup per person for a while, don't earn it, don't grab it either. Have a drink. Can make up for your decadent spirit. A group of people looked at each other. Forget about the 3rd generation juniors. They are the elders of the Zhao and Song families. They all look in disbelief. Brother Song is stunned, right? Mr. Chen is not an ordinary person. They know this. But I won't just get a bottle of water out of it. It has a heaven-defying effect. This is usually a trick of charlatans. Until Mr. Zhao walked directly to the table. Pick up a cup of tea and drink it in one gulp. I just feel a coolness lingering in my mind. My thoughts were like a ball of mush before. Became active again. Even many memories that have long been forgotten. Think of it all again. The effect is immediate. Lao Zhao, how's it going? Mr. Lin is still waiting to see his reaction. I saw him and didn't speak for a long time. Too anxious. Don't worry, I'll try again. Talking room. Mr. Zhao picked up another glass and drank it in one gulp. This time the effect is more obvious. My spirits are obviously much better. Even the eyes are faintly shining. The effects of this tea seem to be cumulative. Don't talk, I'll have another drink. Mr. Zhao suppressed his excitement. I want to drink more. No matter how rich you are. How many supplements do you take on a daily basis? Time treats everyone equally. After getting older, he always feels drowsy every day without saying anything. My mind is also a mess. But at this moment, he really feels like his brain has gone back to before. This refreshing feeling is great for the elderly. It's simply an irresistible temptation. But, before he reaches out his hand, Mr. Lin passed him angrily. Just hurry up and pull it down. I won't be able to drink anymore. While talking, he drank it all in one gulp. This is going downhill. No matter how stupid you are, you can still react. No matter who it is. They all rushed up to grab their own cups. Grandpa, come on, come on. Please give in. It's our turn. Listen in Tianziho room. Listening to the whirring sound outside. A smile appeared on Chen Xian's lips. Take a sip of tea. I've finished my meal and eaten it. Drink tea too. It's time to go. Tomorrow Shanha will be ready to accompany me to Los Angeles. An old friend is leaving. I'll give you a ride. There was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Song Shanha responded with surprise. Faintly excited. I finally got close to this old god. The next day outside the door of Ziyuan Villa. Xiaoqing, look at it. This is the meeting gift you asked me to keep today. I brought them all back. Look, there's nothing missing, right? Yu Junyi squatted on the ground dragging a suitcase. Opened the suitcase. Pushed in front of Chen Chang. Quietly relieved. Don't look at his small fortune. But if this box is lost, he can't even afford to pay for the sale. A lot of jewelry and jade in the suitcase. There are 2 small golden Buddhas on the top. Shining. It just so happened that the live camera captured the box perfectly. The next moment the live broadcast room explodes. Oh my god. Qianlong pendant. Question about Jin Wanjia incense Buddha. They are all the treasures of the 3 families. At least 7 to 8 billion. At this time, Chen Xian went downstairs leisurely again. Mr. Chen, Yu Junyi stand up immediately. Asked respectfully. Well, come and sit. Chen Xian sat directly on the main seat of the sofa. I looked at this middle-aged man for a few times. A few smiles appeared in the eyes. I heard that you have taken good care of Chen Qing these years. Got interested. After he wakes up. Chen Xinglu told him one after another. Life these years. An orphan. Life must be difficult. Fortunately, I met Yu Xiaoshuan very early. It's been a festival these years. The Yu family would pick her up and go there together. Her father and mother had nothing to say about how good they were to her. Truly treat oneself as one's own. I feel sorry for this poor child from the bottom of my heart. The only warmth she has felt in these years. Just at home. Chen Xian always remembers this matter. It is precisely because of this. I have been living in the Yu family small villa and haven't moved out. Otherwise, with his identity. How can there be no place to live? No. The 2 girls have a good relationship. We often play together, we haven't done anything to help. Chen Xing has been sensible since he was a child. Don't want anything from us. Afraid of causing trouble to us. Yu Junyi said quickly. This is half true and half false. Have you helped? I must have helped you secretly to some extent. But it's all little things. He didn't feel the need to speak out. Otherwise, it's easy to give people the impression of repaying kindness. Ha ha. Well, I have never owed any favors in my life. Since I saw you today, I'll give you two choices. Chen Xian spoke lightly. First, don't you have your own business? Keep doing it. Song Jiaolin's 3 families will fully support him. I don't dare to say it when I'm older, but it's been a few years. It's not difficult to get to where they are. Yu Junyi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He is a businessman. You can better understand how terrible the 3 families are. The assets of these companies are at least tens of billions. Then Chen Xian said with a smile, but not a smile. Not only will I not give you anything for the second time, and shut down all businesses, then concentrate on being a driver for me. Yu Junyi fell silent and was not in a hurry to speak. It has been some time since Chen Xian entered the world. And because of Chen Qing's live broadcast, a lot of what he did was no secret. Drop everything and be a driver for this guy. There will definitely be great opportunities in the future. I choose to, Yu Junyi said decisively. Sharp eyes. Without any hesitation. The next day, Mr. Chen Xian goes downstairs. I saw a few people standing in the living room. Song Shanhe, Yu Junyi, Chen Cheng, and Yu Xiaoshuang. This is the person I decided yesterday. We are going to Los Angeles together today. Let's go, Chen Xian ordered. Song Shanhe hurriedly got up and opened the door. I respectfully asked the old man to go first. The car is ready outside the door. Chen Xiangang went out. Suddenly stopped. I wish there was a middle-aged man guarding the door. Eyes are bright and bright. The movements are also very capable. Hello, Mr. Chen. Song Yi hurriedly greeted. Chen Xian had a few chats with him yesterday. I just asked him to inform me. Song Haiping himself is going to celebrate his birthday. He also said that he should take good care of himself for a few years. What's your name? Song Yi. The middle-aged man finished speaking in a deep voice. Don't dare to talk too much. Chen Xian took out a pamphlet from his body and threw it to Song Yi. Wokingxi, practice it yourself. When I come back I will see how much you have learned. After saying that, without waiting for an answer, he got in the car directly. Soon this modified special car flew away in the dust. Yu Junyi drives with peace of mind. Song Shanhe didn't dare to talk to him either. On the contrary, I have always found Chen Xian to be amiable and approachable. The 2 girls don't have so many scruples. If you want to ask anything, just ask. Grandpa Chen, you haven't said anything yet. Whose funeral should we go to Los Angeles for? Is it your friend? Consider them friends. Chen Xian smiled and said. He's not dead yet. Still holding his breath. You have to wait until you see me before you die. If I don't come, he won't want to die. Grandpa, you are teasing us again. Life and death can still wait. The 2 girls' word. Yu Junyi also thought it was a joke. Only Song Shanhe felt a chill in his heart and pursed his lips. Don't know why. He thought it was true. The more contact I have with Mr. Chen during this period, the more unfathomable he feels. Grandpa, what is your friend like? Tell us about it. Everyone is curious about who could be your friend. Chen Qing begged. Chen Xuanqing narrowed his eyes. Thoughts back to the past. I remember it was in April more than 80 years ago. I will accompany your great-grandma to Luocheng to enjoy the flowers. One day while wandering around we came to a market. Market is lackluster. Nothing to say. They are nothing more than vendors peddling goods back and forth. But there is a wonderful scene in that small market. Guess what it is? Chen Xian smiled and gave it up. How could you guess this? Several other people shook their heads. On the southwest corner of the market, there is a crazy young man. When I'm hungry, I beg for some leftovers. I'm sleepy and sleep on the street corner. The rest of the time I spent playing chess alone. Do you think it's strange or not? Wei Qi. When it comes to these people, they all feel something is wrong. Chen Qing frowned. A young beggar. Do nothing. Do you play Go every day? It's not normal. In those days, few people knew how to read. Not to mention playing Go. Just now. There are quite a few people who know how to play chess. Not many people know Go. And if you can play Go, you have to go to school at least. But how can you beg if you go to school? Full of weirdness everywhere. But maybe he was walking blindly. Just play backgammon? Yu Xiaoshuan's analysis is also true. Chen Xian nodded. He said to himself, I was also curious at the time. Just went to have a look. At first glance, I was shocked. This person is actually... Forget it, it's useless to say anything else. Anyway, you just know that person is interesting. The topic ends here. Chen Xian seems to have some concerns. Didn't continue talking. People in the car were dumbfounded. Then I was so angry that my teeth itched. Tell half the story. That's too much. Chen Xian closed his eyes and fell asleep. Too lazy to pay attention to them anymore. Continue to recall along the topic just now. I can't help but feel a little emotional. The world is big. Nothing strange. That crazy boy. He even used Go to deduce the mysterious method. Mysterious method, or immortal method. Does it really exist? Really, otherwise how could Chen Xian live forever? The stone chamber nirvana method he practiced. As if it belongs to the immortal dharma. It is precisely by virtue of this technique. Only then can we live from ancient times to the present. This magical method is also Chen Xian's biggest secret. I have never told anyone in the past 10,000 years. Whether it is his wife, descendants, or children. I would rather watch them die of old age. And will never teach it to anyone. In this world, one immortal is enough. Any more and terrible things will happen. But that madman. I don't know why I know that magic exists. So crazy that he used a chessboard to peek into the universe. Trying to figure out the real magic. When Chen Xian first watched the chess game. Not paying attention yet. But after just one glance, I was shocked. There are 19 lines across the chessboard. Contains everything. That person actually had already vaguely deduced. The truth contained in the magic of immortality. Extremely magical. Certainly. Calculate the distance to create a perfect immortal method that can be cultivated. Still very far away. But it can already be said to be the first glimpse into the door. The way is right. Just give him time. The true scripture that may not be invisible in the future. At that time, Chen Xian was in a complicated mood. Sitting cross-legged across from that madman. Holding the white chess piece gave him some enlightenment. Only after seeing that person understand the context of immortal magic did he leave. I feel both sigh and pity in my heart. What I sigh is that time actually has such strange people. Able to deduce immortal magic from scratch. Qualifications that can be said to be unprecedented. If it appeared in ancient times, it may not be impossible to be juxtaposed with immortals and gods. It's a pity that he was born in the wrong era. It's already over now. Except for myself, who relies on the magic of immortality. The still active immortal YY. There are no more monks in the world. Don't talk about cultivators. Even the people who inherit ancient martial arts are so few. The lunatic generation's qualifications and understanding that are proud of the world. It can only be wasted time. Los Angeles on the other side. Under a green mountain, there is a small house. The outside of the house is simply fenced. Raised some chickens and ducks. There is also a vegetable field in a corner of the courtyard. This is supposed to be a quiet place. But today I was surrounded by countless bustling people. They were all looking at the closed door with worried eyes. I heard that the people inside are dying. They all came to see me off. This is the famous Tianshan family in Luocheng. I don't know how many people have benefited from him over the years. Since this Tian Shanrun became successful in a certain year. Repair bridges and roads. Support poor elderly and children. Start a good school. Bring warmth to the lonely elderly. Sitting there all my life. There are no electrical appliances in the house. It was still an oil lamp. Because the door is closed. So it looks a little dark. A dozen people gathered around the bed. Looking at the old man with weak breath on the bed. Among these people, 3 of them are very powerful. He should be the powerful person in Los Angeles that outsiders call him. But the people who are left. All of them are ancient martial arts masters. Each eye shines with golden light. If there is someone knowledgeable here. This is shocking. In this small room. There are actually 6 or 7 experts in the 6 consciousness realm. Ancient martial arts are divided into forging the limbs and torso to achieve the 6 consciousnesses, innateness, and the 5 realms of the master. Not to mention the Grandmaster realm. Because there is no evidence that there have been great masters in the world. Even the vast majority of ancient warriors believe that this realm is a wish of our ancestors. It can't really exist. In the remaining 4 realms, innateness is also rare. Such people can even be regarded as new human beings. If there were no restraints. Let go of your hands and feet. It's not a problem for one person to kill an army of hundreds of people. So powerful that it's a mess. But here are 6 or 7 that suddenly appeared. Extremely terrible. But what's even more terrifying is these 6 or 7 people. They all respectfully addressed the old man on the couch, Master. Tianan raised his hand with difficulty. The disciples on the side quickly helped him up. Then he was put on the backrest. Only then did the old man breathe a sigh of relief. I'll leave everything I can to you. Will you be able to enter Xiantian in the future? It also depends on your destiny. Remember not to act recklessly. Otherwise, we will punish him together. After saying this, Tianan seemed to have exhausted his last strength. Gasping. Looks extremely uncomfortable. Tian is the great disciple. I can't bear to see the master like this. He held the old man's hand and said tremblingly, Master, we all remember what you said. What else are you worried about? If you want to leave, just leave. Don't wait any longer. He is actually urging his master to die. But the other disciples all wiped away tears. But no one objected. Everyone knows. The master has long since run out of gas. Now I am relying solely on my innate ability to hold on. Every second is as painful as scraping bones and flesh. Death is a relief. I'm waiting for him. He will definitely come. Tianan's consciousness is almost blurred. Murmur to oneself. Senior brother, who is the master waiting for? 7th sister is the youngest. Only in his early 20s now. Asked with blurry eyes. Tian was silent for a moment and said, when the master was 16 years old, someone played a game of chess with the master. The master should be waiting for him. What's that person's name? Where? No, let's go find it. It's so uncomfortable for the master to be like this. Tian shook his head. Master said. He met that man at the market that year. He looks like a tourist visiting Los Angeles. The 2 of them only played 1 game of chess. Didn't say a word. So I don't know any information about that person. Everyone else was stunned. And what happened 80 years ago? I don't know if that person is still alive or not. Just then, Tianan in the room suddenly opened his eyes again. My spirits are much better. Staring at the door with bright eyes. Everyone hurriedly looked over. I only see the door, I don't know when. Several people have already walked in. Against the sun. Radiant. Naturally, it was Chen Xian and his party who came. Chen Xian and Tian's eyes intertwined. There seems to be 1,000 words. But didn't say a word. Just like back then. Tianan moved his neck vigorously. He tapped some of his apprentices with his chin. Chen Xian hesitated for a moment. Nod in agreement. Just agree to the dying man's plea. At this point, Tianan closed his eyes. Master. The next second the mournful music begins. Resounding in the sky. The crowd watching outside even cheered and knelt down. Send Tian Dashan. Last leg. Chen Xian looked at this. A good friend who never spoke to him until his death. I also feel a little depressed. He lived for tens of thousands of years. I have seen countless geniuses, like the crucian carp crossing the river. Some of them can sweep away the world and despise the world. Someone can memorize the seals of the 6 kingdoms. Laughing and talking influence the rise and fall of the world. Someone can have thousands of troops. Split the earth and seal the lordship. Only this one is dedicated to finding the right path. You can call yourself a fellow-minded person. Fellow Taoist, how can you not be a friend? At this point, the funeral begins. Someone on the stage was chanting Tianan's life. Not his disciple. Not a high-ranking official. But a group of children under his care. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chen Xian stepped forward. Use force on your hands. He opened the coffin with one palm. The coffin lid was blown off. Tianan was just carried in. Lying quietly with eyes closed. Grandpa! What are you doing? Everyone around was confused. What kind of hatred is this? When someone dies, the lid of their coffin must be blown off. Crazy. Don't talk about Tian and 7 disciples at this moment. Even the people around him were all angry. Mr. Tian, who was just carried in. Lying quietly with eyes closed. Everyone around was confused. What kind of hatred is this? When someone dies, the lid of their coffin must be blown off. Crazy. So brave. Do you want to die? Several of Tian's disciples looked at him angrily. If it weren't for the fact that this person is a master. The one who waits hard. Already started. Tian stops them. Looking at Chen Xian doubtfully. He didn't believe that this strange man came specifically to die. It's the coffin smasher. Chen Xian ignored anyone. Staring at the corpse in Guanzhong. Suddenly burst out laughing. Time flies. Not many people can be recognized by me. You are one. Today, I'll give you a ride. Fellow Taoist, if you have an afterlife. Then you can practice the great way. Fulfill long-cherished wish. Here comes the crane. After finishing speaking, he raised his arms. Don't wait for people around you to be surprised. A sudden shadow casts from the sky. Oh my God. Chen Chang looked up in confusion. Then everyone was stupid. Holding up the phone blankly. Don't know what to say. Not just him. The whole place was completely silent. No one dares to say a word. Heaven. Countless red-crowned cranes with white crowns and black wells are flying over. Densely packed. It's like a dark cloud has been cast. Hovering around the coffin. This scene is a dream. No one dares to speak. Afraid of disturbing this scene. The red-crowned crane screams from time to time. It sounds sad. It seems to be mourning the deceased. After a long time, the red-crowned cranes formed a crane bridge from bottom to top. Just go west now. It's like receiving a certain soul. Until now. The crowd around was completely shocked. Oh my God. Drive westward. Drive westward. Am I dreaming? Done all this. Chen Xian shook his head and left. After bidding farewell to this old friend. There is no one else in this world who can look into his eyes. Tian and 7 disciples. Kneel down respectfully. Of course they already know. This man is definitely on the same level as the master. At the very least, it must be innate. Even the legendary master is not impossible. Otherwise, why would he be attracted to He at a glance? The live broadcast room is also full of weird atmosphere. This scene is much better than the black man carrying the coffin. I was so moved to tears when I saw it. After getting on the bus, ignore the barrage in the live broadcast room. Chen Xian looked at Song Shanhe. Go give them your address. Let them find me after finishing their work. This matter was Tianan's request before he died. Tian Anlin is still worried. I want my disciples to see the higher scenery. Chen Xian just agreed. That being the case, then give them a chance. As for whether they can grasp it, it's up to them. Yes. Song Shanhe never talks too much. After nodding in agreement, tear off a piece of paper quickly. Swish, swish, swish. Right address. Passed it to Tian Yi, who was seeing him off. The funeral is over. After bidding farewell to the guests, the 7 sons of the Tian family gathered in their master's hut. Everyone is full of curiosity. An old man suddenly appears during the day. It's not simple at first glance. Not to mention attracting Heqiao. Who can care less? Senior brother, what did the old gentleman say? Tian Yu asked doubtfully. She ranks 7th. The youngest. He is also a close disciple of Tianan. Tian Yi waved his hand. Tell everyone not to worry. Open the note in your hand. Magic City, Ziyuan, courtyard number 7. This should be the old gentleman's address. Tian Yi thought about it. You should have seen the master's movements at the end. I guess he should. I want to ask that old gentleman to teach us. The old gentleman also agreed. That's why you left us an address. Junior brothers and sisters. Make your own decision. Everyone fell silent. Not in a hurry to speak. Thinking secretly. All 7 of them are orphans. Since being adopted by the master, I have been practicing martial arts on this green mountain. Even if you are older, also listen to the teacher. Do some volunteer work in Los Angeles? It can be said that regardless of the fact that these people are all talented, but I have never seen the prosperity of the world. Crackling. The oil lamp burst out sparks from time to time. Dim lights. It also reflects the dark and uncertain faces of everyone. A moment later, the second child, Tianan, was the first to speak. I won't go. I have promised General Chen that I will go to the southwest to serve as a soldier. A real man is born. Always be more vigorous. Tian Yi nodded and agreed. Seeing this, other people also started talking. I'm not going either. I want to go to the imperial capital. The Ma Consortium came to see me. I went to Shenzhen for a few years. After a while, except Tian Yi and Tian Yu, everyone else has figured out where to go. I'm going to find this old gentleman. 7th junior sister, what about you? I'll follow you, senior brother. That's it. The party is dismissed. The figure leaves. This is probably the last time the 7 sons of the Tian family will gather together. Tianan's talent for practicing Taoism is terrifying. He is also talented in martial arts training. But looking at people is just average. Only 2 people obeyed his last wish. Of course, he might have guessed this a long time ago. It's also unknown. Who said it was good? The imperial capital on the other side. A certain inconspicuous alley is heavily guarded. It can be called 3 steps and 1 person. 5 steps and 1 post. It's even more shocking if you look closely. The guards here are all ancient martial arts masters. Among them there are many strong people in the 6 consciousness realm. In the innermost courtyard, 4 old people sat on the stone table. These 4 people are the Dinghai Shenzhen of the Dragon Kingdom. Several people are watching a video, each holding a tablet. The more I look at it, the heavier the atmosphere in the yard becomes. A long while. Only then did someone speak, and with 1 sentence, a crane built a bridge. What kind of method is this? Huang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Think of it as a way of martial arts. We have reached the pinnacle of practice. I didn't expect there was someone outside the world. Learned a lot. Boom. The old man on the other side knocked on the table and frowned. What we want to think about now is how to deal with it. That person came out of the mountain this time and did a good job. Mercenaries running in. If you kill, you will kill. But Zhao Changye was also killed directly. Do you still take the Dragon Kingdom seriously? Several others were silent. Every dynasty from ancient times to the present has secret files. In this mysterious land. No matter who, check the secret file. A person will be found everywhere. Shen Xian. Old Lu, don't be so absolute when you speak. How did Zhao Changye die? We haven't found out yet. Don't wait for him to finish. Mr. Lu snorted coldly and said. Regardless of whether it is true or not, he dares to do this. We must find a way to restrain him. Otherwise, what will he do next time? This country. No one can ignore the law. This is the bottom line. As soon as these words came out, several people have a headache. This is the truth. But what to do? The one who can't change his name can't change his surname. Throughout the history of each dynasty, he's a real god. I really thought that the emperors of all previous dynasties never thought about learning the secret of immortality from other people's mouths. But what's the result? Many prosperous dynasties disappeared inexplicably. People are still alive and well. The details inside are scary to think about. Huang Yi hesitated and said, "Don't act aggressively. How powerful is that one? We don't know yet. If you irritate him rashly, the consequences are unpredictable. And that's how I see it. Judging from his willingness to go to Magic University to give lectures. Generally well-intentioned. It doesn't say anything in the file. What outrageous things has he done? I see. If it doesn't work, let's try to make contact first. Let's talk about it. This is a mature and prudent idea." Several others agreed. Yes, the status of those who go must not be low. Otherwise, you are not qualified to talk. I think Lao Huan will go there himself. Huang Yi's face trembled for a while. Bite the bullet and agree. To get in touch with people like that. He's also a bit hairy. The next day, number 7 courtyard of Ziyuan. Shen Xian was lying on the Taisher chair, listening to Song Shanha's report. Ancestor, during this time, through our Song family, 3 forces sent in greetings. They are the Du family in Hong Kong City and the Chu family in Australia. And the Huang family in the imperial capital. All 3 hope to visit you. When saying this, Songshan and calves are trembling. In the realm of Magic City, the Song family can be said to be like a tiger sitting on a dragon's plate. No one dares to underestimate. Especially in the financial field. More energy. But that's all. If we look at the whole country, even the whole world, the Song family is really not worthy of their reputation. The 3 forces mentioned above. They are all real giant crocodiles. Dujia in Hong Kong City. This is the most famous one. Even most ordinary people know. Just because the founder of this company. It's Du Yuehong, the former emperor of the Demon City. The Du family in the era before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Needless to say how scary it is. Shan said that when his family moved to Hong Kong City, rumor has it that 7 ships were used to transport gold. To this day, the Du family is still active in many fields. Has very much energy. Compared with the Australian Chu family will not give in at all. Chu family. It is said to have been founded by Longhua people who immigrated during the Ming and Qing dynasties. After these years of development, the Xiaoqiao family that almost controls the whole world. Having money is one thing. But what's really scary is they support warlords in many countries. Black and thorough. Black pure. As for the last family, the Huang family, no need to introduce anything more. Just know. This family currently lives in an alley in the imperial capital. Chen Xian squinted his eyes and fell asleep for a moment. The Du family has not seen you yet. Du Yuehong served me for a few days before? But everyone is dead. Just don't let his descendants bother me. Chu family, they are afraid. Afraid that I would settle a score with them. Let them go. I'm too lazy to move. But after a while, someone will come to discuss it. Huang family, let's make an appointment. Song Shanha respectfully stepped back. Just then, Chen Sheng is carrying a bag. Walked out holding the phone. Obviously waiting for live broadcast. I saw the old man in the yard. Waving his hands and shouting, "Great-grandfather. I made an appointment with my friends today to go out and play. Go ahead, wait. Come over, come over." Chen Xian suddenly called her to stop. Look intently. I saw a faint black aura between Chen Qing's eyebrows. This is a sign of bad luck. Grandpa, what's wrong? Chen Xian dipped his finger in the tea bowl. Touch her forehead gently. Then he said with satisfaction, "Okay, let's go." Chen Qing looked confused. Suddenly he called me over and clicked. Don't ask clearly. Curiosity must not explode. She sat behind Chen Xian. Knead your shoulders gently. He asked obediently, "Grandpa. What were you doing just now? Tell me." It's okay, I think you have bad luck today. I helped you cover it up. Didn't even wait for Chen Qing to speak. The live broadcast room is really unbearable. I was laughing so hard. Has the old man's business knowledge expanded again? Look at yin and yang to determine good or bad luck. This is obviously the old man teasing the anchor. Okay then. Grandpa, I'm leaving. You eat on time at noon. Chen Qing saw this. I left the house worriedly. Today was the last time we met. The younger generation of the three families. Invite yourself to play. It's really not good if you agree not to go. Outside, there was already a car waiting for him. Gone quickly. A tough Hummer is driving on the road. Someone who drives such a domineering car. But she is a petite little beauty. Song Shanyu chewed gum in his mouth. She is smiling. Chen Sheng smiled at the passenger seat. Second brother and the others also have a few friends they often play with. Waiting for us at the hotel. Let's just go there. Song Shanyu is the fourth child of the third generation of the Song family. Also the smallest one. 1 year younger than Chen Chang. His temperament has always been lively and cheerful. Soon, the two came to the hotel. The meeting place is still Peace Restaurant. There are already several people waiting at the door of the hotel. Not many people, only 3 men and 1 woman. All are well dressed. Good looking. After Chen Cheng took a look. Slightly surprised. Except Song Shanqing, the second eldest son of the Song family. Zhao Zishang, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Lin Zi, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. There's someone she didn't expect. He is called the nation's husband by many netizens. Wang Xizong is also here. Song Shanyu pulled her over. He explained cheerfully. Mr. Wang hangs out with us every day. This time he happened to be at my second brother's house. The shameless guys just came here together. You don't mind? It's okay, I just met new friends. Chen Sheng knew in his heart that this was the junior of the 3 families. I want to help myself expand my network of contacts. Xiao Xiao didn't say anything. At this time, several people also entered the hotel. Young Master Wang is still very good at being a good person. He rushed to take out his membership card. It means putting your own account on it. That's a light yellow gilt card. Looks noble and extraordinary. It's just that his card was gently returned by the front desk. Sorry, Mr. Wang. The private room is full today. It's a pity that you can't dine here today. This situation is really beyond Mr. Wang's expectation. Generally, only top-level banquets come to Heping Restaurant. It's rarely full. I didn't expect that I would catch up today. It's embarrassing now. Speaking of which, you can order your own meal at Heping Restaurant. Just to leave a good impression on Chen Cheng. If you can't eat this, where is the face? About Chen Cheng's specific identity. He doesn't know very clearly. 3 things that everyone is taboo about and refused to say more about. But his father specifically reminded him. The Chen family is definitely not simple. Being able to mingle together will be of great help to your family. Think of this. He quietly glanced at the people behind him. I felt like I couldn't keep it on my face, so I whispered. I'll add money now. Can I have a private room? The lady at the front desk just looked at him with a smile. Did not speak. Young Master Wang also reacted. Cursing myself for being stupid. This is not a place I often go to. Nightclub. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. The background of Heping restaurant is so big and scary. Don't talk about yourself. Even if Dad comes. We also have to talk about the rules here. Helpless, I got frustrated. Several people, this is full. No, let's change the location. He deliberately pretended not to care. Never mind. Just right here. Driving all morning long. Probably all hungry. What's good about being rich? Good noodles. Compared with his elder brother Song Shanqing. It's just too far behind. At this time, I saw that Mr. Wang was exhausted. He actually has a desire to express himself. I can't wait to give Chun Ching some impression points. Song Shan woke up and walked over, holding his neck. Just a few minutes. He went and came back. The face is blue and white. It's still full today. No one has a seat. Ordinary members cannot be ranked. Do any of you have a premium membership? Song Shanyu rolled her eyes beautifully. We can become an ordinary member here. It's all for others to give Grandpa face. It's up to us, the trash waiting to die. Ordinary people are not qualified anymore. Still want advanced membership? What are you dreaming about? Mr. Wang, Zhao Zishang. Song Shanqing looked embarrassed with all capital letters on his face. This is so straightforward. Secretly complaining that Song Shanyu could not speak with his brains. Chen Cheng is still here. Can't you put it tactfully? Song Shanyu finished speaking. Eyes rolled suddenly. Remembered the day before yesterday. The old shopkeeper knelt down to Mr. Chen. Sister Qing, do you have a senior membership here? Chen Xing shook his head. This is too advanced. I've never been here. I came here to congratulate Grandpa Song on his birthday the day before yesterday. Where did you get the membership? But why don't we go? It's not good to block people's door here, isn't it? Several people's faces were slightly twitching. Turn around and walk out silently. Just then. Suddenly someone stopped them from behind. Miss Chen? Oh, Miss Chen. It's really you. I thought I saw it wrong. A middle-aged man with an elfin face walked over quickly. A flower bloomed on the face. Looking at Chen Cheng with a smile. Chen Cheng knows the person who came. He is the general manager of Heping restaurant, his surname is Sun. The day before yesterday. This manager's son is following the old shopkeeper. She saw it once. But didn't say anything. I didn't expect that people actually remembered my name. Hello, manager's son. Hello, Ms. Chen. Have you finished eating? Chen Xing shook his head slightly embarrassed. No, we were planning to come for dinner. But these friends of mine only have ordinary membership cards. Can't make a reservation. Click. Several rich boys and girls turned their heads silently, embarrassing. Invite people here for dinner. As a result, I couldn't make an appointment. It's as embarrassing as it is good. Miss Chen, what are you talking about? The old chairman has already explained. Peace Restaurant is your home canteen. You can come anytime you want. Where can I make a reservation? Come on, please come over here. Ah. Still no need. It's too much trouble for you. You must not leave. Otherwise, the old shopkeeper will definitely fire me. Miss Chen, please be considerate. In this way, manager's son dragged several people back again. Went directly to the second floor. The most important thing is, no waiters needed throughout the process. Manager's son was busy helping with ordering dishes. Wait until everything is finally arranged. Then he bowed down. This scene conquered Mr. Wang. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Cheng. Good guy, although Dad said that the Chen family is not simple. But I didn't expect it to be this simple. Drinking for 3 rounds. Dishes over 5 flavors. The topic gradually opened up. Young Master Wang could no longer suppress the doubts in his heart. Called and asked half-truthfully. Chen Xing, you haven't said anything yet. What does your family do? I asked a few of them, but they were all mysterious and didn't say anything. You secretly revealed it to me. There won't be any big shots in the system in your family, right? Chen Xing knew he had misunderstood and smiled. Didn't they tell you? I'm just a little anchor. As for the family, there are no senior officials. The biggest official may be myself. I was a flag bearer when I was in school. This really makes Mr. Wang confused. A powerless little anchor can have so much energy. Just then, boom! The private room door was knocked. The next moment, without waiting for the reaction of the people inside, pushed away directly. Only saw. Manager's son pushed an old man in a wheelchair. Walked in. Grandpa Li, except Chen Xing, who was a little dazed. Everyone else stood up hastily. This is the old shopkeeper of Heping restaurant. Several people were shocked. He didn't expect that several of his juniors would alarm his old man. Despite his superficial reputation, this person is not famous. But the relationship is very deep. Rumor has it that he cooked for a certain leader of the imperial capital a few years ago. Peace Restaurant. Be able to become the designated official host. It can be seen that the general shopkeeper Li waved his hand, smiling and saying, everyone is sitting down. Girl Chen. You kid. Don't blame Grandpa Li for talking about you. Just now I heard Xiao Sun say. You almost left without even eating. You can't give Grandpa Li a call. This is no joke. Is Grandpa Li stingy? Mr. Chen didn't come? Chen Xing didn't have time. Chen Cheng. My face is turning red from embarrassment. Things Grandpa Li doesn't have. I'm afraid of causing trouble to you. Great-grandfather. His old man is relaxing in the sun at home. I still want to see his old man again. Shopkeeper Li said a little lonely. Hi, Grandpa Li, do you want to see him? You can go to Ziyuan anytime. Anyway, my great-grandfather has nothing to do every day. Chen Cheng said nonchalantly. Unexpectedly, these words made Shopkeeper Li's face look complicated. You are still young and don't understand yet. I am a cook, but I am not qualified to meet Mr. Chen. After finishing speaking, he looked at Chen Cheng again. Okay. You young ones. Eat well and drink well. If you need anything, just call me Xiao Sun. You're welcome at our hotel. I, the old man, will no longer be in the way. You little guys are all friends of Miss Chen. Before leaving, Shopkeeper Li finally turned his gaze. Put it on a few rich third generations. Yes, Grandpa Li. Li Lao Hao. Well. When Xiao Sun and the others left, you will get a premium card. Friends of the Chen family are always honored guests of Heping restaurant. Naturally, several people were flattered. I was almost stunned by the surprise. Peace Hotel premium card. But it's not something they can do with their status. This is just like a special license plate. Taking it out is a status symbol. What luxury car do you drive? What kind of mansion do you live in? Compare with this card. It's all rubbish. After thanking several people again and again, Shopkeeper Li just went out now. After he leaves, young Master Wan was so curious that he was about to get close to the explosion. Everyone is in a state of semi-confusion. What on earth is Mr. Chen doing? Put down the glass. Song Shanyu wiped his mouth. All we know is half understood. The old man refused to tell us anything. Anyway, let us just treat Mr. Chen as our ancestor. Let the younger generations of the family regard Mr. Chen as their ancestor. Mr. Wang keenly grasped the key points. I don't understand this. Chen Qing, do you know why? He shifted the target of the intelligence breach. Chen Cheng heard the words. Somewhat embarrassed to speak. I know. Grandpa mentioned it. But it's hard for me to say. Don't wait until young Master Wang gets confused. The mouth of the eldest son of the Zhao family on one side is almost exposed. Ha, you don't know as much as I do. My grandpa drank too much the day before yesterday. Tell me what happened. Want to know? Others are interested. Don't talk about Mr. Wang. Even Song Shanyu and Song Shanqing. Lin Ziyu was full of curiosity. They don't know the origin of their family and Mr. Chen either. Say it quickly. Tell us quietly what's going on. I'm also wondering. After fully satisfying your vanity, Zhao Zisheng said with blurred eyes. It's a long story. It all started 80 years ago. Back then, our Zhao family and Lin family were still farming in our hometown. He was so poor that several people had to share one pair of pants. Whoever goes out wears it. Don't look at me, my grandfather's original words. Young Master Zhao, don't look. I usually eat, drink and have fun. But this time I was drunk. I unexpectedly awakened a new skill, storytelling. When you say this, it is so vivid and vivid. Ups and downs. Master Song's deeds 80 years ago. Speak clearly. Collect pots and pans from carrying torn sacks. He peeped at the little widow taking a bath and was chased for 8 streets. From the moment I eat noodles, I start running away. Until Mr. Chen appreciated him and made him look at the gate. Then the HSBC building was opened. This is a real thing. Those who didn't know thought he saw it with his own eyes. In fact, his grandfather had never seen him at that time. I heard about it all later. Bite. Tap the chopsticks lightly on the bottom of the bowl like this. The topic has come to an end. Everyone, continue the book from the previous chapter. Grandpa Song, a poor boy, was appreciated by a noble man. The worn trousers were replaced with silk and satin. Get developed and become rich. What will this poor man do when he becomes rich? First, help the 7 ants, 8 ants, etc. Our Zhao family and Lin family will also get up. Back then, Grandpa Song helped Chen Zuzong guard the gate. They can all be so developed. Then our ancestors really don't have the resources they had back then. My grandpa said. Impossible. Now the ancestors are back on the mountain again. Can't we please? The great ancestor who was waiting for you is in a good mood. Maybe, our Zhao family can also get the top spot. This day won't be too far away. How old is Chen Zuzong? Over 100 years old. How long can I survive? Maybe one day a hiccup. Bang sound. Chen Qing slapped his fist directly on the table. Sparks started to appear in my eyes. These second-generation rich people are used to being wild and dissolute. I drank too much without realizing it. She's still awake. Hearing this now. Where is the reason not to be in a hurry? He glanced at Zhao Zisheng hatefully. She said nothing. Pick up your backpack and leave. I'm so angry that my lungs are going to explode. I don't want to say a word more. I even made up my mind. I'll complain to my great-grandfather when I get back. Can't be fooled by these villains. There is also the meeting gift given by the old man of the Zhao family last time. I have to give it back too. The Lin family also paid it back together. These people are not good people. At this moment, a few people who were half-conscious suddenly woke up. Cold sweat broke out on my head instantly. Sister Ching, Sister Chang. Don't be impulsive. Listen to me slowly. Zhao Zisheng didn't mean it. He said it after he drank too much. Tell the truth after drinking. Not confused about Song Shanyu. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Young Master Wang is anxious. Head full of melon seed sweating. The cause of this incident was brought up by myself. Have drunk too much now. No one remembers. But when Zhao Dasha wakes up, definitely won't forget. No, no, no. If the three families find out about this, you must not be targeted. Don't look at the Wang family in front of ordinary people, bearing the title of former richest man. In fact, compared with these established families, still a little lacking. Chen Chang. Calm down first. Don't be impatient. If you have something to say, let's talk slowly. He stood up hastily. I want to grab Chen Chang. But I never expected it. Stand up too quickly. In a panic, I touched the phone with my hand. I happened to press send. It turned out that he was worried that he could not remember the information just now. I'm afraid I'll miss something later after relaying it to Lao Wang. The thief turned on the recording. This is going downhill. It's over. He glanced down. I just feel like my eyes are getting dark. I don't know how unlucky it will be. I actually ordered group messaging. How many people are you sending to? He didn't know for a moment. Anyway, there are probably 1,000 or 2,000 people in the phone address book. I guess I've received almost everything by now. Ding dong ding dong. We even just saved each other's phone numbers. Chen Chang's cell phone started ringing. It's almost a conditioned reflex among young people to check the news. Even if the situation is so urgent now. Whether it's someone who wants to leave or someone who's stopping someone. They subconsciously glanced at their phones. When I clicked on it, I was completely confused. Hey, you want to know the news about Chen Zuzong, right? I, Zhao Zixiang, know everything. My grandfather drank too much the day before yesterday and told me everything. Back then, our Zhao family and Lin family were still farming in our hometown. An emotional voice sounded on the phone. All dumbfounded. Chen Qing's snow-white teeth clenched loudly. At the same time, Jianda Group, the president's office. After Lao Wang finished processing the files, I soaked a hot towel myself. Apply it to your eyes. Feeling much refreshed. Ding dong, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. He walked over and took a look. Isn't this a text message from my precious son? After opening, a recording slowly sounds. Lao Wang leaned back on the sofa. Listen carefully to the information. Feeling very happy. My son finally grew up. A few years ago, I was a little bit noisy. Now I know how to worry about myself. My mind has matured a lot. He will also collect information for the family. Boom boom, he just opened the file. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Chairman, we have the information you want. The administrative secretary walked in quickly with excitement on his face. Does he know what the boss wants to know most now? You got the news too. Lao Wang said with a smile in his eyes. Send it to me. Xiao Wang happened to get it too. Administrative secretary is fierce. My message was also sent by young master. I thought he asked me to forward it to you. You have seen. Sent to you too. Lao Wang thought about it. Waved and smiled. Out of the way. I guess he was afraid that I was in a meeting and wouldn't be able to see him. Just let you convey it. This brat is getting more and more organized in his work. Ha, not finished yet. The cell phone on Lao Wang's desk rang. How much do I look up at the moon? Few dreams are flying freely. Hello? Mr. Wang. Many people in Magic City received the text messages sent by young master. The above is the recording of the eldest son of the Zhao family. Now this matter is widely spread. The situation is very bad for us in the Zhao family. How many people received it? No way to count. At least a few hundred people. All parties basically know that. Snap. Hang up the phone. Lao Wang sat on the sofa with a bloodless face. Eyes dull. Go and fuck that bastard. Call me back. Administrative secretary surprised. Do you want him to come and exercise with you now? What positions are arranged? Security department. Lao Wang said word by word. Seems like he has suppressed a lot of anger. How much I loved him just now. How much I hate him now. The Zhao family on the other side. All family members. Gathered at the old house as quickly as possible. Sit upright. I don't dare to breathe. Above the Grand Master at the front. Mr. Zhao is not angry. Not even furious. Instead, he squinted his eyes and pretended to sleep. I can't help it. I just took the Suxiao Jiuxin pill. Gotta slow down a bit. Dad, I'm sorry. Dad, don't worry. Wait for him to come back. I'll beat that traitor to death myself. Zhao Xiang looked at his old father worriedly. Shouted through gritted teeth. Zhao Zishang is his son. At this moment, his heart felt so cold. This time my son got into big trouble. Even as the eldest son of the eldest son. I'm afraid that even if I don't explain it well, I'll be disappointed. Let's not mention the reaction from the Chen family first. Mr. Song can't spare me. Mr. Song. I really treat Mr. Chen as a god. He is the most devout believer. Now my son says. I hope that other people's gods will die soon. Can you not be impatient? The worst thing is. That kid didn't say this himself. And he even hit his grandfather? The name of the old head of the Zhao family says. Not to mention the changes outside. The center of this incident. Peace Hotel. Occasionally a few rich second generations in Chenqing. Finally sat down again. Big eyes and small eyes. Looking at each other. How can you say that about my great-grandfather? Don't blame me for hitting you. I hope your grandpa dies. Are you angry? Chen Sheng still said angrily. Oh, Sister Cheng. Don't be angry. Didn't you whip him? And although the words don't sound very nice. But it's still true from the bottom of my heart. Song Shanyu was advising from the side. Zhao Zishang covered his face. Dejected and silent. He's completely sober now. I also know that I have made a huge mistake. Now that things have happened. Why don't we think about how to deal with it first? Otherwise, I'm afraid none of us will have an easy time. Young Master Wang said with a guilty conscience. Boom! Zhao Zishang suddenly raised his head. Staring at Mr. Wang like crazy. How dare you say that? It's all your fault. How dare you record it? I will definitely kill you. Now. In his heart, he really wanted to skin Mr. Wang. It was this kid who brought up the topic. He made the recording. The text message was sent by him. Now he actually has the nerve to talk. Young Master Wang silently hung up his father's call. Clear your mind. A sincere apology. That Chen Sheng. I'm really sorry. I swear. I really just want to send the recording to my dad. Chen Sheng snorted coldly. Collecting information about my great-grandfather. I don't blame you. I don't know how many people are betting on this kind of thing behind the scenes. I already knew it. But in front of me, the Chen family. How dare you tell me how long my great-grandfather can live? Is this normal? Zhao Zishan looked pale. Completely sober from the wine. After hesitating several times, he whispered. It's because I didn't keep my mouth shut. Drunk and talking nonsense. Chen Qing, please calm down. If you are still angry, just slap me twice. Don't even wait for him to finish. Snap. Chen Qing raised his hand decisively. Slap him on the face. In a crisp voice. 5 finger marks appeared on Zhao Zishan's face. You said my grandpa didn't have a good few days to live. It's right for me to hit you. Have a good time. I'm leaving first. After saying that, I didn't give a few people a chance to stop me. Straight out of the hotel. It's quiet in the private room. After a while, Zhao Zisheng suddenly grabbed Mr. Wang's collar. He said ferociously, "The one named Wang. How dare you cheat on me? I'll kill you. Let me go. If you say so yourself, do you blame me? Let go, don't be impulsive." Been noisy for a long time. It took a few people to calm down again. Until now. Lin Zi, who had been silent all this time, raised her head, looking coldly at Mr. Wang and Zhao Zisheng. "Stop it, I'm warning you. Now it's not a question of who to blame or not. Waited for today. How do you want to settle the accounts? But now. We must find a way to solve this matter. Otherwise, no one will get anything good to eat. See her talk. Everyone has behaved and behaved. In the circle of rich second generation and rich third generation. There is also a hint of hierarchy. First, relying on family background. The second is to look at personal abilities. Some of them said it was a bit harsh. They're all just playing around at home all day long. But Lin Zi is different. He is the grandson of the Song family. Song Shanha is a talented woman of the same level. He is a top student at an internationally renowned university. Behavior and thoughts. Well received by the older generation. Oh, Sister Lin. Stop talking about them. Please tell me what to do. I'm so anxious. Finally, I asked Chen Xing out for a meal. As a result, this happened. Song Shanyu begged and shouted, "Is there any way?" Indeed there is. Lin Zi gently raised her hair. Now you all tell your family. Just say that we are going to Ziyuan now to apologize. Several other people heard this. Make up your mind quickly. Whether it's young Master Wang or Zhao Zisheng. I have an idea in my heart. Never be a drag on the family. Chen Cheng is sitting on the doorstep. Hold your chin with one hand. Other hand. He violently hit the grass in the yard with stones. I'm still angry. Oops, be a good great-granddaughter. Why don't you spare the flowers and plants I planted? These things are also treasures. It's not easy for me to get it out. Chen Xian said with a smile. Grandpa, aren't you angry? After coming back just now. She has already told what happened in the hotel. Tell everything to the master. I'm still so angry now. Chat room. Chen Xian found that the black energy between his great-granddaughter's eyebrows was gone. Has the mentality really been transmitted to those juniors? This is a bit interesting. He has never seen contagious bad luck. Community entrance. Boom. The courtyard door is opened. Chen Xing saw them. Lu's eyebrows were slightly raised, and he said in surprise. Are you really here? Sister Cheng, we are. Song Shanyu walked up to him with a smile. Just didn't wait for her to speak. Chen Xing let the door open. Come in, Grandpa has been waiting for you for a while. After saying that, he turned around and walked in. Just entered the yard. I saw Qin Xian sitting on a stone chair outside the house. Our ancestor, Mr. Chen, bowed his head and said hello. Needless to say. I know what you want to say. So you all just need to stand here. No other requirements. Just stand here all afternoon. That's all for today, how about that? Chen Xian stared at the eyebrows of several people. Said meaningfully. The more I watch, the more interesting I find it. Even if I live for thousands of years. I have never seen bad luck that is contagious. What the hell is this weird thing? Or is it that the world has changed? This thing. Why did it appear to my great-granddaughter? Is it an accident or does it have something to do with myself? Doubts come to mind one by one. Think of this. There was also a slight change in Gujing Mubua's mood. Interesting. Chen Xian is a master of immortality. Never be afraid of accidents. I'm just afraid that life will be too simple. Zhao Zisheng and others don't know what he is thinking. When I heard this, I almost went crazy with joy. Is there such a good thing? Even Lin Zi had a trace of doubt in her eyes. I always feel like something is wrong. time passes quietly. The autumn sun can easily make people drowsy. Several rich second generations have already started nodding frequently. My eyelids are constantly fighting. Maybe I've been standing there for a long time. My legs are numb. Feeling uncomfortable all over. Unintentionally. Lindsay subconsciously glanced at her ancestors. Suddenly screamed. Others woke up immediately. Look up. I felt dumbfounded all of a sudden. I saw Mr. Chen still sitting at the stone table drinking tea. It seems that the posture has not changed. But opposite him. I don't know when another old man appeared. Several people subconsciously felt cold all over. How long did this man stare at the four of them? When did it come? They were obviously not asleep. But no one noticed. When did there be more people in the yard? It's so weird. Mr. Huang looked away, looking at Chen Xian in confusion. Mr. Chen also asks you to clarify your doubts. What happened to them? I can feel a strange aura about them. But the feeling is not obvious. Can't even tell the difference between good and bad. Why does this happen? The innate state is different from that of ordinary people. The body will undergo incredible changes. For example, vaguely feel the change in aura. I was originally chatting with Chen Xian. Huang Yi didn't say much. I was first attracted by a few young people in the yard. It was very interesting for a while. Don't rush and wait until you see the changes. Chen Xian drinks tea. Said lightly. The courtyard suddenly became calm again. The more Huang Yi looked at it, the more surprised he became. After a while, I couldn't help but walk in front of a few people, looking up and down at several people with strange eyes. He even pinched Zhao Zishan's mouth open and looked at the tongue coating. Oh, old man. Who are you? Let me go. Zhao Zishan was pinched so hard that it hurt. Couldn't help shouting. Wait for Huang Yi to let go and sit back again. Lin Zi lightly kicked Zhao Zishan. He whispered, stop making noise. This old man is not simple. Not simple? Being manipulated like a mule's teeth for a long time. Zhao Zishan held back his anger. Who is this? I accepted it after being punished by Chen Zuzong. What's wrong? Anyone can bully our Zhao family. He waited for me. I'm not done with him. Lin Zi glanced at him expressionlessly. Lips moved slightly. Said in an inaudible voice, Aoki guards. Decades ago, when a comrade visited Bald Eagle. This person is guarding you. Several juniors were confused. I can't help but feel terrified. My head couldn't help but shrink. The bodyguards who guard the leader. Can he be an ordinary person? A legendary realm. Come to their mind. Born into their proud family background. In the eyes of such people, they are nothing. I didn't expect that. Mr. Chen can actually know such a person. No wonder my family is so flattering to others. This background is really powerful. Another half a while passed. Chen Xian suddenly discovered an interesting scene. A faint mysterious light bloomed in the eyes. The blackness between the eyebrows of several young people actually drifted outward, faintly drifting towards himself and Huang Yi. Is this a secondary infection? He looked calmly. Only saw. Black energy has swirled around him and Huang Yi, hovering for a long time. Start trying to penetrate both of their bodies. The black energy around Huang Yi lasted only a blink of an eye. All have been drilled in. Nothing unexpected happened. But his own body is full of magic. Invulnerable to all poisons. They have all transcended the reincarnation of heaven and earth. How could a little bad luck affect him? After several attempts by Heike were blocked. He even turned around. All entered Huang Yi's body next to him. TSK. Chen Xian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This is equivalent to the amount in 5 young people. All concentrated on one person. This special bit of bad luck. It is several times bigger than when Chen Shang went out in the morning. Huang Yi's eyebrows were dark and shiny. Okay, let's go. Today's matter is over. Remember to be careful what you say in the future. Let me tell you that there is no need to worry at home. If I say it's okay, it's okay. I'm not going to bother you with your children. Chen Xian waved his hand and said. Several rich third generations have no idea what's going on. After looking at Mr. Chen, he let himself stand for a while, smiling happily. Thank you, ancestors. Goodbye, ancestors. After several people put down their gifts, Sayatsi slipped out. They don't dare to stay here longer. After a few people go out. Tell me, why do you come to me? Chen Xian spoke calmly. Very casual attitude. This is the attitude of Huang Yi, a big insider. Actually almost the same as several juniors. This is actually normal. There is no difference originally. Why do gods care about what's under their feet? Ant size is a big deal. Huang Yi always felt. Something bad happened to me. Especially look at this one. After suddenly letting those young people leave. Feeling more and more obvious. Before those young people left. The weird feeling on my body is gone. It dissipated naturally. Or went somewhere else. When I think about this problem. He moved his body uncomfortably. I originally wanted to ask. It can be seen that Chen Xian got down to business. Just keep this matter in your heart first. The person in front of me is definitely the scariest person in the world. None. Hello Mr. Chen. I am Huang Yi, the director of the Special Warfare Department of the Dragon Kingdom. Please allow me to give you a brief introduction first. Selected Special Operations Department. Selected Special Operations Department. It is the most elite armed force of the Dragon Kingdom. Members are screened at multiple levels. The King of Soldiers and the strong ancient martial arts master. Several of our ministers are all in the Xiantian realm. Huang Yi said this. The purpose is still to express the power of the Dragon Kingdom. It would be best if it can be used as a deterrent. Negotiations can only take place when both parties are at the same level. Just don't wait for him to finish. Just Chen Xian ruthlessly disrupted. Not allowed. What? Huang Yi was stunned. Since he was promoted to Xiantian and held a high position. I haven't been treated like this by someone in many years. Chen Xian said a little impatiently. Something to say. If nothing happens, just go back wherever you came from. Mr. Chen, I don't know what you think of Longhua. We know some information about you. To be honest, I'm a little worried. In your realm. Even destroying a city is easy. Won't. I have nothing to do and I am too lazy to move. Chen Xian said angrily. It's not like I've eaten enough to hold myself up. Let's not talk about the random mass murder of living beings. Be careful of being punished by God. Next, the two of them had a detailed chat. In the evening, Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang came back together. I saw that my great-grandfather was the only one in the yard. Chen Xing couldn't help but be a little curious. Grandpa, are they all gone? Well, I was forced to stand for a while. Are you taking it out now? Ah, that's right. Who told them to talk nonsense? Chatted for a while. Chen Xian threw a small notebook to Chen Sheng. You can play with this thing. Chen Xing opened it and took a look. Instant pleasure. Documents. Name, Chen Sheng, affiliation, confidential. Position, confidential, level, confidential. Note, the identity of this person is a state secret. No unit or department may inquire or handle without authorization. All matters must be consulted by superiors. Decision made by the General Office. There is also a large seal of the General Office of the Dragon State on the certificate. Written with anti-counterfeiting stamp. This thing was naturally left behind by Huang Yi. Have to say. He really thought about it before he came. Thinking about what to bring. Never leave empty-handed. When you come to visit people, you need to bring some fruits and so on. Negotiating empty-handed means too much. Mortals have nothing to interest gods. At last. Someone is still targeting Chun Chang. It's to give Chun Ching's identity. This certificate can save Chun Ching from encountering problems in the future. All official troubles. Also quite practical. Outside the community. Do not actively provoke disputes. Can get this promise. This is already the reason why I agreed to be the experimental subject. Let's leave it like this for now. Mr. Huang said with a melancholy look on his face. Turn around and leave. Walking on the road. Huang Yi answered a phone call. Intermittent sounds came from inside. The signal seems to be very bad. Guarding Changbai Mountain. The two who ran out have been wiped out. But 6 brothers were sacrificed. A moment of silence. Huang Ilia said a little tiredly. Are the new weapons still useless? Ineffective as regular equipment. Only silver bullets do weak damage. Monsters are difficult to deal with. Okay, I get it. Hold on for a while longer. I'll get there as soon as I'm done with my work here. Also pay attention to confidentiality. An excuse for the families of martyrs. Let's just say it's a training sacrifice. Hang up the phone. Huang Yi felt depressed. Gently kneading the center of my eyebrows for a moment. Even if it is an innate body. The body may not be tired. But the pressure in my heart is not small at all. With a population of over 1 billion. The top patron saint of the Dragon Kingdom. There is endless pressure on their shoulders. This world. It's not as simple as it seems to ordinary people. There are many demons and monsters hidden in the darkness. The reason why people can't see it. It's because someone blocked them out with their lives. Hide message. Once something is announced. Not necessarily a good thing. Prone to panic. If anyone has a heart. Look at the list of martyrs who died every year. Might be shocked. Now in this peaceful time. So many people are killed and injured every year. Quite incredible. Selected Special Operations Department. It's the department that specializes in handling such incidents. 3 days, stay here for 3 days at most. We must rush back as soon as possible. Vampire, zombie, bronze man. This world is getting more and more chaotic. Now even the legendary immortals have come out. I really don't know what will happen in the future. Mumble something. Huang Yi walked towards his temporary residence. His shadow stretches very long under the setting sun. The back is also slightly stooped. The greater the ability. The greater the responsibility. All this. It has nothing to do with the prosperous magic city. Like 2 worlds. But no one knows. A terrifying conspiracy against the Dragon Kingdom is unfolding quietly. Just this night. Live broadcast as usual in the morning. The live broadcast room was boiling with rockets. Kyoto. Li Chongyang rewards the anchor with 3,000 super rockets. 3,000 super rockets worth 6 million. Just throw it out. Without blinking an eye. Many netizens were completely confused. It must be that little devil. People named Li are much richer. Do you dare to put the word Jingliang in front of your ID? Who else but him? At this moment. Shenhao finally spoke. How about the anchor? Have you seen my strength? Let the old man behind you talk to me. It has a sense of picture. No need to see anyone. I just heard this tone. You can imagine how arrogant this person was when he spoke. The image of an arrogant demon king appear in everyone's mind. Chen Xin curled his lips. With her current worth, I have long stopped caring about millions. Grandpa's 1.7 billion from selling calligraphy is still in the card. She put away her smile and said in a cold voice. This netizen. I don't want to accept your reward. I will transfer 6 million to you later. Well done. Anchor, I support you this time. I'm used to using money to throw others' faces away. The feeling of being thrown back. How come this is still the reaction of ordinary netizens? The disciples of the three families headed by Song Shanqing is more intense. I was so excited that I almost ascended to the sky. An accident happened during the day. Naturally, they were treated badly by their families. The talented Lin Zi lives up to her previous calmness. These people are thinking about how to please Chen Qing. That's what happened when I saw it. The opportunity has come. Get started. National husband Wang Xiaozong rewarded the Anchor Super Rocket X3000. Lin Zi rewarded the Anchor Super Rocket X3000. Oh my god. Countless netizens are excited. A few words. Chen Qing's live broadcast room was rewarded with tens of millions. Some netizens with poor computer configuration. At this moment, I was immediately stuck. And a certain fat man far away in the imperial capital. Also stunned. Zhao Zixian, Song Shanqing. Lin Zi, Song Shanyu, Wang Dashao. Don't you want to book a Haqiao package for my grandpa? I want him to die happily. Are you concerned? Dragon Kingdom is very big. The distance between Magic City and Kyoto is very long. Naturally, there is some lag in the delivery of messages. Chen Xian. Although Mr. Chen is already famous in Shanghai. But from a national perspective, only a few top people noticed. Most people. At most, I heard this name accidentally somewhere. Don't understand deeply. Li Chongyang falls into this category. Knowing that there is a person like Chen Xian. It's quite popular recently on the internet. But didn't pay attention. The reason why he came to Chen Qing's live broadcast room today. Still yesterday. Listening to friends talking about crossing the crane bridge. Got an idea. Thinking that grandpa is dying soon. If only I could buy this set meal for the old man. How beautiful that must be. By then, the adults in the family must think highly of themselves. You can also take the opportunity to express your filial piety. As for how Chen Xian did it, can you please invite others? He also briefly thought about it. I don't think it's a big problem. Just throw money at it. He is very confident in this aspect. The one in Kyoto who has a much higher status than my own family is. It can be said that it is richer than my own family. From a broad perspective, there are really not many people who can fight. The Li family is a famous nouveau riche. Nothing but money. This is how the beginning scene came about. Li Chongyang thought. Spend 6 million. Chen Qing still has to be obedient? Who would have thought that Li Chongyang would be really confused this time? I paid 6 million because I wanted to ask Chen Xian to do something. You guys are just trying to coax me. Li Chongyang. Monkshanger asked confusedly. Mr. Wang said. Fatty Li, don't act like you know me well. I'm warning you. The anchor is my closest friend. You're causing trouble here just because you don't give me face. Li Pangpang was frightened when he saw this formation. Secretly happy and frightened. Who is this anchor? What background? Only then can those guys lose their face and kneel down to lick them. He's not arrogant anymore. Silently exit the live broadcast room. Before I understood the situation. Not suitable to talk anymore. Too much to say, too many mistakes. Pick up tablet. He thinks about it. Decided to go to Dad and ask. Who are this anchor and Chen Xian? When I went out, I saw a small courtyard. There are always people at this moment. There is sadness in everything. The old head of the Li family is dying. The news has already spread. Having business dealings with the Li family. Kinship. Want to have a relationship. It's indispensable to be hypocritical. Look how many people there are. I honestly don't know. But the gestures are very good. The Li family will not be lost either. Li Shu specially arranged for people to greet and send him off. Inside the house. I saw a sick old man lying on the bed. Dying. The face is gray. There was a middle-aged man standing in front of the bed. There is a beard on the mouth. Extraordinarily majestic. Grandpa and Dad Li Chongyang say hello obediently. The old man ignored him. Instead, he looked at the adults with cloudy eyes. Let him come and see me. I really can't do it this time. There is an old custom in the north. Just before the old man expires, call all the relatives at home to come and have a look, so as not to leave any regrets for the old man. Li Fugue took a look. My grandson, whom I never wanted to see, shouted. Are you really leaving? Don't think too much without you. The head of the Li family saw that his father's breath was getting weaker. He glared at Li Chongyang. Quickly persuade the old father. Just don't wait for him to finish. Li Chongyang answered smoothly. Grandpa, don't think too much. The doctor said. You have 2 days left. Are there only 2 days left? Li Fugue was almost frightened to death by these words. The father and son were busy trying to help the old man. This allowed him to recover. Li Chongyang hesitated awkwardly. Grandpa, I can't speak. Don't be angry. I just want to come and see. Li Fugue gave him a complicated look. To this grandson. He really can't help it. Su is a person's life. Fortune will eventually be determined. I am blessed with good fortune in this life. I met a noble man when I was young. With his help. It's extremely rich. The money you make can be said to be as rich as the enemy's country. It's a pity that something was lost somewhere. The youngest son of the Li family is not very popular. He and his old wife have worked hard all their lives. He gave birth to a son. Then there was no more movement. Fortunately, this only son is still doing well. Can support such a huge family property. But in the third generation. Completely fucked. Li Chongyang's father worked hard for more than 20 years. Ever since I gave birth to this single seedling. My daughter-in-law's stomach has also stopped moving. It's no use asking to become a famous doctor. What worries him even more is no more rich than 3 generations. Maybe it really happened to the Li family. My grandson is too stupid to even mention it. It's okay if you're not smart. I still prefer to be smart. Made a lot of laughs. These thoughts flashed by. Li Fugue sighed quietly. Ah, can you let your boy go out? Your father only has the last 2 days left. I want to die more peacefully. Mr. Li's face twitched twice. Looking at Li Chongyang coldly. Get out. Grandpa, don't be so emotional first. I really paid attention this time. Prepare a big gift for Grandpa. I want to make you happy. Li Chongyang said emphatically. Li Fugue and his son looked at each other. All a little surprised. Why did this kid suddenly become sensible? Sun Su, tell me. What do you want to give? Make Grandpa happy. Li Fugue expressed some expectation. Hey Grandpa. I want to give you a grand funeral. I promise. No one in the entire imperial capital would be more honorable to die than you. Everyone has to envy. Waiting for you to go down. People around you will be envious to death. Look, it's this old man. His unique skill is to summon Tsuruhashi. Take a look at the video. Have you ever heard of driving to the west? This is much more shameless than some hearse. Ha, do you want it? The head of the Li family was stunned. Then veins popped up on his face. It hurt and I sat up. Turn around and look for the stick. I won't beat you to death today, you bastard. Just not my father. He was so angry that he was confused. Li Chongyang was dumbfounded. Dad's reaction is wrong. Dad, please listen to my explanation. The head of the Li family was fighting nearby. Li Fugue was stunned on the bed. He stared blankly at the old man on the tablet. Lips began to tremble slowly. Every moment. There was a line of muddy tears flowing down from my eyes. Godfather, you are still alive. He is so strong and crazy. Regardless of physical weakness. Looking up to the sky and laughing wildly. Godfather is rich. Miss you, miss you. No one knows. the famous Li Fugui. I was a beggar more than 90 years ago. My hometown was hit by a disaster. Grain failure. Countless people starved to death. In those days, everything that could be put into the mouth was eaten up. Bark, wild vegetables. Even guanine soil. Later, there even appeared a tragic adopted son. When I was a child, I couldn't bear to describe the miserable conditions of the people. After the people really have nothing to eat, migration began as a last resort. Looking for a place to live. The Li family was originally a big family. Count the entire clan. There are nearly 30 or 50 people in total. Available on the road. Those who starved to death died of disease. There are also those who can't help but throw themselves into the river. Wait until the end. Only the teenage Li Fugui is left. When he finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell down. But don't hold me in a pair of warm hands. He still remembers that scene to this day. A woman who was not as beautiful as a mortal hugged him. Ask the person next to you. What a poor child. How about we take it home? I want to save him. Okay, from now on you will be his godmother. Next to me, the head of the Li family is numb. Didn't you hear that my son was confused because he was holding his breath? I was so angry that I called him Godfather. He suppressed his sadness. Added some skills to my hand. Asshole. I will beat you to death today, you bastard. Li Chongyang was so beaten that bubbles of snot bubbled up from his nose. He even felt. I might go with my grandfather today. Fortunately, Li Fugui finally woke up at this time. Called the two of them. Grandson, please tell me. Where is this person? But Grandpa, I forgot to tell you. The video was shot in Los Angeles. But Mr. Chen is in Magic City now. Don't go wrong. On the RV. Li Fugui signaled to Butler Joe. Hang up the phone. Then he said feebly, go to the devil's capital. Then arrange a car to pick up my grandson. If by mistake. Help me strangle him to death. The next day the breeze was gentle. Birds chirping and insects chirping. Chen Xian was resting his head on the Taisher chair. Huang Yi came to the courtyard again to visit Chen Xian. I found that the black air between his eyebrows was still there. Has not dissipated. On the contrary, it became much stronger after one night. This really made him a little curious. Did you encounter any bad luck yesterday? Did you step on dog poop? Encountered a car accident? Or a flower pot flying down from your head or something like that? Huang Yi thought for a while. Weirdly shook his head. He went back to the hotel to sleep as usual yesterday. No accident happened. This is wrong. Chen Xian pondered what ordinary people would say. 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Not as bad as you are now. Why are you not unlucky? This is the first time Huang Yi knows. What happened to those young people yesterday? I also knew that something felt wrong about me afterwards. Why? Bad luck is hard to explain. He didn't know it actually existed. At this moment, I heard that I was unlucky and in a mess. That's right. He really didn't feel anything unlucky. No, suddenly he thought of something. His face changed drastically. I think I know where the fulfillment lies. Last night I received bad news all night. Many people died on the battlefield. Starting from the first phone call from Taibai Mountain yesterday. He received several messages one after another. These are all bad things that happen unexpectedly. Originally he didn't think much about it. Only now did I realize. It's actually possible that it's on me. Caused by bad luck. Feeling cold all over for a while. Well, please tell me in detail. Chen Xian couldn't sit still. This incident also surprised him greatly. He has studied bad luck before. Consistent with good luck. Only effective for individuals. I have never heard of it being able to influence subordinates. Huang Yi hesitated. Didn't speak. Many of these things are confidential. Don't disclose it to others easily. But now if you don't tell me the methods you already know. I'm afraid there's no way to solve it. Chen Xian guessed his thoughts right away. Tell the truth about what went wrong. The bronze guard on the other side of Mount Li. Or those bats on the snowy mountains? There shouldn't be a problem in the mine, right? Back then I sealed someone from abroad once. Not so much. I killed almost all the messy things. The remaining few are also small fish and shrimps. Could it be? Bedbugs emerged from the desert pyramid. Huang Yi swallowed hard. I just feel cold in my heart. He feels. The problem I want to study now is not bad luck. Go check it out first. Where is the place that the immortal just mentioned? There are so many dangerous places in Dragon Kingdom that we don't know about. Are these places available? His heart felt cold. What Dragon Kingdom officials know so far? Only the vampires in Changbai Mountain. And the bronze guards of Mount Li. These are also the two dangerous places with the greatest challenges. Other dangerous situations mentioned by Chen Xian. They never noticed. Just thinking about it makes me feel scared. Yeah, it's all a bit messy. When I had nothing to do, I traveled around the world. Seen them all. Chen Xian nodded. Wait until Huang Yi leaves. Chen Xian raised his head. Danrando, how are you practicing the second form of Wuching opera? Naturally, I asked Song Yi. Chen Xian keenly felt. As he gets into a lot of trouble. Is also brewing. We urgently need a good hand at this time. Can you help me with some things? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to do everything myself. Song Yi's face turned red. Said with shame. Standing in front of Mr. Chen. He felt ashamed. Holding top-notch skills in hand. The progress has been unsatisfactory. Chen Xian glanced at him. The most important thing to avoid when practicing martial arts is being impatient. You can't even calm down. There is no problem with the number of routes. The strength is strong enough. But you're missing the most important thing. As soon as the word murderous intent came out, the surrounding environment suddenly became harsh. The leaves all looked desolate. No. It's those fancy martial arts nowadays that strengthen the body. Some skills were created just for the purpose of killing. Song Yi, have you ever seen a tiger that doesn't eat living things? A word to wake up the dreamer. Song Yi's breathing became rapid. He knows what he is missing. It's a fight, a test between life and death. If you cannot complete this step, I'm afraid that my martial arts skills. It is no longer difficult to reach the next level. Let's go back to Huang Yi. Return to residence. His face looks gloomy and uncertain. Is bad luck real? Just try it and you'll know. Huang Yi stretched out his hand. I saw a coin in my palm. He closed his eyes. Take a deep breath. Throw it gently into the sky. Coin flip. It's the flower side. Come again, come again. Come again after a while. Huang Yi's face was so gloomy that he was about to drip. Tossing a coin is a matter of pure collision. He made the mistake 30 times in a row. That is to say, whatever he wants, nothing goes smoothly. It's like there's an invisible ghost next to you. Can see through his thoughts. Then intervene. Ancestor, Chen Qing seems to be sick. Yu Xiaoshuang on the other side opened the door in a panic. He shouted anxiously to Chen Xian. What's going on? Chen Xian quickly came to the room on the first floor. I saw Chen Qingjing lying on the bed with his hands covered with quilt. Looks a little pale. Yu Xiaoshuang on the side. Take the thermometer directly from under his arm. I was shocked when I saw it. My God, it's 39 degrees. Let's go to the hospital now. Chen Xian took out a porcelain bottle with his backhand. Uncork. Export a snow-white elixir. It was the Bingqing pill that had been given to Song Haiping. Eat this. Chen Chang was stunned and looked a little embarrassed. After all, she is not Song Haiping. As a modern person. From childhood to adulthood. I don't know how many teachers have talked about ancient methods. using heavy metals to make elixirs. I still feel that the hospital is reliable. He immediately smiled awkwardly and said, Great-grandpa. No need. Just a small fever. I'll just go to the hospital and get in 4 drip. I can still hurt you. Seeing the old man staring, Chen Chang was simply heartbroken. He took the Bingqing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The next moment she opened her eyes wide. I just feel like the elixir melts in my mouth. He didn't have a dull voice as he imagined. Then my mind becomes clear. All the discomfort dissipated quickly. My body feels much lighter. It's like going back to high school. Don't wait for her to speak. You Xiaoshuang on the side. First, I exclaimed in shock. Chen Shang, your skin is now shiny. Grandpa, what's going on? Her eyes widened as she spoke, staring at the jade bottle in Chen Xian's hand. Ha, Chen Xian simply handed them all to her. It's what's left from the last skull refining. There should be 8 more pills inside. Please keep it. Chen Xian sounded very proud when he said this. In his long life, learned so many things, such as piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, etc. This Bingqing pill still belongs to Xiao Dan. At most, it can only cure some injuries. Increase life by 10 years. If what you are refining is the great elixir of good fortune for 7749 days, it can be said that it can live the death of human flesh and white bones. Say something. The elixir is not too much. Speaking of elixirs, the Song family also fell into an accident. I have to start with Mr. Song. Talking about Song Haiping on his birthday. That day Mr. Song received an ice clear pill rewarded by Chen Xian. Body functions greatly improved. This change is really obvious. Anyone who cares can see it as long as they are not blind. Naturally, there are endless discussions inside and outside. Originally it was a small-scale discussion. But since a few days ago, Mr. Song's latest physical examination results are out. This is a big deal. Experts from the medical team who performed a physical examination on Mr. Song, they were all stupid. It turned out to be terminal cancer. But since my birthday, cancer is cured. There is no airtight wall in the world. The name Chen Xian, once again with nuclear bomb-level power, exploded in the Magic City. A shocking news broke from an auction house. A Bingqing pill will be auctioned in 2 days. Starting price 1 billion. At the same time, a convoy approaching the Magic City also received news. To fight for financial resources. The organizers will never forget this. The Li family in Kyoto specially called to inform. They all say that the old man of the Li family is dying. This ice list appears at the perfect time. The Li family will definitely not let it. This is indeed the case. Let's not go find the Godfather yet. Go to the auction house tomorrow and get this elixir first. I can't lie on a stretcher to see his old man. Li Fugue looked at the looming demon city. Said weakly. It's housekeeper Zhou, so of course I have no objection. Turn around and arrange for the convoy to change its route. Let's go to the Li family's mansion in Magic City first. Same event. The Li family in Kyoto began to raise funds. To the point where no matter the cost, many prime properties are mortgaged. A terrifying amount of money is concentrated into a certain account. The number was so big that even the president of a certain head office was shocked. None of this has anything to do with Zun. The storm outside can't disturb the tranquility of number 7 courtyard. Huang Yi came to see Qin Xian to say goodbye. Things over there in Qingbai Mountain. It has reached a point where it must be solved. Several other innate strong men in the Dragon Kingdom each have important matters. He can only go there in person. I can't remove the bad luck between your eyebrows. But there are ways to block him. Chen Xian said lightly. He studied this bad luck for 3 days. I already have a rough idea in my mind. This thing is a bit similar to genius landform. Born naturally by some kind of coincidence. Not replicable. Such things are rare in nature. However, each has its own role. For example, Chen Xian once saw a 9-turn thunder splitting wood. The conditions for its formation are also extremely harsh. Requirement is a willow tree. Get struck by lightning once every 100 years. And then I have to live again. If you repeat it 9 times, you can become a 9-turn thunder splitting wood. This kind of wood is naturally capable of killing evil spirits and suppressing evil spirits. The effect of strengthening luck and keeping good fortune. Later he made it into a mahogany sword. Gave it to a Taoist boy. Now we have the 1,000-year tradition of Longhu Mountain. Really? Then please help me collect it. This thing has really troubled us these past 2 days. Huang Yi's eyes glowed faintly. I've been really unlucky these past 2 days. I've never heard a single piece of good news. Chen Xian said. Take out a small piece of peach wood. Pass it to Huang Yi. Carry this thing with you. When will it turn completely dark? Just send it back to me. Kai and Yinmu. Taken from the heart of the oldest peach tree in the world. Can absorb dirt from trees. I usually use it as a container. If I could really absorb this bad luck, I will send it back to you. By the way, you take him with you after a while. Chen Xian pointed at Song Yi. This isn't appropriate, is it? Huang Yi frowned when he heard this. Somewhat unhappy. Where you want to go is a secret. Do not disclose it to outsiders easily. Detailed location. Chen Xian looked at him sideways. Want me to tell him where he is? Let him go by himself? Huang Yi has a dark face. Forgot that this guy knows the exact location. Dragon Kingdom's secret pair. It's not a secret. Then come with me. Breaking in without permission is more likely to cause big trouble. Don't look so reluctant. A good player who is close to being born. I'll work for you for free. You've earned it and it's close to your birth date. Huang Yi heard it. Pupil wrinkles. Then his face was filled with envy. Saw it yesterday. At that time, the 6 senses were still high-end. Such a knight's effort is innate. How happy it is to have an immortal to teach you. I had been working hard for more than 30 years. Innate talent. Mr. Chen, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. I will be born. I'll see you again then. Wait until he has finished explaining everything. Song Yi solemnly knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Xian. Then he followed Huang Yi without looking back. Waiting for the two of them to disappear. There was a chuckle in the courtyard. I won't take my eyes off the person I like. Chen Xian casually gave him a copy of the technique. And given a chance, if nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely create a top master. This has happened countless times in the past. Earlier. Give someone a military book. The army he led was invincible. Killed the Xiongnu in Mabe. Killed the famous champion Ho. The overlord who can withstand a gigantic cauldron. Wulong, who used a hand-cranked feather fan to get the true version of the 8 diagrams. In the long history, these people stirred up the world. Thousands of prosperous people. Behind them, there is a faint shadow of Chen Xian. He is the overlord of this world. Some people know this. Kneel and lick desperately. Treat as gods. Some people don't know this. Crazy seeking death. This is not it. He is seeking death again. A ragged man outside the door. Dirty young man. Staring at courtyard number 7 with hatred. Eyes are on fire. Mr. Tang, old man Chen Xian lives here. Never wrong. You can't let him get away. He is Zhao Yi. Zhao Jiashu guide Hu Sunsenhao. He didn't know how he escaped. And brought people here. Behind him stood an old man wearing shoe brocade. Eyebrows and beard neatly trimmed. The old man glanced at him with disgust. Don't worry, he can't run away. We agreed. Zhao Yi smiled calmly. The Zhao family is gone. I become like this. I won't be able to live well for a few days. It's useless to keep the money. Just kill him. Our Zhao family is here. All overseas trusts will be transferred to your name. Writing brings chaos to the country with pen, while chivalry breaks the law with force. Since there is ancient martial arts, then there will naturally be room for knights to survive. Not many people learn ancient martial arts. But the Dragon Kingdom is too big. It's impossible to tell which famous mountain and beautiful water will have its inheritance. Stayed. And compared to warriors who are willing to join official organizations, the majority of people like to be carefree and at ease. Natsum faces many challenges. The external environment comes from the lighthouse country. And those disgusting monsters. Main internal instability factors. It's these disobedient warriors. Tang Mo is such a number one person. It can even be said to be the official focus target. He is a strong person in the innate realm. And there are big flaws in his character. Afraid of poverty, greedy for money, greedy for sex. For money and women. There's nothing he wouldn't dare to do. The reason why I was invited by Zhao Yi this time. There is also the reason for Bingqing Dan. In recent years, he clearly felt that he was not feeling well. Just at this time, the news about Bingqing Dan came. But when I think about it, the starting price is 1 billion. His heart is literally bleeding. Want to get the elixir but don't want to spend money? What should I do? Zhao Yi is so stubborn that he is sent here. Nothing to say now. The more people kill, the more violent they become. Get the elixir. No money, no telling. I can still eat ahead of Zhao family. As for whether there will be danger? He never thought about it. Xiantian mirror is synonymous with invincibility. The two of them seem to be returning to their own yard. Opened the door and walked in. Courtyard number 7. There are only 2 girls in the yard. Heard the door open. Chen Shang was stunned when he saw it. He doesn't know Tang Mo. But Zhao Yi is an acquaintance. Outside HSBC building. Grandpa beat him. What are you doing? Get out. Yu Xiaoshuan glanced at. His face suddenly changed. She's not stupid either. He immediately turned around and wanted to go into the house. But she hasn't taken a step yet. Someone grabbed me on the shoulder. Like steel claws. It hurt her to catch her. Looking back. The old man who was at the door just now didn't know why. When we crossed this distance of 7 or 8 meters. Stood behind himself. What are you going to do? Tang Mo chuckled. There was a flash of lust in the eyes. There is a restlessness in the body. Guess what I'm going to do? Such beauty. Don't waste it before killing it. Chen Xian on the second floor suddenly opened his eyes. So brave. Shout angrily. I didn't expect that someone would dare to come to his house to seek death. Hello? What? Other side. Huang Yi, who had just left Ziyuan, received a call. His face changed drastically. He grabbed Song Yi and ran back. It seems that I learned some extremely shocking news. Song Yi looked at the direction the two of them were going. My heart sank. Minister Huang, has something happened to Ziyuan? Howling in the strong wind. Huang Yi didn't bother to explain. Just click on the video you just received. Play it for him. In the video, a young man's eyes are full of blood. Crazy and vicious. Song family, Lin family, Zhao family, Wang family. And Goen, who is willing to be a lackey. You are so cruel. Actually killed my father. Divided our family. But I didn't expect it. I, Zhao Yi, escaped alive. Look who this is. Tang Yi with ghost hands. I used our family's tens of billions of trusts as compensation. I asked him to come to my house to help me get my revenge. You all should wait for me to die. Now I have to kill Qin Xian's old dog first. Don't worry, you'll be next. The screen goes black. Video playback completed. Ghost Hands Tang, Song Yi's character is becoming calmer. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. People who practice martial arts. There are not many people who don't know Guisho Tang. Ghost Han Tang, Tang Mo. It is said that he lived on a cliff in Sichuan when he was young. I picked up a hidden weapon technique. Perfect exercises with mental skills. Since then, he has gained great fame all over the world. It is said that his hidden weapon disappeared without a trace. The power is even more powerful than a rifle bullet. Therefore, he is called Ghost Han Tang. Those hands are like ghosts that are seducing people and demanding their lives. Anyone who sees them will die. Minister Huang. Can you beat Ghost Han Tang? Shouldn't it be said that Mr. Chen is Guisho Tang's opponent? Huang Yi shook his head. Guisho Tang was promoted much earlier than me. Now our assessment is at least in the innate middle level. I'm afraid I'm no match. But holding him back shouldn't be a problem. As for Mr. Chen, he hasn't made a move in years. I don't know his current situation either. Huang Yi's eyes flashed with worry. According to historical records, Chen Xian's condition is very unstable. When powerful, it seems that it can turn mountains and seas. But some special times, he's crazy again. Like an ordinary person. For example, when I first discovered him in Taixian Mountain 2 years ago, there is no trace of cultivation on him. 2 years have passed now. Officials don't know either. What state is Chen Xian in? Talking with lightning speed. The two of them ran at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour with their feet. Soon I returned to Ziyuan community. Just got here. By chance, I discovered Song Haiping, the Zhao family. The Lin family also came with their thugs. Mr. Huang, Minister Huang. All three heads of the family know each other. The man with a sullen face said hello. Okay, this is not the time to talk nonsense. Go in quickly. The crowd of people quickly went to number 7 courtyard. When the door was opened, everyone was stunned. This, Uncle Chen. These three masters, together with countless thugs. Minister Huang, Song Yi. All the coldness surged up from the soles of my feet to my head. Chen Xian stands with hands behind his back in the courtyard. Chen Xiang and Yu Xiaoshuang fell behind him. Ghost Han Tang Duan was kneeling upright at the door. Is constantly using his own hidden weapons. Threading needles and threads on the body. Arms and legs. The body is already densely covered with black and white lines. Dense stitches. Very beautiful. His face seemed to be in great pain. Can't make the slightest sound. The hands continue to work meticulously. Zhao Yi also knelt aside. This scene is too scary. Stunned for a moment. Only then did everyone react. Deliberately avoid the bloody Ghost Han Tang. Run to Chen Xian. Uncle Chen Xian waved his hand and snorted coldly. Help Xiaoqing and the others to the bedroom. Wake up soon. The tone is very bad. He didn't expect that someone would dare to break into his home just now. In anger, he struck a little harder. In order not to scare the two girls. I fainted directly. What are you still doing? Quick! Song Haiping scolded. After a few female thugs passed by. Kneel down hastily on the ground. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. The Song family is now the guardian of our ancestors. Let someone break in like this. It's their dereliction of duty. Mr. Song even knelt down. How dare the others stand still? Shi Shuesa also knelt down. You can go. Chen Xian ignored them. First, he looked at Huang Yi coldly. What happens next is not suitable for outsiders to see. Huang Yi felt his whole body go cold at this sight. Scalp is fried. Yes, you are busy. After saying that, he took Song Yi and left directly. No more waiting for outsiders. Chen Xianren knelt on the ground by them. He lay down on the queen's chair and squinted his eyes. Song Haiping. At least you could show me the door back then. Why, can't you see the door now? These words are not unimportant. Song Haiping lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The identity of the Chen family members. Let him get great benefits. But we also have to shoulder corresponding responsibilities. He obviously failed in his duty today. Ancestors. The Magic City has the ice-clear pill that suddenly appears. Grandpa is tracing the origin of the elixir. Song Shanha explained in a low voice. Shut up. Song Haiping suddenly turned his head. Then he slapped him in the face. Dare to contradict your ancestor again. Kicked out of home. Song Shanha was slapped. I saw the anxiety in Grandpa's eyes again. I understand that I was rash when I interrupted. Quickly lower your head obediently. This scene makes everyone tremble with fear. In the past 3 families. Strictly speaking, only Song Haiping personally worked under Qin Xian. Others are not eligible to contact. I only met him once during the last birthday of the Song family. At that time, I thought my ancestors were quite peaceful. Now everyone knows. Illusion. The horror of this one. Look, you're still crazy. The self-inflicted ghost Han Tang will know. After hearing Song Shanha's explanation, Chen Xian's face looks better. But the most important thing is to distinguish what is important. Don't be confused all day. What a big deal if someone auctions an ice list. I have given many rewards in the past few years. I'm not sure where I left one. Auction is auction. Don't worry about it. Auction tomorrow. Xiaoqing wants to go too. The young people from your family will accompany you. Something goes wrong again, Humph. After saying that, Chen Xian walked into the room. Clean up the yard. Everybody get lost. Everyone in the 3 families didn't dare to breathe. Obediently exited the yard. After a while, courtyard number 7 returned to tranquility. Even the smell of blood in the air are dispersed by air cleaners. On the second day, on the way to the auction, Chen Sheng in the car said, my great-grandfather now likes to plant some flowers and plants. The yard is a bit small. I want to change to a bigger place. Isn't Mr. Wan's family engaged in real estate? I want to see if he can help introduce me. He now has a small amount of 2 billion in spare cash. There is no cost. Naturally, I wanted to make my great-grandpa's life more comfortable. In the Magic City where every inch of land is precious, not many meet his requirements. That's why I thought of Mr. Wang. Ask Shinda Group is a leading real estate company. It shouldn't be a big problem. After hearing this, the eyes of several other people lit up. This is an opportunity to please his old man. Yes, you, Jinger. Leave it alone. Leave this to me. Young Master Wang didn't give anyone else a chance to speak. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, the other hand skillfully took out the mobile phone and said, Hey, Dad, what's that? I have a friend who wants to buy a house with a garden. Preferably bigger. Let's go to the auction now. When you're done, just go and have a look. I hung up for 3 or 2 sentences. This matter is settled. Everyone else who was so efficient was dumbfounded. Until now. Only then did Zhu Xiaoshuang react. Pounced on Chen Cheng. Said in tears. Okay, Chen Cheng. Are you going to abandon me? I don't care, I will live with you. Okay. If it doesn't work then, let's move there together, okay? Soon, Deng Chao of Guardian Auction House. Nowadays, online auctions are on the rise. To these old auction forces. Caused a lot of impact. This time Bingqing Dan is being auctioned here. It actually brought a lot of popularity to Guardian. With the introduction of the host, the auction officially begins. There are still some normal jewelry auctions ahead. 3 hours later, the auction finally comes to the finale. Everyone came one after another. Discussions resounded in the spiritual hall. Is there really the legendary Bingqing pill? Can cure various diseases. As he spoke, the auctioneer immediately stepped down from the stage. There is another person presiding over the Bingqing Dan auction. I saw 2 old men in black clothes, escorting a woman in her 20s. Walked up. All participants were stunned. This woman is beautiful. But the first impression I gave everyone was that of an immortal. Immortal, she is obviously wearing modern clothes. It can give everyone the illusion of a jade beauty in the city. Like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. So beautiful, this temperament is so unique. Who is she? 3. Everyone's descendants are obsessed with. Everyone praised in a low voice. My name is Miaoi. He is the descendant of Wudong. I will be in charge of the auction this time. Binglist Kandan. The voice is like the warm words from the land of rice in the south of the Yangtze River. It sounds extremely comfortable. An old voice from a little girl interrupted the discussion in the hall. Everyone heard the sound and looked. I saw it was Mr. Song. Song Haiping sat on the chair. Plain looking. I take the liberty to ask. Where did your Bingqing Dan come from? As far as I know. Only one of my elders in the world can refine it. Also, what do you mean by Kandan? Let's talk about the topic. A group of people focused their attention on Miaoi again. Mr. Song, you are right. Binkington. It was indeed written by Chen Xianren. In the past, he visited Wudong Mountain. My master set up the Tianlong Bureau. Played chess with Chen Xianren for 3 whole days. Therefore, he was appreciated by the immortals. I have to give you this ice-clear pill. As for Kandan, it's because my master can't bear to eat this kind of treasure. Just use a gold tool to cut off half of it. Placed in mountain spring. The remaining half. Master ordered us not to stay. Great opportunity. Exclusive to Wu-Tang. Fear of disaster. That's why this auction happened. The money from the auction will also be used to relieve the poor. But don't worry, you guys. The medicinal properties of Kandan. Wudong guarantees its 1,000-year reputation. Life extension can be at least 5 years. Can cure all diseases. See her vouching for her 1,000-year reputation in Wudong. Everyone looked shocked. Staring at the stage with fiery eyes. Healing is real. There is really a magic pill that can cure all diseases in the world. Auction starts. 1 billion, 2 billion. 3 billion, most people in the hall felt cold. I thought the price would be high. But I didn't expect it to be so high. Just a few minutes. It has reached 3 billion. 8 billion, 9 billion. Another few raises of hands. It actually pushed the price to tens of billions. Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang were stunned. Staring at the small satchel. Eyes fiery. Vial in bag. There are still 7 pieces of ice in the bottle. 12 billion, 13 billion. Prices keep soaring. Suddenly a young man stood up. Big channel, 30 billion. The whole hall is silent and the sparrows are calling. Li Chongyang stood up proudly. Enjoying the gazes around you happily. Just dumbfounded, haha. Richer than my Li family. The head of the Li family is still in Kyoto. Li Fuguei is seriously ill again. The candidates for the auction. Naturally, it fell on Li Chongyang. He deliberately didn't bid at first. Just hold it in and kill it instantly. Final winner. It's exciting just thinking about it. Others see the overall situation is gone. They also stood up and left in 2s and 3s. Although the big guys at the scene have left. But there are still countless reporters here. They give the fastest news. Send specific information back to respective units. In the blink of an eye, overwhelming reports swept the entire internet. Half a pill, 30 billion. Really not expensive. Can cure all diseases. Extend life by 5 years. Chen's popularity. The confrontation between alchemy and science. At this time, Chen Sheng was escorted by the 3 major families. He also got in the car and left. In order to help Chen Sheng find a house, young Master Wang. Talking room. Take him to a peaceful suburb. And fields of flowers appear in sight. And the willow forest with no end in sight. The willow trees are blooming and the fragrance of flowers is fragrant. It happened that there were a few comments in the live broadcast room. It also attracted Chen Qing's attention. As we all know, there is a private manor in the flower field in Luhai. It is said that it was when the Dragon Kingdom was first established. Promote opening up policy to attract foreign investors. There is such a person who seizes the opportunity. That's why we have this willow forest and sea of flowers. You all know that one. Hong Kong City, Li family. Li Chaoren, who has such great ability. In general, this land and this estate. It is a special product of a special period. A strange combination of circumstances left behind by history. Now, no matter how rich or well-connected I am, I can't get it. The house is not too big. Only 1,000 or 2,000 square meters. 1 billion or so at most should be enough. But this land must be sold together as a bundle. It should be at least 30 acres. According to the current selling price, the total number will not be less than 50 billion. After Chen Qing saw these barrages, secretly exclaimed that the price is too high. Even if Bingqing Dan is priced at today's highest price, I have to sell 2 to be enough. Although he still has 7 ice-clear pills in his hand. But this kind of treasure that can extend life. Never do it for money. She had a vague intuition in her heart. Grandpa may be testing himself. Otherwise, such a valuable elixir. Why do you let yourself take it with you? Even though Mr. Wang is still confused. But he still said bravely. This is the property I'm looking at today. Just wait, I'll knock on the door. Jingle jingle jingle. The doorbell rings quietly. Soon one behaves. The elegant old man came out. Hello, are you Miss Chen Cheng? I am Mr. Li's personal butler, my surname is Zhou. Come in quickly. Mr. Li has already explained everything. Hope this property will satisfy you. The old man who called himself Butler Zhou ignored Mr. Wang. Chen Qing's eyes lit up when he saw it. He immediately stepped forward and said politely. Mr. Li, who was still in Hong Kong City, specifically explained. We must not slack off the Chen family in the slightest. As soon as this guy comes out, several rich third generations have become a little cautious. Don't think he's just a housekeeper. But that's a self-effacing statement. This person has been with Li Chaoren for decades. Is a true confidant. The disposal of many properties of the Li family in the mainland. This old man has the right to decide. Hello, Grandpa Zhou. Grandpa Zhou, when did you come to Magic City? Facing the greetings of several juniors, Butler Zhou just nodded casually. Too lazy to say hello. His eyes were still focused on Chen Qing gently. The 3 rich generations behind me all have numclaws. Even though no one mentioned it clearly before coming here. But they all want to help pay the bills. This is also the meaning of the 3 elders. But Hua Jian Xiao Yuan is really beyond their ability to bear. Don't talk about their tens of billions of liquidity. Even 3 people might not be able to get it all together at the same time. At this moment, everyone was complaining about Mr. Wang. La Wang, what are you doing? Just in case Chen Qing falls in love with me. What should we do? You can afford it. Song Shanyu said secretly. Young Master Wang waved his hand and said in a low voice. You think I'm stupid? My father told me to come here. Otherwise, I will be full after eating. He said everything was arranged. Let's just leave it alone. Wang Dong. Others were too embarrassed to say anything. Everybody steps up to keep up. Turned around. Butler Zhou led everyone back to the door. Miss Chen. I wonder if you are still satisfied with this property. We just looked at the main house. The 30 acres of gardens nearby are also. It's a bonus. You can watch it later. If there is no problem. We can complete the handover procedures now. Chen Qing glanced at the Huajian courtyard with nostalgia. Amazing. Very satisfied. I have never seen such a beautiful house. It's a pity that handover may not be possible. I have no money, can't afford it. After saying that, he turned around and left. No. You misunderstood. Unexpectedly, Butler Joe stopped Chen Cheng. Someone has already paid the money. You can just move here. I have also transferred the formalities to your name. This house, in a legal sense, already yours. Suddenly, the scene was quiet. A sensation in the live broadcast room. The good guy gave away his tens of billions of houses directly to others. It challenges my imagination so much. Who is so rich? 3. Are you still Mr. Wang? About who settled the bill. Not only netizens want to know. People at the scene also want to know. No, I didn't buy it. I won't live. Chen Xing shook his head decisively. Please take it back. No matter who pays. I won't even accept it. There is no free lunch in the world. He has understood this since he was a child. Please stay. I think you may have guessed wrong. It's not who paid for you. Here is a receipt issued by Mr. Li. You will understand if you show it to the Lord. Butler Joe handed an envelope with both hands. After saying that, he got in the car and left directly. Chen Cheng was dumbfounded. I opened the envelope full of doubts. Inside is a piece of white paper. Only 3 sentences. I don't know if you still remember. Port City Pier 3. For steamed buns and 10 silver dollars? The house payment was paid in full 85 years ago. After some time, your physical condition will improve. I'll definitely come and say thank you. Grandpa, that's what happened. What do you think I should do? The other side of the phone. Chen Cheng's slightly depressed voice came. Chen Xian thought for a moment. Asked in doubt. Li family? Right. Li Chaoran is very famous. Let me introduce him to you. Listened for a long time. Chen Xian finally had an impression. The memory returns vaguely. More than 80 years ago. One is obviously very thin. A young man with extremely stubborn eyes appeared in front of him. Couldn't help but laugh. This kid had a temper back then. I remember that I wanted to give him a large amount of money at that time. The condition is that you have to do things according to your own needs. But that guy only took it. For steamed buns and 10 silver dollars. Declined the invitation. In long years, there are only a handful of people who can reject themselves. Sure enough, it became the climate. Since it was given by him. Just accept it. Come back and tidy up. We'll move there tomorrow. On the other side of the street. Niaoui followed an old Taoist priest with white eyebrows. Walking on the road. The two of them were obviously walking in the busy city. But the people around him turned a blind eye. It's like I deliberately ignored the two of them. Very magical and wonderful. You have nothing to ask, master. It's almost time to reach Chen's house. Niaoui followed quietly. On the contrary, the old Taoist couldn't hold his breath anymore. No, master wanted to tell Niaoui. Naturally speaking. If you can't tell me, it's no use asking. The old Taoist couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But didn't master tell you? Now I'm going to challenge a god. There should be no way out. Aren't you worried? You will never see master again. Niaoui stopped. Pay attention to the reason behind master's behavior. Master's long-cherished wish in life. Just be able to challenge Chan Xianrun once. The difference between witnesses and gods. I have been preparing for this for 100 years. My long-cherished wish came true today. Life and death must have been ignored. No longer important. Niaoui congratulates the master. You're right, let's go. The old Taoist priest began to think in his mind. Didn't you teach this perfect Taoist to a fool? What a sin. Every day when I wake up, the fragrance of flowers will slip in through the cracks in the window. Wait and stand on the balcony and look out. There are even more willows blowing in the wind. After moving, Chen Xingchang thought about his future life. All feel satisfied. Chen Sheng knew the whole story. There is a hint of worry on his face. Properties worth tens of billions. Too expensive. Get it in your hands for free. She felt a little uneasy. Li Chaoran. Is it really a gift to repay my great-grandfather's kindness back then? What kind of kindness can be worth tens of billions? Does he have any other purpose? Does your grandfather need to pay anything? The sunset outside is perfect. Chen Xian suddenly became interested. He sat on a recliner and told the younger generation about the past. Li Xiaozi at that time. He must be about 10 years old. Extremely thin. But people are very clever. People on the passenger ship were rushing to move some boxes. The targets selected are all young women. Even if someone takes the initiative to move boxes. Feeling a little unhappy. Also pay some money. Even if there are some who don't pay. Li Xiaozi doesn't care either. Not even going to make a noise. Instead, seize the time and immediately find new goals. He had a firm goal back then. Make big money. At that time, I learned that there was a seriously ill old mother in his family. I often don't have enough to eat 3 meals a day. Asked him to come with me. I will settle his mother. Teach him some skills. A good young man with such a temperament should not be wasted. Speaking of this, Qin Xian laughed at himself and said. However, he refused. What? Everyone was shocked. No matter how you think about it, it feels incredible. There was also lively discussion in the live broadcast room. That era was a time of war and chaos. It can be said that there are orphans everywhere. The opportunity to be taken in is rare. Chen Xian knew exactly what they were thinking. But I don't know if it's possible. Xiao Xiao said nothing. At this time, Song Shanhe walked in. Ancestor has contacted Mr. Li. Do you want to speak to him now? Put it through, Qin Xian said lightly. Everyone listens. They all became excited. Since Li Chaoran retired. Never appeared in the public eye again. It's good to see it in the video today. Live broadcast interface connected to microphone. Soon, the screen split into two. On the left is Chen Xian. Another old man appears on the right. Wearing home clothes. Leaning on hospital bed. Looking a little excited. Mr. Chen, is it really you? Chen Xian nodded. A moment of silence. The house you gave me is quite good. I'm quite satisfied. After finishing speaking, he didn't speak again. Li Chaoran smiled and said, That's good. Just prepared for you. Ha, not finished yet. I bent over and coughed due to the cold. The audience was worried about him. After a while, Li Chao finally calmed down slowly. The weak smile makes you laugh. I don't know how many days I have left. 1 year. Don't wait for him to finish. Chen Xian gave the answer. Li Chaoran's whole body is not feeling well. Looks a little pale. Mr. Chen, please teach me. What else can be done? I still have a lot of things to do. Yes, Chen Xian nodded naturally. Just take a Bingqing Dan. What a simple thing. Li Chaoran's breathing became much heavier. Forcibly suppressing excitement. Ever since I learned about Chen Xian's accident. Naturally, he also knew about the ice list. It's a pity that today's auction was too rushed. It was too late for him to know the news. Didn't catch up. I had no choice but to prepare the house gift this time. The purpose is to enhance the relationship between those years ago. Making friends with Chen Xian. Take advantage of the situation to ask for elixirs. Li Chaoran never engages in loss-making business. Several steamed buns and silver coins from decades ago. Not worth so much money. It is said that he and Chen Xian only met briefly once. Not too impressed. I didn't contact you after that. Now we finally get to the point. He could feel sweat oozing out from his palms. Mr. Chen also asked you to sell me a Bingqing pill. Li boy. Do you still remember what you said back then? Chen Xian interrupted him directly and said with a smile. You say this life. I want to see all the prosperity in this world for myself. Don't want to follow others. The path you choose. You have to persevere to finish the walk. Thank you for this house. A few steamed buns and silver dollars are worthless. But back then I helped your mother heal her body. Arrived that night. 80 years of reward. After saying that, Chen Xian smiled. Song Shanha on the side is very discerning. Hang up the microphone. Everyone was confused. Can you still play like this? In the courtyard, there was silence. Everyone was stunned. The group of people looked at Chen Xian with complicated eyes. Silent for a long time. Good guy, the old man has finally given everyone a lesson. The house is taken. Forget it. Li Chaoren's loss is due to his hometown. Grandpa, it's not good for us to do this, right? Chen Qing felt a little embarrassed. Then let's not live here at all. Just go back to Ziyuan. She is thin-skinned. I'm thinking about moving back. What to move? Chen Shan snorted disdainfully. We live here. The environment is okay. What I hate most in my life is people plotting against others. Li Xiaozi has long lost his spirituality. He is obsessed with money. Let him have a long memory this time. Don't think he's at a loss either. Although I have never given him any elixirs. But he gave one to his mother back then. In total, a house is nothing. These words are full of anger. This anger does not come from Li Chaoren. Even more so, Chen Xian felt that he had misjudged. When we first met, Li Xiaozi is lively and clever. Tactful. It can be said to be precocious. That's why I came up with the idea of letting him follow me. Although rejected. But he was not angry or unforgiving. She looked at him even more highly. It's even more rare to be able to stick to your original intention. But I don't want to be 80 years later. Li Xiaozi has already started to take notice of himself. Humiliate oneself. The friendship we had back then is long gone. The port city on the other side. Li Chaoren's face turned pale. Lying on the hospital bed. Eyes dull. The last glimmer of hope is gone. Dad, don't be sad. Taking care of yourself is the most important thing. Let's think of another way. The eldest son was worried and comforting him. Mr. Chen. Maybe it's because we didn't visit in advance. I will make a special trip to the mainland tomorrow. Go and apologize. Don't wait for him to finish. Li Chaoren waved his hand. Do you think Mr. Chen is doing it because of this trivial matter? Reject us? Wrong. His anger probably stems from two things. The first is that we cherish ourselves too much. When the Chen family was in trouble, they didn't lend a helping hand. It's too late to regret now. The second one is, in recent years, our methods of making money have gone too far. Made him unhappy. How to make up for past mistakes now? What happened to Dad back then? Tell us about it. The second son couldn't help but ask. Too many things happened back then. The story comes slowly. Lifting the dusty historical fog. Li Chaoren has always been smart. Easily grasped the essence of the problem. Since receiving the news of Chen Xian's accident, he regretted it greatly. Regret many things in the past. More than 80 years ago. Chen Xian's reputation is much bigger than it is now. The Chen family is even more prosperous. Prestige shocks the country. It can be said that people who were active in that era. Most people know the name of the Chen family. Although Li Chaoren is young. But because I often read newspapers. But I also know him. So we met for the first time. He realized that the opportunity had come. He was playing a trick back then. Refused to follow Chen Xian. But he took the buns and silver coins from his hands. And asked him to cure his mother. Take advantage. That's not all. He is quick thinking. Take a few silver coins from Chen Xian. Directly found the Chen family subordinates in Hong Kong City at that time. The powerful Hua family. Only in this way can we take off in the future. Logically speaking. After Li Chaoren became successful. We should stay closer to the Chen family. But the bad thing is, it didn't take long. Chen Xian disappeared. Chen family insiders naturally know. He is going to Taishan Mountain for retreat. But the outside world doesn't know. Rumors spread all of a sudden. Some people say that Chen Xian was plotted by a warlord. Some people also say that he was ambushed and killed by a powerful ancient martial artist. More news came. He has an incurable disease. Already died of illness. It's good that the time is short. But as time goes by, Chen Xian really never showed up again. Many people got up. Thoughts you shouldn't have. Some more years passed. The Chen family is in trouble. Everything happened too fast at that time. A coalition of external forces. Encirclement and suppression by the military. There is also betrayal by internal thieves. There are also attacks and killings by ancient martial arts experts. Anyway, in the blink of an eye, the Chen family, which was at its peak, is gone. It was very chaotic at that time. Someone with power comes forward to protect the descendants of the Chen family. The whole family was assassinated. Someone is hiding Chen family members. Killed on the spot. Anyway, after all kinds of games, the Chen family disappeared. It was only after many years that the news came out. All the Chen family members were killed or injured. The second adopted son, Li Fuguwei, rescued by Kyoto forces. Incognito. It was only later that his identity was revealed. Adopted son Chu Fei appeared in Europe. Established the Chu family alliance. Holding shares of Dragon Kingdom chambers of commerce around the world. There is the shadow of military commander behind the scenes. Suspected to be the original traitor. Li Chaoran slowly finished talking about what happened back then. I closed my eyes in pain. I never thought he was still alive. He only showed up in those days. No one dares to plot against the Chen family. This is all fate. Can't wait until I'm gone. The Li family may be in chaos for a while. But you have to hold on. Also must remember. We must never ally with the Chu family again. Any involvement. Yes. The two sons looked at each other. Out of the ward. But the two of them have a tacit understanding. Didn't go downstairs. But came to the rooftop. Light a cigarette. Slowly blow out a smoke ring. Look at Big Brother. With a sinister expression. The old man can't die now. Li Din nodded. Agree with this statement. The situation in Hong Kong is too complicated. There are too many predators hiding in deep water. If Dad died now, I'm afraid the two of them won't be able to hold on. By then, it will be a trivial matter if your business is robbed. Whether one's life can be saved or not is a question. Second child, what do you want to do? I'm afraid it won't work if I force myself to do it. A man as strong as his father is scared to death by Chen Xian. The other party must be a little evil. Let's send someone there. Contact President Chu. He must be more anxious than us now. Li Er smiled sinisterly. Our family can't help but die. He's a traitor. Maybe I'm afraid of what I've become. Let him take the lead. The alliance has recruited many good players. As far as I know, there are several offerings to the Xiantian realm. It depends on whether President Chu dares to fight for his life. Snap. Cigarette butts were thrown on the ground. The soles were crushed hard. Li Di said. Just do it. If you don't advance, you will retreat. The old man is old. The spirit of the past is gone. Is there any chance to stay out of it now? If you retreat, you will be dead. Sunset. It's getting late. Let's not talk about the Li family first. Another uninvited guest came to Huajian courtyard. A huge motorcade drove into the manor. Leading the way was a police car with flashing red and blue lights. The red flag cars behind all have small flags. There were many escort vehicles surrounding the area. If you look through the dark car glass, you can see There are elite soldiers with loaded weapons inside. The scene is very grand. Hear sirens. Everyone chatting in the yard was confused. Why is there a police car coming to this place? Grandpa, let me go and take a look. Chen Qing immediately stood up and went to open the door. This place is my own. It's definitely not the wrong person. She feels guilty. Did the Li family find someone to arrest Grandpa? Just walked out of the manor gate. A group of people were dazzled. There were 7 or 8 cars outside the yard with their headlights on. Directly opposite the courtyard entrance. As soon as they came out, they were beaten up. Curses came out one after another. Young Master Wang even squinted his eyes forcefully. Go to the front car. Bang bang bang. Shoot the hood. What bastard got off the bus for me? I can't see anyone in front of me. As he wishes. Next second. 4 heavily armed police officers jumped out of the car. Subdued him neatly. And put his head on the road. Don't move, just be honest. Hands up. Did you hear that? Keep your head down. Being hit hard by a gun. Zhao Zishun finally understood that something was wrong. I forced my eyes open and looked at the license plate. My heart suddenly went cold. Modu Dudu's number 1 car. Before he could finish speaking, his head was pressed down hard. Just a herd of cows. The 3 rich generations in heaven and earth are all honest. He raised his hands obediently, not daring to move. The governor of the magic city came in person. Talking room. A middle-aged man with a majestic look on his face. Got off the car. Then he turned around and walked quickly to the car door at the back. Opened the door diligently. Mr. Zhang, here we are. Everyone's eyes are focused on the car. Can't help but open my eyes wide. Zhao Zishun on the ground couldn't help but stretch his neck. Who can make the governor of the magic city open the door? A cloth shoe steps on the ground. Immediately afterwards, an old man with a rich childhood stepped out of the car. There was a hint of helplessness in his expression. A little Taoist nun Niaoui also came out next to her. Oh my God! Zhang Tianshi. Zhang Tianshi came in person. Whether it is the rich 3rd generation on site or in the live broadcast room. All exploded. There are legends circulating in any era. The most mysterious legend of this era. Let's talk about this Taoist Zhang. Zhang Daochan's original name is Zhang Shanqing. The 76th generation descendant of Wudong Taoist Temple. Because he has photographed many. Video of teaching apprentices. Familiar to most netizens. In video. The old Taoist priest holds a Tai Chi sword in his hand. He even used 100 steps to cross the Yang. Unique skills such as flying over eaves and walking over walls shocked the world. For the first time, the general public knew about breastfeeding. It can be said that without Qin Xian, he was the recognized ascetic at that time. This is how ordinary people view it. Some dignitaries who knew about the existence of ancient weapons. It's clearer. This is a genuine innate master. Still the top among innate ones. Such strong men are walking strategic weapons. No matter where you go. The local area must be properly arranged. So after learning that he came to Magic City, officials found his old man immediately. Accompany you all the way. I want to take care of a little apprentice by myself. To challenge the strong doesn't exist. It must be done under official arrangements. Otherwise, who cares if you casually affect the people around you? There was a wave of heat in the live broadcast room. Zhang Daochang is the real immortal in the world. He actually lived for more than 120 years. Every year of life is recorded. Mr. Chen said he lived for more than 130 years. But I always feel it's too fake. No one really believes it. If you stay in seclusion for 70 or 80 years, I guess. Who would have thought that he wouldn't wait until the discussion in the live broadcast room is over? Zhang Shanqing's first sentence. Just make everyone dumb. He looked at the small courtyard among the flowers with excitement. It seems that there is a courtyard wall. Already felt a familiar atmosphere. The sleeves of the left and right hands pat each other. Bow solemnly. Then do Lang Dao. Zhang Shanqing, visit Chen Xianrun. Farewell to each other after 80 years. Recently I heard that the immortal returned to Earth. The younger generation is extremely excited. Offensive to visitors. Please forgive me. Finish shouting loudly. Zhang Daochang kept bending down and lowering his hands. Don't dare to look up. It seems like he is really asking for forgiveness. His respectful attitude shocked those around him. The courtyard door opens. Chen Xian stepped out. I knew you kid was going to come running over. Get up soon. His tone is also a bit novel. This era. This person in front of me. There are very few people with whom I can have a few words. At least thoughts are on one frequency. There are very few such people. Zhang Daochang raised his head. Even with his state of mind. Seeing Chen Xian's appearance, I couldn't help but be a little shocked. Not really getting older. 80 years have passed. From being high-spirited, became the octogenarian he is today. Chen Xianrun has not changed much. Time seems to have stopped flowing on him. I couldn't see through your realm back then. I thought 80 years would pass. Now I can always get a rough idea. I didn't expect it would still be the same as before. Zhang Shanqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. I can't help but feel a little bit of sadness in my heart. The end of my life is actually inferior to the realm of immortals 80 years ago. It's so shocking. Chen Xian ignored this. I looked at him carefully and frowned. Are you dying? These words make the people around me full of questions? Chen Qingdu quietly pulled on Grandpa's sleeves. Are you not cursing Master Zhang? Is this a provocation? The official escorts also took a step forward, staring at Chen Xian warily. They are responsible for Zhang Tianchu's safety in the Magic City. Try to avoid doing it yourself. Body care is okay. In addition, I have eaten Binkington. So you don't look old. But it's rotten inside. Chen Xian shook his head inside. Human essence and body. Daoshi Zhang is in good physical condition. But the spirit is close to death. In this case, it can take as little as 1 week. In just 1 or 2 days, there is no hope. I really can't hide it from you. Zhang Shanqing admitted frankly. I should have seen you in the past few days. Maybe I can't go back to Wudong Mountain. Boom! There was an uproar around. No one expected would hear such shocking news. Especially the officials from Magic City. My hands and feet are even colder. Although Zhang Shanqing is not an official. But he has a kind heart. Coastal areas have been deliberately protected over the years. If he is going to die, the top master of Dragon Kingdom, someone needs to be dispatched as soon as possible. Beware of dirty things that occasionally escape. All kinds of text messages were sent to various places at once. Chen Xian didn't care about this. Seeing Taoist Zhang know his situation. I won't say any more. Just be aware of it. Come in. After saying that, you turn around and enter the door. Zhang Shanqing followed Miui in. Wait until everyone enters the courtyard. The official protection personnel subconsciously want to keep up. Just don't wait for them to take a step. Bang! Windless automatic door. Close it hard. It's getting late. I don't want to entertain guests. You can do as you please. Chen Xian's calm voice sounded in the yard. He likes quiet. Too lazy to let a group of people come to the house to make noise. Magic City, the governor was shocked. This won't work. Zhang Tianchu is at any time. It might be cold. It has to be under your nose. At the very least, someone has to follow you. I lost track of this inexplicably. How can I explain it to the superiors? Mr. Chen, could you please open the door? I am Zhou Hun, the governor of the Demon City. The Magic City has a very special position in the Dragon Kingdom. It is not only the economic center of the country, even famous all over the world. A veritable East Asian economic animation. Someone who can take on the position of governor of the demon city. Highest level. It is conceivable. As soon as this word go is exported, everyone present was shocked. Especially the young third generation. My heart skipped a beat. The old man is too awesome, right? Only. Governor Zhou's reaction shocked everyone. I saw him immediately turning his head. Without any lull in his movements, he turned around and waved. Go, go, go. All go, all get on the bus. Don't disturb Mr. Chen. Flower Courtyard. A group of people looked at Mr. Chen with dumbfounded eyes. My head is buzzing. I really scared them just now. What are you doing? Boil water and make tea. Chen Xian ordered without caring. Noisily squeezing into my home late at night. If you don't scold them, who will you scold? That is now. If it had been so unruly a few hundred years ago. If you don't talk much, you'll get a beating. As for identity. Not to mention a small governor. Even if the emperor comes, you have to talk about it yourself. It was before and it will be in the future. Chen Xingru woke up from a dream. The trot makes tea and pours water. Ask guests to sit down. Ignore the juniors. Chen Xian's voice was heavier. Tell me what you want to do this time. He knows everything. Zhang Taoist came to find himself at this time. Definitely not just reminiscing about the past. So simple. Zhang Shanqing shook his head and said with a wry smile. I originally wanted to have a discussion with you at the end. But now, forget it. This is a mixed bag of things to say. Before meeting me, I thought I had been practicing hard for 80 years. Now even if he is not as good as Chen Xianrun, it's always possible to pass the test. Who knew that we would only find out when we met? The gap is not small. On the contrary, it is bigger. 80 years ago, I could still vaguely feel it. The horror of Chen Xianrun. Now sit facing each other. I can't even feel other people's breath. To learn from each other but not to learn from each other. It has no meaning anymore. Chen Xian nodded, your level is too low. There's no use fighting me. It's better to save your energy and do something else. Zhang Shanqing was silent for a moment. Trial way. If you suppress a realm, can I hold on to you for a while? He still doesn't give up. I've been thinking about this for 80 years. If you don't try, you won't be able to rest in peace until you die. Chen Xian lowered his head and calculated, then shook his head and said. Still not working. Don't talk for a moment. You just want to hold on for a while under my hand. I have to suppress at least more than 100 realms. But in that case, do you think it makes sense? Click. Even if he is about to die. Zhang Tianxia can't even calm down. Looking at Mr. Chen in horror. What state is he in? The original immortal was his nickname. Don't be so confused back then. I really encountered a god descending to earth. Outside the courtyard. It's about 5 or 6 miles away. A luxury caravan parked here. A large entourage. Looking at the old man and the young man in front. Helpless to wait. Li Fugue looked at the courtyard in the distance. Purse your lips. Neither dare to go there. Don't want to leave either. Timidity near home. The Chen family is gone. But I have survived until now. I haven't avenged my godmother and eldest brother yet. How dare you come to see this old man? Questions were stuck in his mind. In desperation, Li Fugue pointed to the small courtyard in the distance inside. Grandpa's godfather lives there. That's your great-grandfather. I want to see him. I'm afraid he won't open the door. They are dear after all. Li Fugue still couldn't help it. Tell your grandson your worries. Li Chongyang was very happy when he heard this. It turns out that's all. You told me earlier. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'm a professional at calling doors. There is no door in the imperial capital that I cannot pry open. Within a few minutes. Luxurious. The small courtyard between flowers is right in front of you. After parking the car, Li Chongyang quickly got out of the car. Without any hesitation. Walked to the door, bang bang, bang bang, open the door. Open the door and Chen Qing comes out. I recognized Li Chongyang at a glance. His face changed drastically. I hurriedly shouted to the back that it was bad. Song Shanyu, come quickly. Li Chongyang really came to my house. His impression of this young master of the imperial capital. The arrogance of staying in the live broadcast room. And the arrogance at the auction. Not someone to be trifled with. But he really didn't expect it. I just said a few words to him in the live broadcast room. How dare you come to your own home? Too vindictive. Song Shanyu and Z were also confused. Is Li Chongyang crazy? How dare you come to the Chen family to run wild? This is not the way to seek death. Wait for a group of people to go out. I saw a shocking scene. 3 strong men were surrounding Li Chongyang and fighting him. The beating made me scream indiscriminately. The scene is called chaos. An old man was being supported and hopping on his feet. Haven't you eaten? Give me a little more force. Little bastard. If you hide again, I will ask you to call the door. Let you call the door. Beat you little bastard to death. Good guy. A group of people really didn't expect the scene. Sharp eyes recognized the old man's identity. That one is Li Chongyang's grandfather Li Fugui. Li Fugui looking at the old lady Long Zhong. Chen Xian's gaze seems to have penetrated 80 years of time. I met the young man who timidly called him godfather. The one who secretly saves his pocket money. The kid who bought himself a cigarette pot. Wealth. A soft cry. Li Fugui finally saw Chen Xian on the steps. Turn your head slowly. My eyes blurred instantly. It's Godfather. Absolutely true. His knees went weak. Kneel on the ground. He lowered his head and cried, Godfather. Wealth is back. The people around me felt as if their throats were being strangled. Looking at this scene dumbfounded. Li Chongyang saw this. When I got up, I wanted to pull Grandpa. Fortunately, he was caught by Butler Zhou, who had quick eyes and quick hands. He whispered, kneel down quickly. Said and secretly put it on his knee. Li Chongyang immediately knelt behind his old master. Chen Xian looked at Li Fugui lying on the ground. Just come back. Dad told you a long time ago. No matter what mistakes were made. Just go home. Dad is here. Let's go home. Li Fugui burst into tears. He was pulled by his godfather and walked into the house. At this moment, the wanderer who has been wandering for 80 years comes home. Under heavy emotional impact. Li Fugui burst into tears. Godfather, my son can't forgive you. My eldest brother and my godmother shouldn't have knocked me unconscious back then. Let someone send me away. I will die in the Chen family. I'm a waste. I couldn't kill those bastards. There are many people alive. I didn't even kill Chu Fei. Woohoo, I hate it, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't expect those people to find Xiao Yuan and his wife. Cutting off the roots. Xiao Yuan and his wife are Chen Qing's parents. My second uncle. I wouldn't be able to see him even if he died. In order to protect Qinger these years. I don't dare to talk to her on the phone. Don't dare to see her. I don't even dare to give him any money. Watch her suffer. I feel so distressed that I can't help but slap myself. At this moment, he completely let go of his heart. He's obviously an old man. But crying like a child. Even Zhang Shanqing looked serious. He knows something about the Chen family. But they are all half-informed. That year, I happened to catch up with him after he came out of seclusion. Everything is too late. All right. After Li Fugui calmed down a little, Chen Xian pulled him up. Rich, it's okay. There are all godfathers here. It's Godfather's fault. I left so suddenly back then. But don't worry. Damn it, no one can escape. Do you know why I didn't go to them? He. I just let them live in fear that day. Make them tremble at the thought that I'm still alive. The tone is very gentle. It's like having a casual conversation. But everyone in the living room was trembling. The cold that penetrates the bone marrow. The nameless fear pervades everyone's hearts. Many people even took a few steps back in uncontrollable panic. The old man sitting in the first place. Like a bottomless abyss. They are now standing on the edge of the abyss. If you take one step forward, you will be doomed. Only Chen Xing endured his fear. This is her first time seeing Grandpa looks like this. It's scary, but it's also very distressing. She doesn't know what happened in the past. But I vaguely understood some of my grandparents. Mom and Dad's worldly affairs. It seems like they were all killed. Ordinary people feel great terror. Zhang Shanqing and Miaoi, who are practicing Taoism, feel it even more clearly. They all stared at Chen Xian in horror. The old man's murderous intention just flashed away. It just made their hairs stand on end. Especially Zhang Shanqing. Inexplicably, I remembered something. Do you want to hold on for a while under my hand? At least it's good enough to break through more than 100 times. No joke. Chen Xianran didn't guess on his own. The master is definitely above the master. In a dark basement on the other side. The basement is empty. There is only a shabby mat spread on the ground. There's a man covered in scars lying on it. There are hideous wounds all over the body. Licking my chapped lips. Struggling to move his head in the direction of the water droplets. But I didn't want this action to cause injuries on my body. There was a heartbreaking pain. I don't know how my junior sister is doing now. He sighed. Feeling vaguely desperate. Matter. Let's start from the day Tian's funeral ended. After discussing with the 7 brothers that day, the other 5 people chose to pursue another career. Boss Tian Yi and Lao Chi Tianyu choose to come and seek refuge with Chen Xian. But what they never expected was that just that night, Tian's thatched cottage was raided. There are many people coming. There are about 10 people. And they are all masters of the 6 terrifying realms of consciousness. The enemies are all outlaws. It's fatal when you take action. Fortunately, Tian Yi is the elder brother of the 7th son of the Tian family. The foundation is extremely solid. Risk your life to hold on. The enemy created an opportunity for Chimei to escape. Tian Yu was able to escape. The last scene of Tian Yi's memory. Just got knocked unconscious. Wait until you wake up again. Already here. Clang. The sound of the iron door being pushed open interrupted his memories. Look towards the door. I saw a strong man with a height of 2 meters. Walked in. He looks vicious. The most harmful thing is that there is a scar on the face. Crossed the whole face. How are you thinking about it? You should be able to give me an answer today. The strong man walked to the edge of the broken mat. Step on the wound on his arm. A fine cold sweat suddenly broke out on his head. Tian Yi held back the pain. Staring at the strong man with hatred. Who are you? I've said it many times. I don't know any Chen Fan. I only met him once at my master's funeral. As for what you said, I'm going to take refuge with him. It's even more nonsense. What these people want is simple. Just let him work as an undercover agent next to Chen Xian. Just send out the information at the critical moment. Tian Yi naturally refused. Kill yourself for not knowing Chen Xian. He inherited the master's character. Not allowed. Can't agree either. These people have no bottom line in what they do. Even if you think about it, it won't work. Once agreed. You must hand in the name of the investment certificate. Once you start making some mistakes, there's no turning back. The strong man snorted. Just sit down cross-legged. It's no use talking nonsense. Don't think about it. How do we know that night? There's you and that little girl in the little hut. Tianyi's face changed. Yeah, how do these people know? There are myself and my junior sister in the hut. As soon as a dozen or so people showed up, their division of labor was clear. 6 restraints on oneself. For besieging junior sisters. It was obviously premeditated. If I hadn't risked my life. They are definitely in trouble. They are not a temporary uprising. But there is a detailed plan and arrangement. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Some of your fellow apprentices have long been accepted by the president. Otherwise, how could we get the news so quickly? Tianyi, how much older am I than you? I really want to advise you. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. You are still young and it is not worth dying here. Tianyi's eyes were full of disbelief. 7 brothers are brothers and sisters. How could someone betray themselves? How is it possible? How dare you slander my junior brother? Tianyi struggled to get up. He gritted his teeth and punched it. Don't be so generous. Come, our president will tell you personally. Silly boy, seize the opportunity. After being able to join. You know how lucky you are. The strong man took out a tablet and handed it to Tianyi. The screen flashes. A very handsome young man. Appear on screen. Looking at him expressionlessly. Tianyi and the person called the president. Hateful stare. Just quickly. There was a trace of doubt on his face. I don't know why. This person gave him a weird feeling. The eyes of this young man are very vicissitudes of life, very old. Why are you like this? Tianyi couldn't help but ask. The young man was surprised. Then he praised. That's right. I didn't expect your inspiration to be so sharp. You can realize that I am unusual as soon as we meet. In the realm of 6 consciousnesses, you can be considered top-notch. Introduce yourself. My name is Chu Fei. He is the president of the new alliance. You can call me president. By the way, I am 87 years old this year. Boom! Tianyi was stunned. He didn't expect that the enemy turned out to be from the new alliance. My heart felt cold. Everyone knows the Tong Menghui's famous name. But at least few people in the ancient martial arts world don't know. This is a behemoth. In every way it is. Rumored. He has information about all the overseas Chinese of the Dragon Kingdom. Any servants overseas business. All have equity participation or direct control from the Tong Menghui. The amount of money earned every year is immeasurable. Some people even vaguely revealed. The alliance is secretly the world's largest arms dealer. Behind the wars in many small countries. They all have the shadow of the alliance. Another name for the alliance. That really made his scalp numb. World Ancient Martial Arts Association. Tong Menghui has been committed to the development of overseas ancient martial arts in recent years. Not only has it attracted many experts, he even personally trained batch after batch of. And because of the chaotic environment overseas, these masters are more terrifying than those in China. Many people have blood on their hands. President Chu, I don't know what you want from me. Tianyi's voice was extremely hoarse. Confronting such a behemoth. Everyone has to feel despair. Chu Fei smiled, looking for you, naturally there is a need to look for you. You don't have to be humble. Then his expression changed and he solemnly said. We need your help. We need you to help us win this war. Anyone who can help us gain an advantage. They are all worthy of sparing no effort to win over. Go ahead and put forward your conditions. As long as I can do it. I can agree to it. War? Tianyi asked in confusion. Chu Fei nodded and said bitterly. That's right. This is a war between the alliance and one man. Our chances of winning are too slim. I have no choice but to do this to you. Hope you can understand. After all, our enemy is the gods. But Chen Xian, who was in the Huajian courtyard, never imagined that. A big conspiracy hand was quietly unfolding against him. Just now. In order to win over Tianyi, Zhu Fei joined his army. He didn't even hesitate to offer a sky-high commission of 1 billion. Tianyi, who was unwilling to betray his friends, declined now. Poverty and lowliness cannot be transferred. Mighty and unyielding. He has not forgotten the principles taught by his master. Zhu Fei seemed to have expected this. Not too disappointed. Nod slightly. Then, wait for a moment. When the strong man took the tablet again, he ordered. Send him on his way at night. There is a ship at Pier 6 at midnight. Someone will contact you. Come back as soon as possible. Yes. A strong man bows his head in respect. I looked at the figure in the video with admiration. The screen goes black. Video off. The strong man twisted his fist twice. He lowered his head and smiled ferociously. Boy! You don't know what you missed. The strength of the president. You can't imagine. Ha, for your dying sake. Let me tell you a secret. The president is the master. Hearing this, Tianyi opened his eyes in shock. The word grandmaster represents the pinnacle of personal power in the world. Once, he experienced innate terror under his master. That's unreasonably powerful. How strong should the next level grandmaster be? At night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. In the courtyard, Chen Xian and Zhang Shanqing were drinking and discussing Taoism. Or to clarify Zhang Shanqing's doubts, Niaoui stood quietly aside pouring wine. This is also the practice wine for Taoist Zhang. In just 2 days, Zhang Shanqing's hair has turned completely white. The whole person is also much older. It's almost the last time. He was already on the verge of disaster. Determined to visit Chen Xian. Just for this last conversation. Grandmaster, this natural chasm. So many heroes and immortals throughout the ages. I wonder if there really is a master in this world. Zhang Shanqing drank the wine in one gulp. Asked lonely. When he was 40 years old, he reached the top of Lingwu Dang. Advanced to an 8. Then he went down the mountain to capture and kill the ancient martial arts masters who were causing trouble in the world. 18 battles in a row. Killed 3 innates without defeat. What a great spirit back then. Unexpectedly, a period of time passed by in a blink of an eye. He wasted his time and never entered that door. Can't help but wonder if it really exists. Chen Xian smiled. Take the wine bottle from Miaoi's hand. Pour yourself a drink yourself. Pick up this cup and try it. Zhang Shanqing is a little confused. But I still reached for the wine glass. I touched it but my hand was empty. He penetrated the cup and touched the stone table. Zhang Shanqing was stunned. Staring at the wine glass blankly. As atop an 8 powerhouse. He immediately realized the problem. The wine glass is on the table. You can see the wine in the glass with your eyes. Ripples blown by the breeze. But I just can't touch it, it's amazing. Chen Xian smiled slightly. Pick up the cup easily. After drinking it all, put the cup on the table again. To indicate that this is not a deception. The cup really exists. Zhang Shanqing doesn't believe in evil anymore. I touched it twice again. But I can't touch it. Chen Xian didn't explain either. Drinking alone. Answer the question just now with a smile. Of course there are still masters in the world. This realm is mysterious and mysterious. But it's not like no one can enter. There should be one in Dragon City. My traitorous son rebelled back then. I secretly took a lot of pills. He should have gone in too. There are also 2 on the west side, and you can get in through religion. There are also some guys who are not considered human beings. I stepped through that door by chance. Roughly familiar. Not too little. There are so many? Why have I traveled all over the world these years? Never seen one. Zhang Shanqing asked in surprise. Don't worry, listen to me first. Chen Xian waved his hand. Taoist Zheng, let me tell you today. You said that ancient martial arts are divided into limbs and trunk. Understand the 6 consciousnesses, innateness, and master. These realms. But it doesn't seem like that to me. If you ask me to say, the first 3 are the first level. Just to strengthen oneself. Build a foundation. Calculate the starting period. At this time, the deeper the foundation accumulated, the deeper. The road ahead will be better. Most people in the world who are stuck in the 6 consciousnesses. It's all because I don't have a good body. Lack of innate energy. The second level of martial arts is innate. At this stage, you should have some experience. Against the enemy, not only is your body extremely powerful, and it can have a slight impact on the environment. For example, being able to jump 10 or 20 in one leap. That's because the force of gravity weakens on you. The speed is also greatly improved. That's wind resistance. It has less impact on you. Even body. They are all absorbed spontaneously. The innate energy floating between heaven and earth becomes strong. Small caliber bullets cannot penetrate your body. Third stage Grandmaster. Speaking of this, Chen Xian deliberately stopped talking. Had a glass of wine. Zhang Shanqing and Niaoyi were wedded. Don't dare to blink. Chen Xian smiled and continued. The third stage. Grandmaster. The biggest difference from innate. It can affect changes in space. Like this wine glass. It's here. Not here either. You can see. It's because its position hasn't changed. Can't touch it. It's because it's not in this space. Space? Zhang Shanqing was silent. He didn't expect. The Grandmaster can actually affect space. How powerful must this ability be? If innate is almost invincible in the world. That's also approximate. There are too many people to a certain extent. You will still die after being blocked by a large number of hot weapons while alive. A higher level master. It's really invincible. If the ability of space is used on oneself, the enemy can never hit you. This is innately invincible. Is this the Grandmaster? He murmured with emotion. Now he finally understands. Battle with the Grandmaster. I have no chance of winning. Even if you want to fight, you can't. Only the Grandmaster can deal with the Grandmaster. Otherwise, you won't even be able to touch the enemy. How else to fight? As he spoke, his eyes flashed and he asked anxiously. Immortal. What state are you in? Zhang Shanqing thinks. Chen Xian is not as simple as being a master. It is very likely that he is still above the clan. Above the Grandmaster. What of you? Chen Xian looked indifferent. It's not okay to aim too high. If one day you realize it, naturally you will understand. Otherwise, no matter how much I say, I still won't understand. Ding ding ding, cell phone ringtone. Broke this mood. Chen Xian took it out of his pocket. Press the answer button. Opposite is Yu Juni, who has disappeared for a long time. Yu Xiaoshuang's father. From a long time ago. He was assigned to do something. Mr. Chen has finished his work. I'm back. A little girl came to our house. She asked me to take him to see you, named Tianyu. An unassuming black car. Driving in the sea of flowers at night. Yu Juni. I glanced at the girl curled up on the passenger seat. Feeling a little curious. This girl is really a cruel person. He actually hid it downstairs in his house. For several days. When I'm hungry, I eat steamed buns. Drink tap water when you are thirsty. I'm surprised that I've been hiding for so long without being discovered. She was so tired that she couldn't even open her eyes. Also watched the outside of the car vigilantly. Yu Juni coughed dryly. You can put the chair down and take a nap. We'll fall soon, don't worry. Tianyu shook his head silently. Holding a cold snow dagger tightly in his hand, he whispered. Uncle. Be careful. There are experts around here. Very strong master. When Yu Junyi heard this, he didn't ask any more questions. Silently increased the speed. If I were a businessman before. He must not believe in masters or anything like that. You might even suspect that this girl is mentally ill. But think about what you saw when you went out this time. Don't talk about masters now. Even if Ultraman comes out, I won't be curious. Shocked. Nervous. Don't worry too much. Mr. Chen has already sent someone to pick us up. The closer I see it to the flower courtyard. Tian Yu's expression became more and more nervous. Yu Junyi couldn't help but persuade again. This girl is as old as my daughter. Tian Yu said, Uncle, you don't understand. The people who want to stop us are super strong. At least 2 strong men in the 6th consciousness realm. Unless Mr. Chen comes to pick us up in person, otherwise a flash of anxiety flashed through her heart. I don't understand what I said clearly on the phone. The enemy has many strong men in the 6th consciousness realm. Why hasn't Mr. Chen left in person yet? I have very important information on myself. And I have to save my senior brother. Now. She felt a little dissatisfied with Chen Xian slightly in her heart. I feel that my senior brother and my family made the wrong decision. 2 great masters of the 6th consciousness realm. Not taken seriously. That's right, I've been on the run for the past few days. She accidentally entered the realm of 6 consciousnesses. 2 such great masters came to seek refuge with Chen Xian. Normally shouldn't he take it seriously? Even if he is an innate strong man. There aren't many subordinates in the 6th consciousness realm, right? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken over other forces. Any military region wouldn't be so indifferent. Just when she was thinking wildly, a strong man suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. He ferociously picked up a stone half a person's height. Hit the car hard. Careful. Yu Junyi reacted very quickly. Turned the steering wheel suddenly. The car rushed directly into the flower field. Hit the willow tree. Only then did he avoid the boulder with great difficulty. He wiped his forehead. Cold sweat broke out all over my body. I'm going to get hit this time. Either death or disability. The car broke down and was slightly deformed. The 2 got off the car. Bang! Tian Yu kicked the car door open. Staring at the strong man with a solemn expression. Peak of 6th consciousness realm. Much stronger than myself. More than that. At the same time, 4 figures appeared around. Surround them faintly. It can be seen. The strong man just threw the boulder. Just to force them to stop. Ha, little mouse. Finally caught you. The distance is closer. It took 5 figures to be seen clearly. All are East Asians. He has scary tattoos on his face and body. 5. Tian Yu felt desperate. She originally thought that at most 2 of them would survive. Unexpectedly, there were 5 of them. The enemy reinforced them. Too terrible. She was cold all over. I can't help but guess how many enemies there are. Master of the 6th consciousness realm. Tian Yu holds the dagger behind her back. Uncle, I'm sorry. I'm hurting you. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have looked for you. I tried my best to hold them back. Please run quickly. Yu Junyi held up the phone and whispered. It's okay, don't be impulsive. The responder will be here soon. Such 2 sentences of time. The encirclement has been formed. The strong man clenched his hand bones. Creaking sound. Let us brothers spend so long here. Finally waiting for you. Are you planning to surrender on your own? Or will we remove our limbs and take them away? Rong Yuan's tone is very bad. He is the person in charge of this plan of the alliance. Now the president has sent the latest news. Tian Yi refused to be an undercover agent. Will be executed tonight. Now that Tianan has found Chen Xian. Naturally, the people around me are useless too. This plan failed completely. Not difficult to imagine. Wait until he returns to Europe. Must face severe punishment. Where is my senior brother? Bring him out. I'll go with you. Tian Yu asked in a deep voice. Rong Yuan put on a pair of boxing gloves full of spikes and said casually. Tian Yi rejected us. It should have been sunk into the sea by now. Don't worry, you'll be accompanying him soon. Boom. Tian Yu suddenly felt like he was struck by thunder. My eyes turned red instantly. Senior brother is dead. For a moment I just felt hopeless. When Tian Yu's heart was shaken. Strong man Rong Yuan in terms of strength attribute. Completely crush him. Just this moment. Tian Yu has been flown out of the sky. Then wait for landing. The other 4 people also had a perfect tacit understanding and attacked and killed each other. In an instant, Tian Yu fell into despair. At this moment, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from her face. I regret very much that I should not have gone out with my senior brother. It would be nice to just stay quietly in Luo City. This is completely different from what she thought about walking in the world. It's already over before it even begins. Buzz. A sword sound interrupted Tian Yu's memories. Open your eyes and look. An old Taoist priest with immortal demeanor. Standing in front of myself. He obviously looks just a thin old man. But there is a sharp sword in my hand. But at a speed where you can't see the phantom. At the same time, he repelled the besieging people. And looked at Tian Yu with a look of disgust. How did Tianan teach it? Why are you all so useless? Chen Xian has arrived long ago. But because I want to see how this little apprentice Tianan is doing. Didn't show his head. After all, this little girl. It can be regarded as something Tianan entrusted to him before he died. I find this exploration very disgusting. There is no realm of 6 consciousnesses. But whether it's a reaction to the battle or an experience against the enemy. All very childish. Facing several enemies of the same level. How dare you make mistakes again and again? Chen Xian looks ugly. Others also stared with vigilant eyes. The 2 gathered behind him. Able to cultivate to the realm of 6 consciousnesses. All are smart people. At least everyone understands one thing. An enemy that scares the mysterious president. Not that they can deal with it. They looked at each other. I made a decision in an instant. Run separately. Rong Yuan yelled. The whole person is already rushing to the rear like a heavily armored tank. So does everyone else. Running desperately in all directions. I just wish my parents had given me 2 legs. Master, we can't let them escape. My senior brother is still in their hands. Tian Yu saw this. Shouted hurriedly. Come back to me. Chen Xian gave a slight scare. A mysterious light appears in the eyes. Then something happened that shocked everyone. Rong Yuan and others had already run hundreds of meters away. He actually stopped forcibly. Turn your body. Turn around and rush towards Chen Xian. Very obedient. It's like someone has forcibly taken over control of the body. What's even more terrifying is they can still stay conscious. But I just can't control my body. They were so frightened that they all screamed, and the souls of the dead emerged. What's going on? My legs don't work. The skill of speaking. The 5 people had already arrived in front of Chen Xian obediently. One word can take control of another person's body. Don't talk about the enemy in this scene. Tian Yu and Zhang Shanqing were both dumbfounded. This kind of method is unheard of. Chen Xian looked at the 5 people in front of him calmly. Asked casually. Who is leading the charge? Rong Yuan's body silently took a step forward. Bow your head humbly in front of him. Like a tamed domestic dog. The Alliance sent me here. The goal is to control Tian Yu and Tian Yi to approach you. Wait until necessary. Let them fight back. Tian Yi has been captured by us. We have people watching over him. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the location. Chen Xian completely ignored his shouting. He waved his hand casually. Immediately afterwards, parts of the bodies of those 4 people disappeared directly. First the limbs. Next is the torso, accompanied by their shrill wails. Other 4 big living people disappeared without a trace, like being erased by a blackboard eraser. Okay, everyone, get in the car and lead the way. The car turned around and headed towards the city again. T-on-E. Hidden in a basement near the docks, Rome Yuan was frightened by the fate of his companions. I don't dare to hide it at all. Yu Junyi is driving the car. Except for Rome Yuan's voice occasionally giving directions in the car. Extraordinarily quiet. Tian Yu pretended to calm down his blood. In fact, his eyes secretly opened a crack to observe Chen Xian. The more I look at it, the more shocked I feel. Could it be that Mr. Chen is loyal? Soon everyone came to an inconspicuous residence. Just got here. Chen Xian felt something. He waved his hand casually behind him. No, I didn't even wait for Rome Yuan to finish shouting. His body has disappeared silently. Place found. Naturally, he is useless as a guide. Then the door was opened silently. All the way without hindrance. Soon we arrived at the basement door. There are more than 10 people in the 6 consciousness realm. Plus the previous 5. The number of masters is comparable to that of an ace army. Pity. They provoked Chen Xian to take action personally. Destined to fail. All the way into the basement. All enemies that appear will end up disappearing. No one alive. Dead but no corpse. Zhang Shanqing's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. He vaguely felt that he had watched it so many times. Already faintly touching the threshold of a master. At this moment, he already understood. This is the blessing given to me by Chen Xianren. Make enemies disappear. It must be the master's manipulation of the advance and retreat space. It exactly corresponds to what Chen Xianren said before. This is deliberately concealing it for yourself. It's a more vivid display than that wineglass. Can I enter the realm of a master before that? It's up to you. If successful, life extension will be at least 10 years. If it fails, tonight should be my last night. Senior brother Tian Yu exclaimed. Rushing towards the corner of the basement. Tears fell down. There's a scarred voice there. If you look closely, it's not exactly Tian Yi. It's just that there are too many injuries on the body. I was almost beaten to the point where I couldn't even see the human form. Hear familiar voice. Tian Yi's eyes gradually opened a crack. Junior sister, you are here. After speaking, I didn't even wait for a reply. My head tilted and I fainted. His injury is too serious. Being able to hold on until now depends entirely on will. Relax now. Can't hold on anymore. No one is dead yet. Take it back for treatment. Chen Xian finished speaking. He frowned and left. A basement full of blood. On the other side, among the mountains of Australia. A huge manor stands here. There are pairs of soldiers patrolling around with guns. From their neat steps and alert eyes. Can see it. All are well-trained elites. This is the organization of the Alliance. Orders from this manor. Control countless forces around the world remotely. At this moment, in a hint room in the manor, 10 figures are watching a live video. The protagonist in the video is none other than Chen Xian. The camera is firmly locked on him. Control Rome Yuan and others with one glance. Means such as erasing people with one glance. Photographed clearly. Video ends. There was still silence in the dark room. Everyone was shocked by his magical skills. Even the people present. They are all well-informed senior leaders of the Alliance. Faced with this incredible attack method. Still feel chilled from the bottom of my heart. After a while. I just remembered the murmurs of discussion. God, is this Satan? Hi. I recommend attacking him directly with a ranged weapon. The more powerful the better. I don't believe he can withstand an intercontinental missile. Are you crazy? Attack the mainland of Dragon Kingdom with intercontinental missiles. Want to start World War III? Don't be afraid, everyone. Our samurai of Sakura country are not afraid of any challenge. Boom! The old man sitting on the left. Squat down hard twice with the crutches. The others immediately became quiet. This person is the great elder of the alliance. Dressed in ancient martial arts. Has reached the peak of innateness. In the alliance. Under one person. More than 10,000 people. The great elder looked at the young man guarding. Take it easy. President, you had the most contact with him back then. Do you know Qin Xian's realm? Are you already a master? Xu Fei shook his head. Underneath the young appearance is an old soul. I don't know that I never saw him take action back then. But he's scary. There is a high probability that the enemy is the Godfather. Xu Fei couldn't help but tremble all over. Since the betrayal. Chen Xian is his nightmare. I don't know how many times I woke up from my sleep. I dreamed that my Godfather came to kill me. Now the dream becomes reality. The great elder also noticed the president's demeanor. Not very good. Chuckle out loud. Ha, President, you are too nervous. Calm down. We knew the horror of this person back then. Wouldn't you still choose to betray? We all had the guts to do it back then. What's the big deal now that he's back? With the force we have now. Does he really dare to come to Australia? Yes, the great elder is right. We can't get into trouble. No matter how scary Chen Xian is. He doesn't dare to set foot in Australia easily. Otherwise, the missiles of the countries we control will be launched immediately. We probably can't kill him. But it can bring peace to the world. I will send someone to contact the dragon head of the Dragon Kingdom immediately. Tell him if he doesn't want to start 3 wars. Then pester Qin Xian for me. As long as he dares to step out of the Dragon Kingdom's territory, we'll attack. The dragon head is said to be the patron saint of the Dragon Kingdom. It's time to get down to business. Okay, let's leave now. Go back and think about it. Is there any other good solution? A group of people looked helpless. The unrivaled alliance. He was actually forced by one person and could only use words and intimidation. This method of mutual destruction. That person is so scary. Goodbye, President. Wish you good night. After the remaining senior officials bowed respectfully, the figures fade one by one. Disappear into thin air. These high-level buildings are all virtual images. I am still scattered around the world. In the blink of an eye. In the hint, only Xu Fei and the great elder are left. No one is waiting. Both of their expressions darkened. Is he really not coming to kill us? The great elder laughed self-deprecatingly. I don't believe what I said. Chen Xian left too great a shadow on him. What that man wants to do. It's never been impossible. Is Weishi useful? Only God knows. You regret it. Xu Fei actually calmed down. Laughing like a mocker. If it weren't for you back then, why did I betray the Chen family? It's all you who set me up. What's the use of regretting now? What happened back then is hard to describe in one word. As the second son of the Chen family, why would Xu Fei betray him? Many people find it difficult to understand. For example, Li Chaoran. I've been thinking about it for the rest of my life and still can't figure it out. In fact, he was also seduced back then. Committed an unforgivable sin. What's the use of talking about this now? We are already grasshoppers on the same boat. Great Elder, stand up. Walk slowly to the door. All of us are dead. I don't have a good few days to live either. Don't talk about Bingqing Dan now. Take marrow cleansing pill as a meal every day. It has little effect anymore. Of course, I'm not very afraid either. After all, how many people can live 160 years? But I will grow you up. No accident, I can live for at least another 50 or 60 years. If you die now, you will have eaten so many elixirs in vain. The door opens and dazzling sunlight shines in. Chu Fei stood at the junction of sunlight and shadow. The face is illuminated dimly and uncertainly. He looks ferocious. I'm not afraid either. He dare not kill me. I have given my heart. Linked to the peninsula's nuclear weapons arsenal. I'm dying. There will be many people buried with him. Won't be lonely. The great elder paused for a moment. No looking back. Walked out completely. There is a faint sound coming. You are still so crazy. Haha, if I hadn't been so conceited back then. How could you fall into our trap? Bang! Chu Fei smashed the teacup against the wall. The pressure Qin Xian put on him was too great. The next morning. Hello, Teacher Ma, are you here? Okay, I'll come out to pick you up right away. Just finished breakfast. Chen Shang received a call from Teacher Ma. Chen Xian looked confused as to what was going on. Chen Shang smiled bitterly while putting on his coat. Grandpa, Ali's mother's Teacher Ma. I once said I was interested in your calligraphy. Have you let me throw away all the calligraphy music you usually practice with? I can't bear it. All saved. He wants to buy some pictures. I'll let him come over at a time. Chen Xian smiled mysteriously and brought it home. People may not necessarily be buying words. You'll know just by asking. Chen Shang said, oh. Go and open the door obediently. As soon as the door is opened. People were suddenly confused. Except for the appointment with Teacher Ma. There are many people. Little Ma. Mr. Hong Taishu. Search Li Yan on Chengdu. The first article is Zhang Yixiang, brother Qianzi from Beijing West. All are famous internet tycoons. When these people saw Chen Xing, they eyes light up. Come up quickly and say hello, Miss Chen. Take the liberty to visit. Please forgive me. Chen Xing talks a lot. I couldn't react for a while. He looked at Teacher Ma blankly and said strangely. Teacher Ma. Do you all want to buy my great-grandfather's calligraphy? Teacher Ma's signature smile immediately appeared on his face. No, don't worry about the words. Today we want to talk to you first. And Mr. Chen talks about elixirs. We are all very interested. Yesterday Qin Xian just revealed that he wanted to start a pill business. They came today. They have money, channels, and people to sell them to. The benefits of the elixir are so huge that it is unimaginable. Never give up. Not to mention, if you take advantage of the elixir to get in touch with Chen Xian, you might be able to do surprising research one step ahead of others. Okay, then come in. Slightly hesitant. Chen Xing invited everyone into his home. Wait until everyone enters the courtyard. I saw Qin Xian sitting on a stone chair in the small garden. They hurriedly came forward to say hello. Everyone behaves well. Nothing like a business tycoon. Hello, Mr. Chen. Sorry to bother you. Please forgive me. Chen Xian waved his hand. Interrupt their politeness. I know you all came here for the elixir. That's right. Everyone nodded. Everyone knows that Qin Xian doesn't like to be wordy. Just speak your mind directly at this moment. Teacher Ma coughed and said with a smile. Chen Lao. A man of knowledge does not speak secretly. You have this amazing product called Elixir. And we owns the largest online retail platform in the country. Strong alliance. Can quickly open the market. It's just Chen Xian's first sentence. It made everyone confused. I want to sell the rights to 4 kinds of elixirs. Public auction. And divided into southeast, northwest, and northwest. Bidding in 8 directions, southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. For example, the sales rights of Bingqing Dandong Road. For example, the sales rights of Smart Danchi North Road, etc. For single drugs were auctioned 32 times in total. Valid for 1 year across the board. After successful bidding, I will tell you which direction this product is sold in. All rights reserved to the highest bidder. Profit divided 82%. You bear the costs yourself. The teeth of all my big guys are trembling. You don't need to think about it. The sales rights of these 32 single drugs. It will be the golden sign in the future. Supreme. It's something that must be grabbed. If the strength is enough. It's best if the whole family can eat it. In that moment, he will become the leader in the country. Got the news first. Many big guys can't sit still. After everything was said, they all left. They need to go back immediately to prepare. First thing. Just get the most accurate map of the world first. Get the most precise caliper. Divide the world into 8 points. It's better now. By the way, it also solved a world problem. Which country is the center of the world? This issue has been debated for hundreds of years and has not been settled. I solved it, by the way, today. Henceforth, no matter which country, we must all admit that the center of the world is this area. Only 30 acres of manor. After a group of big guys came out, but blinded again. They were all stopped by a middle-aged man. Everybody go and sit down in the car. I'll let you know if I can leave. Send them a confidential manual. Turning his back on the middle-aged man in Chinese tunic suit, he said calmly. Staring at the gate of Chen Mansion with bright eyes. Didn't even look at the crowd. Very dismissive attitude. The request is even more outrageous. But Lao Wang and others didn't dare to say even a single word. Obediently sit in their respective cars. Close the car window sensibly. All because of everyone's death. There are several elite soldiers with loaded weapons following them. A line of small words on the armband sparkles with gold. National Security Special Warfare and Dragon Teeth. Damn it. This department has always lived in legend. There is no way to confirm whether there is. But today when I went out, I met. The door is opened again. The middle-aged man has a steady pace. Only 2 steps taken. He was already standing in front of Qin Xian. This scene needs to be seen. You'll be stunned. Do you doubt if you have seen it? A distance of tens of meters. Just 2 steps away. It's like it's flashing. Immediately afterwards, a strong fighting spirit was released at the gate of the manor. Hello, old gentleman. I am the patron saint of the Dragon Kingdom. You can call me Dragon Head, Clan Mirror. The opposite Qin Xian just looked at him. Lonzo suddenly felt that the person in front of him was like the sun. The closer to him, the more you can feel the horror of burning everything. After Qin Xian entered the door from him. Careful. Straighten every root of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Then stood up. What did you just say you wanted me to call you? Xiaolong, just call me Xiaolong. Master Lonzo smiled shamelessly. Chen Shen snorted coldly. You were very impressive just now. Dare to unleash your fighting spirit in front of my house. Does it feel fun? This person probably just wanted to show off to himself. Released the majestic fighting spirit. If you are in the innate realm. I must have been quite frightened at this time. Don't wait for the dragon's head to respond. Chen Xian smiled calmly. Fighting spirit. I don't know how. There hasn't been anyone in this world worthy of my seriousness for a long time. But I left 2 points for murderous intent. It is rude to come and go without reciprocating. Come and try too. Boom leaves windless automatic. The white clouds dispersed in the sky. Grass on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was coated with a layer of white frost. No. Dragon Capital hasn't finished shouting yet. Eyes closed. Fainted. The overwhelming murderous intention. He only felt it for less than half a second. I can't bear it. Vaguely. He saw the boundless sea of blood. I saw countless skeletons roaring. There are even severed angels in the distance. A huge demon that fell apart. Those were all Qin Xians before the endless years. Beheaded enemies. I don't know how long it has been. The dragon head suddenly woke up. Stand up unsteadily. The look he looked at Chen Xian was no longer one of surprise, but fear. There is cold air seeping through the seams in the bones. My heart turns on crazy mode again. Huang Yi, is this the immortal you are talking about? Seems not good at fighting. After dealing with Ghost Han Tangho, might he have been secretly injured? I believed your ghost. What did you see? Chen Xuanxia asked with a smile. I have killed too many enemies. He didn't know what this kid saw. Lonzhou swallowed his saliva and said in horror. But in your murderous world. The zombie closest to me. It's purple gold. Zijin zombie also has another name, drought demon. Corresponding to the master realm of human beings. Even because of the steel and iron bones. The threat will be raised by half a level. No one can resist unless several masters join forces. These internal reference databases are all available. The dragon head has been seen. If I remember correctly. That purple and gold zombie just now. It looks like it was slapped into hundreds of pieces with one palm. What is the realm of this immortal? At least above a grandmaster. Chen Xian frowned. I said, why did you wake up so quickly? It turned out to be good luck. What I saw were harmless gadgets. Master Lonzhou slowly made a question mark. You put Zijin zombie. Called harmless gadgets. Hey, old man. I'm here to talk to you. I want to ask you not to leave our dragon kingdom recently. Otherwise there might be some trouble. There is anger in the dragon's head and brows. Gritting his teeth, he spoke out the threat from the alliance. And there are a lot of harmonious words mixed in during this period. To tell you the truth. Chu Fei. How dare you threaten me with nuclear weapons? I wish I could beat him to death. When hearing this, Chen Xian, who had been expressionless, opened his eyes. What did you just say? I said Chu Fei threatened you with nuclear weapons. Not allowed to go abroad. Not the last sentence. Last sentence. Dragon head frowns. Chu Fei, that bastard, didn't even finish his words. He was already lying down in despair. At the same time, the surrounding air seemed to be evacuated. He couldn't breathe. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Chen Xian. Face full of anger and confusion. This old man has no moral integrity. A surprise attack. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and said, I don't know why I made you lie down. Because you have a bad mouth. I used to be Chu Fei's father. It's okay for you to scold him. Calling his father? Should I beat you? Video about nuclear weapons. Chen Xian protested. The greatest and most terrifying invention of our time. None. Face this threat. He also fell silent. He is not afraid of nuclear weapons. I believe that even if you stand in the center of the explosion, you will not be affected at all. It would be fine if it was a single one. Can introduce other spaces. But if you launch hundreds of them at a time, attack all cities in the Dragon Kingdom simultaneously, it's a bit troublesome. Once because of one's own reasons, causing the death of giant creatures. Unexpected feedback can be very troublesome. May bring unexpected results. Chen Xian didn't want to waste care on countless living beings. I don't want to bet on what will happen if I do this. A Chu Fei. It's not like I'm forcing myself to come to this place. But I can't just tolerate the threats either. He snorted coldly with a bad look on his face. Why, so I must hold my nose. Let the traitor live. Longshou's face turned pale. Shaking his head quickly to deny. No, don't get me wrong. He's threatening. It has also touched our bottom line. Before I came, I had contacted all the supporting countries. Now all countries are closely investigating the risk of nuclear weapons being controlled. But in order to prevent Chu Fei from jumping over the wall in a hurry, they are all conducted in rotation in the name of annual inspection. It's done very secretly. Time will be slower. This process won't take long. Just 2 months at most. 2 months? Chen Xian thought about it and nodded. Then let him live for 2 more months. Mission accomplished. The dragon head lay directly on the ground. Don't want to move a finger. Chen Xian raised his eyebrows. Why don't you leave? Is there anything else? Longzhou laughed awkwardly. That lasts 2 months. I have to stay by your side. Prevent accidents. This is our commitment to all countries. Say this. His palms were sweating nervously. A lesson from heaven and earth. After becoming a master. It hasn't been this exciting in decades. Chen Xian felt offended. Changed the indifferent attitude just now. Changes in figure and reality. Reappeared already standing in front of the dragon head. Do you want to spy on me? Am I too talkative? Gave you an illusion. Chen Xian feels that he is too tolerant. Tolerant enough to allow some people to be unscrupulous. The majesty of the immortal. Not allowed to be provoked. Dragon capital is almost scared to death. Sir, you don't need it. But your great-granddaughter needs. I stayed here for 2 months. It's to protect Miss Chen Qing. Just in case the anxious Chu Fei takes it out on your loved ones. Presumably. You don't want to keep Miss Chen Qing by your side either. 2 months. This is true. It's troublesome enough to guard against thieves every day. After Chen Xian slightly hesitated. Agree to this request. The second day. Chen Xian's original will was carried out. 7:30 p.m. Longwei News takes 10 minutes. Introduced elixirs to the world. And news of the auction 7 days later. Good evening, audience friends. Welcome to today's news. Today we want to introduce to you a black technology beyond the level of the century. That's the elixir. The miraculous effects of the above elixirs. Everyone just saw it. And various experimental data. Recognized and praised by authoritative experts. Mr. Chen Xian is great. He didn't hide anything. A decision will be made after 7 days. Auction for the world sales rights of 4 types of elixirs. After the auction ends. Miss Chen Chang, the great-granddaughter of Mr. Chen Xian. Chen's Rescue Association will be formed. And personally served as president. Commitment at the same time. The annual sales rights of these 4 elixirs. Auction fees and all profits. All will be used as charity. Used to save the people of Dragon Kingdom. In the land of more than 9 million square kilometers of Dragon Kingdom. Briefly fell into silence. This is a historic moment. For the first time, humans have defeated lifespan. In the small flower courtyard on the other side. Chen Xian stood in the courtyard with his head behind his back. Frowning at the dragon head in the sky. He also raised his head sluggishly. Opened his mouth in surprise. Storms and clouds gather in the sky. Thick dark clouds seem to be pressing down on the earth. Very close to the ground. Gathered into a tornado. And there are streaks of purple light flashing in it. Except for Chen Xian in this scene. Everyone is confused. Like watching a fantasy movie. None of them are true. My God. Is there a monster coming out? Yu Xiaoshuang pulled Chen Chang closer to Chen Xian. Fear said. The dragon's head fell down and he continued uneasily, I guess not. I've seen scenes where monsters come out. There is no such thing as a demon cowbatch. If it's really a monster. What the hell level is this? Chen Xian stared at it for a long time. Sigh lightly. Xinger makes preparations. Let's go for a walk outside and relax. Commercial vehicles drive north. The celestial phenomenon is even more terrifying at this moment. Black clouds roll in the sky. Press lower. Thunder and lightning. Howling wind. It's like God is angry. After a while. Chen Qing could no longer suppress his fear. Grandpa, where are we going? Why don't you go back? It's terrible here. Chen Xian slowly shook his head. Keep walking mysteriously. Almost there. The old man refused to elaborate on what was ahead. Just let me drive forward. Only 10 minutes passed. The car has almost reached the center of the storm. Lonzo was stunned, staring ahead in disbelief. There's someone in the storm. He just felt incredible. The location of the lightning center. There is really a figure floating and fighting against the boundless thunderstorm. Who is it? Who is so fierce? Longsho only felt his mouth was dry. With the intensity of thunderstorms now, he felt that he, the master, had entered. I'm afraid I can't even bear it. Who else in the Dragon Kingdom can do it? Thunder disaster. Chen Xian's eyes sparkled and he murmured to himself. Thunder disaster? Facing this familiar yet unfamiliar vocabulary, several others were confused. Familiar because whether it is in novels or movies, appear frequently. But the real world. Who has seen this thing? Even though it's daytime. But the visibility is very low at the moment. Everything in my sight was completely dark. Chen Sheng's live broadcast has already started. Off and on. The signal here is affected. At Chen Xian's request, the car drove closer. Can barely see the silhouette of a human being. It is the Heavenly Master who passed away the tribulation just yesterday. Although the atmosphere is scary at the moment, but the catastrophe still seems to be brewing. Not started yet. Miaoi saw Chen Xian and others get off the car. Came over in a hurry. Chen Shang and others beside the old immortal couldn't help but. Miaoi, great-grandfather said that the Heavenly Master is going through the tribulation, is it true? Miaoi did not hide it. It was the corpse ancestor who said this was his calamity. It is also his blessing. If you can get through it, there is no obstacle to reaching the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. But then she looked at Chen Xian anxiously. Chen Xianrun, do you think so? Clenched fist. It shows that she is also very nervous. Chen Xian still stared at Zhang Tianchi in the distance. What runes are there in the pupils? Looming. Watched for a long time. After a moment, he shook his head inside, very confused. Generally speaking, ancient warriors do not need to survive the tribulation. There are only a few talented people. When entering the Master Realm, only heaven will send down a thunder. Taoist Zhang is right. This is not just a disaster. It can be seen more as a thunderstorm. This sky thunder contains a lot of innate energy. As long as you can hold it, eat it, you will be much stronger in the realm of Grandmaster. Only he is now in a spiritual state that can be considered a master. The lifespan is also increased accordingly. It's not a big problem to live a few more years. But if he insists on suffering, go take a gamble. Narrow escape. Chen Qing said hurriedly. Grandpa, do you have a way to contact Grandpa Tianchi now? Better to die than to live. That's okay, I'll give it a try. Chen Xian asked them to stay away. Straighten your back. In an instant, the figure became extremely tall. The smell is terrifying. The violent winds and thunder in the sky seem to be shaken by it. It was stagnant for a few tenths of a second. No wait. Everyone was shocked. One sentence. Sounds like a voice from the ages. Why should Taoist Zheng seek death? Heaven and earth are long. Avenue is not the only one. A quasi-grandmaster also has his own scenery. Come down and see how. Strong wind. Dark clouds overwhelm. Zhang Shanqing floats alone in the air. It's like one person is carrying the entire sky. Extremely spectacular. Hear the sound below. Zhang Shanqing looked down. Noted the source. Isn't it that Zhang Shanqing himself doesn't know these things? He looked at the purple lightning that lit up from time to time above his head. There is also a trace of fear in the eyes. There is great terror between life and death. He could feel that he was extremely weak. Do you want to give up? A trace of struggle flashed in Zhang Shanqing's eyes. The Grandmaster mirror that I have been searching for all my life is right in front of me. Just missing the finishing touch. And not just myself. Many ancestors of Wudong Mountain. More than 10 generations of heavenly masters from Longhu Mountain. There are countless eminent monks in Shaolin. The scene of the master that the seniors studied until their death. No one saw. The realm of martial arts in the whole world. They are all stuck at the innate peak. If missed. Someone who can encounter disaster next time. In how many years will it appear? Do you want the martial arts world to wait any longer? Just death. I'm talking about being a teenager crazy. Zhang Shanqing suddenly raised his head. Staring at the thundercloud wantonly. Looking up to the sky and laughing. Immortal, don't say any more. Counting from the time of ancient martial arts records in this world. It's been hundreds of years. No one has truly reached the level of a master. This time I am determined to show it to the warriors in the world. What kind of scenery is the Grandmaster? If you can leave some experience behind. How about death? Boom! Lightning and thunder. The sky seems to be angry with him for his lack of knowledge. The black clouds are 3 points thicker. Sad and deplorable. Chen Xian whispered. Stand with hands behind your back. No more persuasion. Zhang Shanqing already has death intentions. Want to pay for this? Explore the experience of competitive masters for the world's warriors. As a boxing tower. This can only be done by people of this generation. Chen Xian can't help even if he wants to. He stands too tall. And entered the clan thousands of years ago. The world and environment at that time were also different from now. Previous experience is useless. That's all, Taoist Zhang. I will give you a final helping hand. Live broadcast for you in person. I guarantee what you said. All warriors in the world can see it. Chen Xian shouted loudly. Then he personally took the equipment from Chen Qing's hand. Live broadcast started. A little bit of mysterious light shines on the body. Stabilized the signal. Live broadcast room that has been intermittent. See the picture clearly. All netizens are excited. Oh my God. Someone is flying in the sky. Are you going through a tribulation? Time is urgent. In the roar of thunder. The thunder is about to fall. Zhang Shanqing looked down. Aim at your own lens. Lang Lang said that all the comrades in the world. There are 7 out of 100 in Wudong Zhang Shanqing. Practice to the peak of innateness. Due to excellent luck. Received gifts from immortals twice. I was lucky enough to meet the clan member Lei Jie today. Quite proud. Helpless body decay. I'm afraid I won't be able to get through it smoothly. But I still want to give it a try and accumulate experience for future generations. What I say next. And wait, remember the next step. Zhang Shanqing, seize the time. Write down your guesses about the master. All my feelings were expressed in one breath. Nothing to hide. In the live broadcast room. Most people are confused. Don't understand at all. These are ordinary people. But some martial arts practitioners also saw it. In horror. Call friends in a hurry. Not long. Strange accounts enter the live broadcast room one after another. A muffled thunder sounded. This is the beginning of this thunderstorm. Zhang Shanqing was watched by countless people. Race against time to share the changes in thunder tribulation. Some hasty words. Changes in the various stages of thunder tribulation. Make it clear. Make countless dancers intoxicated. This is an experience that has never been recorded before. But at this moment Zhang Shanqing stopped talking. Fellow Taoists. Time is up. If you are a poor person, just take the first step. I am the first person to set foot on the thunder tribulation in the past 300 years. But definitely not the last one. I hope there will be more people in the future. Martial Arts Chonglong. Banglong's voice just finished. A purple sky thunder as thick as an arm fell. Zhang Shanqing's figure was instantly submerged. Miaoi's big eyes stared calmly ahead. Calmly bowed. Just tears falling silently. There are countless people in the live broadcast room who are in tears. Not just warriors. Ordinary people too. After this incident, the world has changed. Anyone with knowledge can feel it. The world has changed. Things that only existed in ghost stories in the past appeared one after another. Elixir, Crane Bridge. Thunder Tribulation. Everything starts with that old man in Modu. Counting from when the business card was thrown outside the HSBC building. He seemed to have lifted a veil of the world with his own hands. Throwing all kinds of secrets in front of people. The next day on the 32nd floor of the Digital Center. A small cocktail party is being held at the moment. It's said to be small, but at a rough count, there are about 100 or so people. This is officially hosted by Dragon Kingdom. All registered guests will be invited. In addition to Citigroup, which was previously visited. European Union, Middle East Group. And the owner of Longwa Enterprise, who is the host. Several more waves of people came one after another. They are Bangzi Country and Zaibatsu of Sakura Country. These people will be the main force in the elixir auction. Up to now, everyone in the hall understood. What are the competitors? Longwa's Local Enterprise Alliance headed by Shuangma. Citigroup headed by Diamond and Paulson. Alliance. The Middle East city headed by Arab Prince Aden. These people represent the economies of each country. It can also be said that it represents the world economy. Soon I walked in from the elevator. Two little girls in simple clothes. Everyone here wears a dress. A cocktail party with expensive suits. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang were dumbfounded. They have never attended such a high-level cocktail party. I totally forgot about the dress. Yu Xiaoshuang looked anxious. I always feel like I'm standing in this kind of international auction. Losing the face of the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xing said with a helpless expression that he had come even though he was here. Let's just take a look. The official sent an invitation letter. Of course the old man won't come back today. She doesn't have much interest herself. Why don't you and Xiaoshuang insist on coming to see it? Let's go for a walk and then go back. It is said that many princes and princesses came. Aren't you curious? Yu Xiaoshuang simply didn't bother to worry about clothes. He hurriedly pulled Chen Qing into the venue. Chen Qing pulled her, please slow down. What's the hurry? Oops. Yu Xiaoshuang was pulled unexpectedly. I stumbled and bumped into the man next to me. Aha! Half a glass of red wine. Nothing left was sprinkled on others. Oops. Sorry. I didn't notice anyone. I'll wipe it for you. Yu Xiaoshuang was frightened. He took out his handkerchief from his pocket and went to. He wears a dark blue expensive suit. The more I rub it, the more I can't bear to look at it. Kazuo Yasuda was in a good mood. He feels that this year is his year of change. And now he is in the world's top chiton company. Handmade suits launched. Someone actually poured a glass of purple wine on her. Wait until you see clearly the person who offended you. It's two maids wearing civilian clothes. Furious. A round slap. He looked at Yu Xiaoshuang's face and breathed. Damn bastard. Don't you wear glasses when you go out? A clear, loud voice echoed throughout the hall. Everyone's attention was drawn. Everyone who can come to the auction is a human being. Leaders of the parties. I have already found out the information about Chen Xian in Chunshang. Now identify the person involved. The old patriarch of the Sakura Kingdom. A slap on Yasuda Kazuo's face. Then turned around. I kept apologizing to that civilian girl. Sorry. It's all an accident. Has nothing to do with the Yasuda family. Get out of the way. Chen Cheng never showed any weakness in front of outsiders. We were wrong first. But I've apologized. Also willing to compensate. But you still beat people wantonly in our country. Too much. Now I have to go home to find my great-grandfather. Countless people at the scene broke into cold sweats. Patriarch. This is Kazuo Yasuda. Covering your red face. Asked blankly. He realized something was wrong. Compared to the burning pain on my face, my heart felt more like a bucket of ice water was poured on it. Seeing that he still has the nerve to talk. Yasuda Muramasa is like an enraged wolf. Turn around sharply. Snap. Another loud slap in the face. Dumped on Yasuda Kazuo's face. No explanation at all. At this time, others in the hall have also quickly gathered around. Tensions rose at the reception. Yasuda Muramasa and Mitsui Takabayashi face off. His face was as gloomy as water. They were in big trouble, and sure enough, there are few people in the world who offer help in times of need. Enough adding insult to injury. People in Sakura country are confused and made mistakes. Gave others excuses. How could others let it go? When Nikolai opened his mouth, he was like the old Yin-Yang family. Oh my god, this is a terrible assassination. It's too dangerous. Miss Chen, please ensure your own safety. I have reason to doubt. Sakura countrymen. I want to deliberately sabotage this auction. The heinous nature of the assassination instantly raised several levels. If you can't guess the purpose, just talk nonsense. Yasuda Muramasa's face is no longer gloomy at this moment, but black and green. Nikolai interrupted him with sharp eyes. Is it really not his own idea? That's what you instigated. In the country of the East. This period. You deliberately hurt Chun Chang and miss you. What does it mean? Brush. Breaking into a cold sweat. Although Yasuda Muramasa has a high status. But after all, he is older. Mental acuity is much slower. Now I have fallen into someone else's language trap. I couldn't climb out for a while. Just roll your eyes. Fell to the ground. Now the people in Sakura country are even more panicked. Team leader Yasuda. Nothing can happen. The wrongdoers in his family have not been dealt with yet. Team leader Yasuda fainted. How does this end? Everyone immediately shouted. Medical team, hurry up. One of our members suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Enough with another consul from Sakura country. Mitsui Takabayashi yelled at them angrily. Staring at the two of them with cold eyes. This is a warning. How dare you add insult to injury? Sakura country is not done with you anymore. Nikolai and AV saw this. Shrugging and muttering something under his breath. Then they returned to their respective camps. They accept it as soon as it's good. I didn't really plan to do it before the auction started. Break up with a certain force. After the scene calms down. Mitsui Gao Lin walked up to Chun Chung. Chen Qingjun. Believe it or not, it was an accident. Sakura country's response to this auction. With full sincerity. There will never be any destructive thoughts. That doesn't do us any good either. Chen Xing has been watching with cold eyes. I also have a rough guess in my mind. It's probably not for you. Come to this party by yourself. It's all because of Yu Xiaoshuang's impromptu idea. How could it be planned? And the old man was so angry that he fainted. It's not easy for me to pursue it anymore. Those who come from far away are all guests. We want everyone to be friendly. Attend this auction. If someone deliberately causes trouble, I will consider disqualifying him from participating. I have this right. Grandpa has given me full responsibility. After saying that, she took Yu Xiaoshuang and left. Wait a minute. The elderly Mitsui raised his head and stopped Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang. I represent the members of Sakura Auction Group. Thank you, Miss Chen, for your generosity. But our people offended you. I must give you a reasonable explanation. It's my Mitsui family. And the Yasuda family. To Miss Chen. And the awe expressed by Mr. Chen. As he spoke, he looked towards someone who didn't know when. Yasuda Kazuo is already kneeling on the ground. Which hand did it? You know what to do. Yasuda Kazuo's face turned pale. Tremblingly, he stretched out his right hand. He just used this hand to hit someone. The cold light comes on. The crutch in Mitsui Jailing's hand actually has another mystery. When you pull it out, it's a samurai sword. Falling together. Yasuda Kazuo's right hand landed immediately. Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang were shocked. Exclaimed. Mitsui Takabayashi coolly closes the knife. Offended. This is a necessary punishment. Until now. Official person in charge Huang Yitsai rushed to the scene. He has been patrolling. Preparations for tomorrow's auction. Girl Chen, are you okay? Come here to play, why don't you say anything to Grandpa Huang? I can find someone to keep you safe. By the way, where is your dragon guard? Why isn't he with you? Chen Xing spread his hands helplessly. Uncle Long was deceived by me. I don't dare to trouble you either. I don't know what to do now. With you. You always want me to steal my grandpa's tea leaves. Poof. I don't know how many people are around. I couldn't control my laughter and burst out. Huang Yi was also extremely embarrassed. In front of so many people. Exposed by a little girl. There is really no place to put my face. But it's not her fault. Ever since Zhang Daozhang passed through the heavenly tribulation. Strongly promoted Mr. Chen's tea. Who has some thoughts about the Grandmaster but doesn't think about it. And it's easy to start with this little girl. Just promise to help her. Sponsored 180 poor children. She usually agrees. This is no secret in the Dragon Kingdom circle. Okay, this isn't much fun. I'll arrange for someone to take you back. Even if I have to go out. Also bring a dragon guard with you. Do you know? Chen Shang and Yu Xiaoshuang saw the scene of Shuehula. Don't want to be here either. Hurry and obediently follow the security personnel back. The guard force that escorted them overtly and covertly. Almost enough for 1 point. The company of the Tianxian Special Operations Department only neglected it once. If there is a second time. Huang Yi suspected that Chen Xian could kill him. That immortal is not very easy to talk to. At this point. Transferred back from Lord Longshou's crazy request. Can feel it. Sakura Country Consulate. Yasuda Muramasa has woken up. In fact, he didn't faint. Just pretending to be dizzy. In this way, the situation that was unfavorable to oneself at that time. Change. And handed over the command to Mitsui Takabayashi. Conspiracy strategy. This is a thief rat played by people in the East Asian monster circle. This time we started at a clear disadvantage. Although we dealt with it fairly decisively. But it is inevitable that in front of Chun Qing. Left a bad impression. Yasui Takabayashi rubbed his eyebrows. Said with a headache? Elixir auction. Involving the fate of the country. Countless people are paying attention to every move. Yasuda Muramasa. He glared hard at the people in the room who were not avoiding him. He said angrily that I didn't teach my younger brother from the Yasuda family well. After returning to China. I am willing to take responsibility for this incident. Yasuda Kazuo lowered his head in fear. The patriarch says he takes responsibility himself. Then he might be the one who has a cesarean section. Now. The most important thing for us is to ease the relationship with Chun Qing. This is the most urgent thing right now. Mitsui Kaoling Road. Before coming, all forces. We have prepared gifts that are enough to impress Chen Xian. All our treasures. It's just that they have the same opinion on whether to send it or not to send it. Do you want to give that Shikigami away? Yasuda Muramasa looked at the secret box in the room. I just feel a pain in my heart. Those eyes are painful. It's like someone is trying to steal his favorite weapon. It's still the kind that requires him to deliver it with his own hands. Take it out. Mitsui Jailing was silent for a moment and then made up his mind. The baby must be a good baby. He believes. This is definitely one of the most mysterious treasures in Sakura country. It was probably made by the legendary Onmyoji. Send out. I can't bear to part with it in my heart. However, domestic institutions have been studying it for so long. I can't understand it even through research. It won't do much good if you keep it. Why don't you give it away in exchange for a favor? Yasuda Muramasa sighed, standing up sadly. Go and open it yourself. Safe built into the wall of the room. Pupil verification in progress. Fingerprint verification in progress. Please enter the 32-digit password for facial bone scan. After many layers of complicated verification. Safe open. There is a piece of paper lying quietly inside. If you look closely, you can see that he looks like a villain. Not very big. Only the size of a palm. The facial features are a little blurry. Only one pair of eyes is quite smart. Hear the sound of the safe being opened. The villain's eyes immediately looked out. Curious and delighted. Like a child. Yasuda Muramasa has become accustomed to strange things. Carefully take out the villain. Place in box. Everyone else gathered around. Reluctant to watch. This baby is about to leave Sakura country. They call the villain a servant god. Because this is related to the myth and legend of Sakura country. The spirit warriors enslaved by Onmyoji are very similar. This little paper man. It was found in the basement of an old house. Very ancient history. There are various mysterious forensic evidences left at the scene. Of course those things. Today's historians don't understand. It can only be said that it looks unclear and harsh. But just the magic shown by this little servant god. It's surprising enough. This little paper man. The whole body is like a real white paper. Nothing surprising. Only those eyes are extremely smart and expressive. Pity. I don't even know if he belongs to life or not. However, some scholars who are proficient in ancient history speculate that the state of the little paper man should be wrong. Maybe bound or sealed in some way. Mitsui-kun. I'll leave this to you. The purpose of giving gifts is to attract fans to Sakura country as a whole. Not just an apology from the Yasuda family. So choose the person to give gifts to. Naturally, Mitsui jailing is more suitable. Not long. A low-profile black Honda sedan. Departed from Sakura country consulate. In the car, Mitsui jailing's eyes were burning. Looking at the gift box lying across my knees. He murmured to himself that there is this treasure. Mr. Qin Xian will definitely treat me as a guest. In the living room of Huajin Courtyard. It's more lively here today. Maybe it's because tomorrow is the day of the auction. Everyone related to the Chen family came in advance. Snap. Song Haiping slapped Song Shanha on the face. Stare at him coldly. Hate iron but cannot become steel. What on earth do you think? How dare you slack off on Chinger's safety? If anything happens to Chinger today, I skinned you. Now. He just found out what happened at the drinking party during the day. Very frightened. Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang were beaten unexpectedly. Although Chun Qing was only lightly touched on his arm. But it's also a big deal. After walking for a while, Chen Xian finally spoke. Just one sentence. Everyone in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. Talk about mountains and rivers. What's going on? Chen Xian said lightly. He has no regard for the descendant Song Haiping. In fact, I have always been satisfied. Do things in an orderly manner. But why did the leak occur today? Although he is as good as a god. But if something happens to Chen Xingzhen, being dead is troublesome. Song Shanha looked pale. Ancestors, that's how it is. Chinger, my girl's safety. Our people have always been responsible. But since the Dragon Guard arrived, he drove everyone away in the name of safety. And in recent days, when he took Chinger and his sister out, there are always people who deliberately hide things from us. The Song family's experts are incompetent. The Dragon Guard cannot be monitored. Please punish. Wow! Everyone's eyes. They all looked at the dragon head in the corner of the hall, full of suspicion. Did you deliberately take Chun Qing out secretly? He also got rid of the original guard. What are you doing with this? Good boy, Xiaolong is the one who caused the trouble. You are a traitor. Everyone has found their target. They criticized each other with words and writings. Mr. Longsho's face turned dark. The worry is finally here. At this moment he was speechless. What to say? The Song family that I threw away was right. But he was also deceived by Chen Chang. He really didn't expect it. Chen Chang from the good girl. In order not to give myself 2 pounds of tea leaves. So he secretly ran out by himself. Never expected it. That's right. Master Longsho ordered some tea leaves for Chen Chang in order to deceive him. Bragging about being the best bodyguard in the world. The appearance fee is very expensive. You have to give tea once when you go out. 2 pounds at a time. Can be installed in installments. Guaranteed value for money. To add authenticity. He also performed. Flying across the sky. Crossing the river with a reed or something? Chen Chang also believed it. After all, the Dragon Guard behaves like the master in the novel. Definitely not an ordinary person. But Chen Chang is not stupid. Look at Mr. Song's usual life. Wang Dasho et al. How exciting is it to have a cup of moistening tea? I also know that my great-grandfather's tea is very precious. How much moisturizing tea can be brewed from 2 pounds at a time? Grandpa, no matter how much tea you have, you can't waste it like this. And he feels. I went to the digital center with Yu Xiaoshuang. There are official guards everywhere. What can happen? Subconsciously, she doesn't think of herself as a big shot yet. Such a small accident happened by a strange combination of circumstances. It's all my fault for being careless. Longsho was so depressed that his face turned red. I can't explain why. Fool the little girl. You must never tell anyone about tea. Otherwise, my face will be thrown from the devil's capital to the ground. The eyes of others looking at Lord Longsho became better. Boy, you are so dark. If you go and get a courier, you dare to accept 2 kilograms of Runshan tea. You ate the courage of an ambitious leopard. How long shall we kneel to the old man? Only then can I be rewarded with a cup of tea. I won't bury you. God cannot tolerate it. Chen Xian looked at the time. Said impatiently. Originally, I planned to wait for you to protect Qinger. After clearing out the traitors. Give you a good fortune. I will protect you and experience a lightning disaster in advance. It seems now. Do you prefer tea? That's all, just as you said. Go out for a trip. That's it for 2 pounds of tea. Skip this matter in a few sentences. Chen Xian no longer wastes time. Okay, let those people at the door come in and make a lot of noise. See if you can find any treasures. Song Shanha nodded and said, yes. People who went outside. The dragon head in the living room is already confused. Regret gripping my heart and lungs. He inexplicably remembered Huang Yi's words. The dragon's head is near the water, the first to get the moon is. You guard Chen Chang. Isn't it easy to get some tea? It is a great thing that benefits the country and the people. Don't worry, that immortal has extraordinary bearing. It's okay if you find out. Huang Yi, I believed your ghost. You ruined my great opportunity. There is a saying on the rivers and lakes about worshipping the dock. It's about ancient powerful people. After the rangers travel to various places, I always visit famous local families. First, let's get to know each other. Swish your voice and appearance. The second one is also to inform others. My purpose of coming to Guabao land. Hope to get help. Even if you can't get help. At least you can look familiar. It sounds like you know the rules. Will not be deliberately embarrassed. The same goes for this auction. Can you think of it before the auction starts? Let's visit Chen Xian first. Of course, Mitsui is not the only one who was building a relationship. Not long after, Song Shanhe led several people in. Walking in front was Paulson, who had white hair. Although not young, looks very energetic. His status as CEO of Goldman Sachs gives him enough confidence. Brandon from Western Europe takes second place. He is about 40 years old. Somewhat surprisingly young. After the dragon head saw this person, quietly walked to Chen Cheng's side, fatally standing in front of me. This Brandon is not simple. He's the kind of person who's very good at it. Behind these two people are strong. Like Nikolai hugging a bear. His strong body. The clothes are stretched out of shape. Behind him are Prince Abu Ibn. And Mitsui Sr. with a dark face. Dear Mr. Chen. It's an honor to meet you. I hope our chat today will be enjoyable. Four of them expressed greetings. Brandon squinted his eyes and looked up and down. The more I look at my expression, the more horrified I become. It's the surprise and horror in your eyes. Even unbelievable. Like seeing a ghost. His identity is not simple. On the surface, compared to the other four people, much less well known. But this is just the opinion of ordinary people. In fact, in the eyes of truly top people, he is the most terrifying one. Round table on the Western European continent. Orthodox members of parliament. De facto ruler. Lord of real power. What kind of company CEO is this? Prince Yarrow is much stronger. Powerful him. This is the last few decades. First time showing this expression. Chen Xian looked at him sideways when he saw me. Asked calmly. This guy is interesting. Probably the peak state of innateness. One level higher than Huang Yi. Similar to the dead Taoist Jiang. Not bad. It should be ranked some famous in the world. Everyone in the hall also attracted attention from Brandon. They all looked over. At this point Brandon finally confirmed. The old man in front of me is the man in the legend. He excitedly opened the box behind him. Put on the ground. Inside was a sharp knight's sword. Brandon holding knight. See a bang. Just kneel on the ground. The great arbiter of God's hand. Selma the prophet's teacher. Dukes of the kingdoms. Mr. Chen Xian. Knight captain of the round table. Big respect to you, Brandon. It's an honor to see you here. Everyone is confused. What is this list of titles? But it makes everyone feel that it is not easy. What Western Europeans say must be based on evidence. Hand of God Judge is the title. And it's the title of the top category. Represents the owner of the title. Once feared by the entire Western European continent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be given such a name. What's behind is even scarier. Thelman Prophet. Most people don't know. But everyone who knows understands how terrifying it is. It is said that the man who once crowned the Pope. But he took the initiative to blaspheme. And successfully predicted the fate and war of Western Europe after 30 years. Very mysterious. Called a prophet by many. Chen Xian is the teacher of the prophet. No one in the living room is not dumbfounded. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Xian. Are these identities real or fake? Chen Xian chuckled and broke the silence. He didn't expect that someone could recognize him. Think back. Wandering around Europe. 200 years have passed since then. During that period, Western Europe was tortured a lot by itself. Now that I think about it, I still miss it a little bit. What the hell is going on? Chen Xing couldn't hold it in any longer. Great-grandfather. There won't be any other country's title, right? Chen Xian thought for a while. Uncertain time is too long. I forgot too. But it should be recognized by many countries. 200 years ago. Or is it such a trivial matter? Very common. Remember Brandon's complex tone. Your title is not from a certain country, but on the Western European continent, recognized by all countries. You are the only honorary duke of all nations. There were 24 lords. The Queen and the King have signed a convention of appointment. Even if the country is destroyed, this agreement will never be forgotten. Attachments should now be kept in archives of various countries. It is always in effect. Just then, Mitsui Takeline, who had been confused, reacted. Questioned Mr. Brandon. You won't tell me. Mr. Chen went to the European continent 200 years ago. Yes. Everyone just made Brandon's exaggerated attitude confused. I didn't react until I heard Mitsui Jailing's words. Those historical figures were all from the 18th century. Mr. Chen Xian wouldn't have lived for more than 200 years, right? Those who are confused are ordinary people like Chun Ching. On the contrary, they are the leaders of participating groups from several countries. They are all silent. Moreover, Rulongshu is even more disapproving. He knows the identity of Chen Xian, the immortal. The recorded history of the old man is hundreds of years old. Even records unearthed from tombs during the Three Kingdoms period. There is a faint shadow of this person in them all. Why don't you say anything? The calm reactions of other members of the delegation. It's completely different from what Mitsui Jailing imagined. He was a little confused. Ha, Mr. Mitsui. Dolson interrupted. Turn around. Asked meaningfully. Have you just inherited the position of head of the Mitsui family? Mitsui Jailing doesn't know why. Suddenly asked here. What does this have to do with what's happening now? But he frowned. Still answer patiently. Really? My father just passed away unexpectedly last month. I am the temporarily elected head of the family. Why so late? That's true. Mr. Mitsui. If I were you. Stop talking now. You can call and ask your other person in charge. Presumably he will tell you some new knowledge. There are many secrets in this world. Paulson reminded. As one of the most senior people in the world, they know a lot of things that ordinary people don't know. Such as werewolves, witches, vampires, or demon hunters. Dragon Kingdom has forbidden areas. How come other countries don't have it? Many things that appear in fantasy novels. In reality, there are evidences. Know this. What were you thinking about Brandon? That means it's not impossible. Just thought of this. They feel heavier. Could it be that Xiaobo's minister is also a poem creature? If so, that would be terrible. It represents that humans also have immortality. Lord Duke. I came here hoping to make some friends with you in advance. Please come to the auction tomorrow. More support for Western Europe. For this reason I bring this holy sword to you. It is the most precious treasure on the Western European continent. Has a natural restraint effect on dark creatures. Once a favorite accessory of the prophet. At this point, Brandon suddenly realized something was wrong. Seer's accessories. Then this Lord Duke. Then there's no need to introduce the holy sword yourself. Are you crazy? I didn't expect you wouldn't sell it if we offered 1 billion citicoins. It's for giving away. Chen Xian has not expressed his position yet. Several knowledgeable people at the scene exclaimed. This long sword. Definitely a treasure of the entire human civilization. Countries are dealing with some dark creatures in the Forbidden Land. Technological weapons are not that easy to use. Otherwise, there would be no need to form a special force of warriors. Direct missile bombing and the whole thing is done. Thermal weapons will shake in some areas. As small as guns and ammunition. As big as an intercontinental missile. It's all like this. So some items that contain special energy became a sacred vessel. This long sword is the most top-notch holy weapon. More useful than silver bullets. It is the natural nemesis of dark creatures. It is said that the innate warrior holds it. Can bring out the strength of a pseudo-grandmaster. A rich man from the Middle East was once willing to pay 1 billion Citicoins to buy it, but was decisively rejected. Chen Xian stood up. Picking up the long sword he handed over with one hand. Just played around a few times. Where's Selmavin's sword? Then. That little guy has followed me loyally for 10 years. I just threw it to him when I left. I didn't expect it to become your holy sword. This is not a treasure. Just stayed with me for a few years. Tainted with a little spirituality. But since Selmavin is dead, send it back to me now. That's fine, I'll accept it. Chen Xian finished happily. He casually threw the long sword to the dragon head beside him. Brandon's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. This sword does not matter its function. It itself is a status symbol in Western Europe. Usually when someone picks it up, they hold it in both hands. Who dares to litter like this? Lord Lonsho took it over, smiling from ear to ear. But what a good baby. He also wants to have a sword in his hand. Increase your own strength by at least 30%. Brandon finished. It's someone else's turn. What city brings is the most useless. It is a bottle of high-purity holy water in the church. It is said, can cause sulfuric acid-like effects on dark creatures. But Chen Xian took one look at it and didn't care anymore. This thing is just a gimmick. The actual effect is very weak. The aura contained within. Not even as good as my own. Runshan tea. At this time, Mitsui Jailing came back after making a phone call. He looked a little worried about gain and loss. He just learned a lot of secrets. Psychologically, people have doubts about the reality of the world. After entering the door, the look in Chen Xian's eyes was extremely shocking. I can't help but think about this person's identity. He suppressed his surprise. Decide to do the things in front of you first. The right to sell elixirs is currently the most important. Mr. Chen Xian's treasure. We don't particularly understand. He took out the servant god. He talked about the process of his unearthing in detail. And domestic research on him. Admit it frankly. Even though I know it's extraordinary. I don't know what it does. The little paper servant god appears. It attracted everyone's attention. I saw those eyes that were so smart. He kept turning around and looking at everyone in the living room. Especially the holy water and the holy sword. Phoenix feather and Sun King crown time. Looked at it for a while. There is a little joy in the eyes. Wait until you see the dragon head Brandon and others. A little scared again. Fun, does this thing have emotions? Yu Xiaoshuang is brave. He stretched out his white fingers and touched the face of the small piece of paper. He actually got a look of disgust. Chen Qingjian is not in danger. I also went over and scratched the little paperman's body. Those eyes actually looked like they were begging for mercy. So amazing. Grandpa, do you know what this is? Chen Cheng held the little paperman in front of Chen Xian. Asked curiously. As a result, an unexpected scene happened the next second. In the shocked eyes of Mitsui Jailing. 4 decades. Except for a pair of eyes, the rest of the body is untouched. He stood up tremblingly. The legs of the 2 little slips of paper were kneeling in Chen Qing's hands. Put your hands together. Like a fist. Keep saluting to Chen Xian. As if pleading for something. Senior Mitsui was so surprised that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Chen Xian looked at it for a moment. Remember what this thing is? But there is no explanation. Instead, he directly picked up the villain's head. Walking towards the desk not far away. The little paperman is unusually well behaved. Hands and feet drooped and swaying. As if extremely happy. Everyone was curious and followed. Arrive at the desk. Chen Xian casually threw the paperman on the table. Then pick up the brush. After getting some ink. A few strokes. Draw all the facial features and limbs of the paperman. Extremely expressive. Now the paperman is completely alive. Look at the hands and then the feet. He kept doing somersaults on the desk happily. Wait for a while to be happy. Looks like a real person. The left and right hands patted each other. He solemnly knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Xian 3 times. He. Xinger, please put it away. Chen Xian laughed and flicked the paper figure with his fingers. Explained. This thing is called shuling. It is said that in a place with many books and ink, there is a chance that it will form naturally. Also considered a blessing. Some predictions of good and bad luck. But not big. Better than nothing. You can be a toy. Quite fun. Look at him like this. Someone must have wanted to create his human form back then. It's just that I don't have enough time. Only the eyes are drawn. Today, I helped him complete the task. Good guy. Predict good or bad luck. Now everyone looked at Chun Qing with envy. A baby who can predict danger. Everyone has only heard of it but never seen it. I didn't expect to see him once today. This is definitely a top-notch treasure. Conservative estimate of value. It should be twice as powerful as that holy sword. Click. Mitsui Takabayashi felt a pain in his heart. Dizzy before eyes. When they are choosing gifts. I've tried my best to select, but it doesn't have much effect anymore. Never expected. After choosing for half a day, I still chose the one with the highest value. If I had known earlier that this little servant god would behave like this. Even if you beat him to death, he won't take it out. It's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Xing doesn't care about other people's thoughts. He happily teased the little master and started playing with it. Okay, I've accepted everything you gave me. Tell me what you think. Go back to the living room and sit down. Chen Xian took a sip of tea and said. Halfway through drinking. I just remembered that I haven't had anyone pour tea for these guys yet. He gave Song Shanha a look at the side. Those who serve tea are guests. Besides, everyone didn't come empty-handed. Everyone knows the rules. He is not stingy with a cup of moistening tea either. Song Shanha saw this. Please invite a few people to sit down and make some tea. Chen Mansion is different from other places. Runchin tea is a rare treasure. No need, no need. I'm not thirsty. After troublesome Mitsui jailing, I politely asked to give in. A few other people were generous enough to sit down and drink. Westerners don't understand East Asian communication either. Mr. Chen. That's it. We came here tonight to discuss something with you. Let's see if there's any possibility of a private sale of the elixir. After all, the risk of auctioning is too great. I bought it. Mitsui jailing has not finished speaking yet. I heard the exclamation next to me. He was startled. I took a look and saw that Paulson was shouting while holding a teacup. The senior Mitsui was obviously displeased with being interrupted. I'm talking about business. What are you yelling about there? A lot of age. Can you still keep your focus? And just a cup of tea. As for all the fuss. Paulson didn't care what he was thinking. Hold the teacup and drink slowly, one sip at a time. Every bite is intoxicating. Look at the other people, they all look the same. Even compared to. Paulson is considered polite. The guy with the furry bear almost stuffed the cup into his mouth. Don't wait for Mitsui jailing to express dissatisfaction. After finishing his tea, Paulson said to him enthusiastically. Mr. Mitsui. Aren't you thirsty? Can you give me your tea? It's up to you, Mitsui Takabayashi is not stupid. Naturally, I guess that tea might not be simple. He just wanted to pick it up and taste it. I heard what Paulson said. How can I say this? He can't always say no. I'm thirsty now. I had no choice but to hold my nose and send it away. Of course, dissatisfaction just passed away in a flash. He doesn't feel like he's ready to be angry over a cup of tea. Unexpected. He was shocked by the behavior of several other people in the next scene. The furry bear and the prince of the Middle East. They actually got up together to grab the teacup. It's just that Paulson is getting stronger with age. Get it one step ahead. No, give me some points. Share equally. Don't eat alone. Mr. Chen Xian and others. At this time, Mitsui Takabayashi said and looked at the teacup on the table. He also saw it. There must be something wrong with this tea. Just try it. Chen Xian waved his hand. Indicate that he wants to drink and pour it himself. Mitsui Jailing bowed and thanked. Get another cup and pour yourself a cup. Only then did he notice the difference in tea. It's different from the tea I drank in the past. The tea in my hand is slightly sticky. Emerald green. He picked up the teacup and smelled it. Suddenly intoxicated. The rich aroma comes. Thoroughly heartfelt. The next second he understood. It tastes so good. The body seems to be washed by warm water for a long time. From inside to outside. The whole body is relaxed. It also instantly relieved me of the fatigue accumulated over the past few days. My mind is clear. After a long time, I opened my eyes. I can't believe it, Mr. Chen. Please tell me what kind of tea this is. Where to buy? Several others nodded in agreement. Mr. Chen, please tell us. I decided to give up vodka from now on. Switched to tea. Haha, tea is made by me. I drink it by myself on weekdays. There is no place to sell it outside. I generally wouldn't sell it. Chen Xian said lightly. It's not rude to come or go back. I accepted all the gifts you gave me today. When we left, everyone weighed 1 pound. This is my response. In addition, there is no need to say more about the auction. Everything should be done according to the rules. Just want direct competition for sales rights. This matter. I have left everything to my great-granddaughter. Okay, it's getting late. Shanha, help me entertain you. I went to bed. Chen Xian finished speaking. I went directly upstairs to my room. Mitsui Jailing and others were confused. It took me half a day to react. I and others were sent away. The corners of several people's mouths were slightly twitching. All my treasures have been given away. Is this the result? They felt a little messy for a while. The purpose of sending baby. I want to gain an advantage at tomorrow's auction. But look now. Chen Xian obviously accepted the gift. But I don't plan to do anything. Several people looked a little helpless. Day 2 Magic City Digital Center. The sun had just risen at this time. There is still morning dew on the flowers and plants on the roadside. But at the entrance of this magnificent building. Already crowded. Hello everyone, viewers. I am Zhou Lan, a reporter from Morning News. Now in the digital center. Live broadcast for you. Reporters from all walks of life. Admired audience. Members participating in the auction. Various people selling snacks and breakfast. The 32-meter-long road was blocked with water. Too many people. At 9 o'clock, the auction starts on time. Song Shanha took a deep breath. Go to the front desk. Introduced the specific rules of this auction. This time we broke the rules. No more auctions based on national boundaries. Instead, the world is centered on the Demon City. Divided into 8 directions and auctioned separately. Before auction. I need to emphasize some rules. This was formulated by Mr. Chen Xian. All countries in the world need to comply with. If anyone disagrees, you can now exit the auction. But that. We will also ensure that elixirs do not appear in the country. Then. He picked up a file from the table in front of him. Pull out a dozen pieces of A4 paper. Look at the densely packed small letters above. Read from the first article. The first major item is that all countries selling elixirs should ensure that no tax is levied on the sale of elixirs. 4 kinds of elixirs are tax-free worldwide. The sun above the scene. I don't know when it quietly moved to the center of my head. It's already 12 o'clock. The crowd was originally in high spirits. It's also slowly wilting. Staring at the stage with dull eyes. Talked for 3 hours at a stretch. Song Shanha who doesn't even take a sip of water. My head is buzzing. Who came up with these unequal treaties? Too cruel, the last one. It really makes the big guys behind the scenes restless. Currency paid by each participating group. Goods of equal value need to be provided as collateral. If an accident occurs that causes the currency to depreciate, Chen's Rescue Society has the right to retain the collateral. To sum it up in one sentence, it's just you who bear the risk, and I'll guarantee the harvest in case of drought or flood. Maybe I can still make a fortune. Too much bullying. The next day, all parties returned to the auction venue. 8:50 The auction is about to officially begin. Because of this matter. No experience before. All the first auctions still need to be hosted by Qin Xian. Give an example. This news was announced yesterday. Countless spectators crowded into the scene. Just to see with my own eyes. This legendary old man. Just then, a loud and high sound came from the sky. Very strong penetrating power. This venue of 100,000 people. You can hear it clearly from any corner. Everyone looked up in search of the sound. I was stunned at the sight. I saw a huge white crane in the sky. Is flying from a distance. Make a sweet chirp. This crane is so huge. Spread the wings to a full length of 3 meters. Comparable to a small helicopter. Under the sun. Shining with white feathers. Only then did everyone see. On the back of the white crane. Suddenly there was an old man sitting cross-legged. It's Chen Xian. Even if 100,000 people stare at me. Still calm and composed. Not an immortal is better than an immortal. Oh my God. Is this the legendary god? Delegations from various countries are indeed fierce. Riding a crane and flying into the sky can still come like this. No one is a fool. This time. They all began to feel deep fear in their hearts. It can be said. When Chen Xian came on stage, he gave them the power to attack. This represents strong personal power. The masters in each auction group are all amazing. Say dignified, they all whispered to the leader to emphasize. Don't anger this old man. He is unimaginably strong. Grandpa Chen Shang was also shocked. Chen Xian landed. Chen Shang looked pale and hurriedly went up to help. Even if I know that my great-grandfather is very powerful in Kung Fu. But how dangerous is it for a big living person to sit on a crane? Animals are animals after all. This is what happens if something happens at high altitude. I can't imagine the consequences. It's okay, Chen Xian waved his hand. He arched his sleeves sensibly. Then fly away alone. Very spiritual. We have to start talking about this in the morning. Chen Xian meditates for a while in the morning. Take some time. I didn't expect to find out until I got to the city. The road is completely blocked. Even if you wait for the official people to come out and pick you up, you can clear the way. I'm afraid it's too late. In desperation. Then he summoned the white crane to send him in. Even if it's a bit shocking. It's better than flying here directly. The scene was noisy for a long time. Only then slowly calmed down. Chen Xian also came on stage at this time. Under the gaze of countless spectators. Under the live broadcast of countless media. He is still calm and calm. I glanced at the hundreds of participating groups, large and small. Calm until the first auction starts today. The first auction is Bingqing Dandong Road. The right to sell starts from my feet. The main populated areas are in city country. North Taro to Arizona. Down to the Caribbean Panama limits. Contains 11 small countries, half of Citigroup. Add Mexico. Boundary range ends at Atlantic coastline. The starting price is 100 billion Dragon national coins. Start now. No. This is wrong. Mr. Chen, did I hear it wrong just now? Well, how can we still play like this? Almost everyone. Even Chen Xian was confused by his first words. We even took out a map on site to study it. See what you remember. That's right. The old man reversed the direction. City country is to the west of Dragon country. Paulson had the biggest reaction. Yesterday when Song Shanha announced the unequal rules. Not even excited now. Mr. Chen, you must have said something wrong just now. Our country is in the west of the Dragon Kingdom. Now please redeclare the area. If you open the map and see. Paulson is right. The Dragon Kingdom is in the easternmost part of the world map. Citigroup in the west. And the two directions of west and southwest. Originally this auction. The most intense competition among all parties. The main population of the world is in these two directions. But now Chen Xian doesn't act according to common sense when he comes up. What he said now is correct. Although it is different from the mainstream concept. But I can't say for sure. Because the world is round. No matter how you look at it. It's just that this is the case. Citigroup is going to suffer a huge loss. Originally they only needed to take pictures. West and northwest directions. Can connect the east and west coasts of their country. Not to mention all coverage. We can also capture half of the Middle East and Pakistan by the way. Plus all of Canada. Now Chen Xian is doing this. The price won't necessarily be much smaller. I don't know how many people are thinking of intervening. Flower country will definitely raise the price. The coverage area is reduced by 8/10. Shooting like this will cause blood loss. It's just that these principles. Paulson knows. Doesn't Chen Xian know? Chen Xian raised his eyebrows and said. I don't know if Citigroup is in the west? I know, but today I will shoot as I say. I make the most money by shooting like this. What, you have an opinion? Dolson was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Swallowing a quick-acting heart-saving pill tremblingly. Calmed down the mood for half a day. Shaking his head sadly. Everyone's words have been spoken clearly. I did this just to trick you. What else can I say? Losing his temper, he raised his hand. Then patrolled the entire venue. Citigroup bids 100 billion Chinese currency. Dear friends, you want to intervene in Citistate. You have to be prepared to bear the price. 110 billion. Don't wait for him to finish. On the peninsula, the neighbor of Bangzi country. The North Korean representative happily raised his sign. Winking excitedly. Cost? Sanctioned us for decades. Isn't that what I should be doing? Today I will tighten my belt and make you snap. Paulson's back molar almost shattered. He continued to hold up his sign with an expressionless face. 120 billion, 130 billion. The representative of the DPRK is really unambiguous. Lift it neatly. He doesn't feel bad either. The great head of state said that it is enough to disgust the enemy. Just treat it as a rocket. It's not much cheaper to launch a few rockets. The effect is not as good as it is now. Very cost-effective. Pakistan country. Because of the advantages accumulated from the 2 world wars. Became the only superpower in the world. Still a superpower that likes to cause trouble. Displeased with them. Want to take the opportunity to intervene in their country. How powerful is the elixir? Just look at how popular the scene is. 140 billion, 200 billion. Just drink a glass of water for 300 billion. The price has reached 3 times the starting price. Let countless people be stunned. In fact, it's almost the same for this price. After all, the population along this route is small. And except for the states of Citigroup International, the economies of other small countries in Malaysia are average. There are very few people who can afford Bingqingdan. 300 billion sales rights auction fee, a lot. Take this price. List of ICE sales after a year of hard work. If you don't do it right, you'll just earn your hard-earned money. What if we are unlucky enough to encounter a financial crisis? Maybe all the hard-earned money is gone. That is to say, 300 billion is almost the psychological expectation. To add to that, It's not just about business. 320 billion. Paulson raised the sign with a gloomy face. Then turned around. He spoke earnestly to the members of the filming team behind him. This is not business. We took over all the sales rights in the flower country. It's the bottom line given by the parliament. Even if you lose money, you have to take it. The House of Lords told me clearly. Great city-state. Cannot be interfered with in any way by other forces. 350 billion, he hasn't finished talking yet. Teacher Ma smiled evilly and raised his sign. Paulson suddenly turned his head. Jack. Don't forget. Your company is listed on Citigroup. Teacher Ma shrugged. Yes, I am also afraid that you will sanction me. So if we can get this sales right. Dragon Country entrepreneur. I don't have any means to fight against you anymore. That makes so much sense. 370 billion. Paulson continues to raise signs. The money is not much. At least it's only a fraction of their budget. This goes against the previous plan. What they originally envisioned was, while obtaining the sales rights in the home country, we can also win the sales rights of several hostile countries, such as Mao Xiong or Dragon Kingdom. Keep yourself safe. Intervening with others is the best solution. At present, I'm afraid it's hanging. Round after round of price increases have not stopped. The voices of all representatives remain stable. It's just that their speed of raising signs has slowed down a lot. But it's understandable. After all, raising your hand once is 10 billion. This is not small money. Chen Xian also showed rare patience at this time. No urging. Provided sufficient discussion to various delegations. And time for discussion. 870 billion. Paulson raised his hand. Mr. Chen Xian. I request a 5-minute break. We need to discuss it again. Chen Xian allowed the auction to be suspended. Paulson turned back and whispered to his team members. Gentlemen. Now has to be the time for us to make a decision. Do you want to continue filming this time? Although his words were directed at the group. But he looked at a young man in the middle. Burtlington. His apparent identity is not important. But he himself is a direct bloodline of the current president. And he is a martial arts genius. Come with a group this time. Having the duty to protect everyone. It also represents the views of the White House. Bert frowned. Pursed her white lips. He doesn't know much about what's going on here. Mr. Paulson was puzzled. Why do those people continue to film? Didn't you say that the population along this road is very small? Won't you make a lot of money? Paulson explained patiently. Bert, you should have noticed. Those people are targeting us. The right to sell Bingqing Dan this way. The right to sell is not valuable. The current price can be said to be no matter who takes the photo. At least they will lose more than 500 billion. After all, the winner can only share 20% of the sales price. The reason why competition is so fierce now. Because some people want to interfere in our country. After all, in the past, we did a lot of nasty things. But what I was most worried about happened. But it will change the pattern of the world. Pakistan is no longer the leader of the world. Someone has bad thoughts towards us. In this change, the Dragon Kingdom gained the upper hand. What we need to make now is a decision. Continue with the previous plan. Win the right to sell to your opponent's country at any cost. Or should we first protect the safety of our sales rights in our country? This problem is very serious. Everyone is silent. It can be said that this auction, many uncontrollable accidents occurred. Broke Citigroup's original plan. Before coming, Citigroup's auction group has set big goals. While taking over all sales rights in the country, we also need to win at least half of the sales rights in the north. Southern 1/4 sales rights. To influence Citigroup. The two most important rivals in the world. Dragon Kingdom and Woolly Bear. Want to achieve this strategic goal. Need a lot of money. But Citigroup originally didn't care. Their currency is the universal currency. As much as you want. Not enough to print. No different from paper. And this part of Citicoin still has to be paid to Longwa. They don't have to think about whether it will cause inflation. If the plan goes well. The final result is the Dragon Kingdom received a large sum of useless foreign objects. But they got valuable sales rights. Even further interfere with the enemy. Stability of rival country. It's just that it's useless to say this now. Chen Xian's first step. Let their plan be on the verge of bankruptcy. Force them to budget carefully. It's not enough to just provide currency now. We also need to bring out equivalent products from our own country. City's real industry is empty. Take out the products. Designated as a high-tech chip. Money in hand. Although it is still an extremely huge number. But it is obviously unrealistic to achieve the predetermined goal. There are only two options now. Otherwise, give up the sales rights in your country to others. I'd rather think of other ways. Seize this opportunity this time. Strive for influence on the second and third place in the world. Because of social system. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. If not, just be conservative. Ensure the security of the country. This multiple choice question. Paulson can't do it himself. But Bert can. Bert thought about it. Made up one's mind. Citigroup. It is a free country full of open spirit. We should not be afraid of possible threats. But seize this opportunity. The reason for giving up is of course just talk. In fact, what he really thinks is. Anyway, there are enough conflicts within Citigroup. Even if there are too many lice, you are not afraid of being bitten. Don't care either. +1. On the contrary. Opportunities to intervene in the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear are rare. This time I took the opportunity to intervene. Maybe it will play a big role in the future. Well, this result is not beyond Paulson's expectation. Because he thinks so too. I will bid up to 1 trillion Dragon Country coins. Equivalent to 150 billion Citicoins. Someone else adds. We give up. Finished. Paulson took the warm white towel handed by the attendant. Apply it to your eyes. Close your eyes and rest your mind. Soon, 5 minutes are up. Chen Xian rang a small bell. Indicates the auction to continue. 900 billion. The North Korean representative raised another 30 billion without blinking an eye. Screwed off Paulson's last round offer. People around can't help but. All looked sideways. Chao is a small country. And because the economy is blocked. Very poor. If you really take out the money yourself, I'm afraid the whole country will be hungry for a year. But no one spoke. But everyone has guesses in their minds. Behind the dynasty. It should be benefited and supported by big countries. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far. They were pushed out with white gloves. But which country is behind Chagua? No one can tell. On the surface. The most likely ones are Dragon Kingdom official or Mao Xiong. But it's hard to say. Both the Empire and France are possible. After all, who doesn't want to be free from control? Even some small countries united. It's possible. The dark law of the world's jungle has never changed. Everyone is ambitious. Not until the end. No one knows who the opponent is. 950 billion, 970 billion. 990 billion, 1 trillion. It's a pity that we give up. Paulson spreads his hands. Reluctantly put down the sign. Countdown to 30 seconds. No one bids. Ding Chen rings the bell. Represents the end of the first auction. The scene was boiling. Trillions. This number is beyond everyone's imagination. Before the auction starts. The results predicted by various experts. Prefer all auctions. The amount is between 1 trillion and 3 trillion. But now. The first auction reached the estimated minimum amount. How much will the remaining 31 items sell for? Imagine. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom is excited. Chen Xing said this money a long time ago. All will be used for Long people's livelihood. Used for common people. Collect all the wealth in the world for your own use. In the 5,000 years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, when has it ever been so generous? It's so crazy that Huang Yi can't even stabilize his mentality. Jaw dropped. Last year, the country's total GDP was just over 1 million. This auction only got 1%. Developed by the success of the first auction. Very far-reaching impact. This is a good start. Proved. Chen Xian's plan to save the world is feasible. At the moment when the bell rang for the first auction, fireworks and firecrackers rang out across the Dragon Kingdom. The shouts of excitement are endless. Fireworks are a unique means of celebration for this nation. Ha, brothers are prosperous. Developed, 1 trillion. Do you know how much this costs? This equals more than 700 yuan for each person. Hundreds of thousands of viewers are still excited. Just suddenly someone raised his head in surprise. It's foggy. Really, so strange. Foggy at noon. Countless white mist in the sky condensed out of thin air. Thick and rich. This weird weather surprised countless people. The sun will shine brightly tomorrow. There's heavy fog overhead. Who has seen this scene? But the experts from all sides suddenly stood up, staring at the sky in shock. This is faith. Oh no, no, no. Why do thoughts have so many thoughts? Abominable divine power. Where did so much divine power come from? Lonzo also put away his usual expression of laughter and scolding. Get serious. Reach out your hand and stir it up. Make me a few times. He looked enviously at the Chun family's ancestors and grandson on the high platform. Merit and merit? What's the meaning? Oh my God. Bert kept yelling with suppressed voice like crazy. Both eyes are faintly red. Table made of solid wood. They were all broken by him forcefully. Feet crushed to pieces. A hand of wood stubble. Calm down, Bert. Dawson was shocked, seeing heavy fog all around. No one noticed this scene. Just relieved. Looking at Bert with a sullen face. Keep calm. Your current behavior can easily misunderstand Chen Xian. Do you want to screw everything up? If it's because of your words and deeds, disqualifying us from participating in the auction, you will disgrace your grandpa. These words made Bert calm down, although still very angry. But I finally controlled myself. No longer so excited. He looked at the thick fog in the sky and said unwillingly, Paulson, you don't understand. You'll never understand what this thick fog represents. This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to break through to the master level. If I have a huge power of faith, it can increase the chance by at least 50. Breakthrough to the holy god of war. He said these words with great melancholy. What holy war god? City's holy god of war and grandmaster are on the same level. The situation is similar in all countries around the world. There are more or less innate masters. But any country, there is currently no true master. Dragon Kingdom is half a step ahead, relying on the blessing of Qinling dragon veins. Let Lonzo reach the realm of Pseudoguru. But with the real master, the gap is unimaginably large. Paulson heard the word holy war god. Eyes widened. Although he is a businessman. But I also know the weight of the holy god of war. What if Citigroup had a divine god of war? Will be used in various international fields. Have unparalleled advantages. No need to worry anymore. The status of the superpower is challenged. Because of any actions of the enemy. Have to think about it. Can you bear the wrath of a holy warrior? This is more flexible than an aircraft carrier. But a more terrifying way of deterrence. This matter is more important than the elixir. He took Bert's arm. Excited Daubert. You tell me. You didn't lie to me. In this case. What are you waiting for? Do you absorb the power of faith here? If you accept it, we can run away. Compared to you becoming the holy god of war. Pills are not important anymore. Come on, Bert shook his head. Then he held up a handful of thick fog obsessively. Bring it to your mouth and suck it. Dense fog. But it seems to have thoughts. He ran away from his hands. This is owned. We can't steal. Paulson closed his eyes in pain. Heartbroken. Good things cannot be stolen. It's a loss for them. Typical gangster thinking. On the high platform. Grandpa, I feel so hot. Chen Qing exclaimed. He slapped his hands and face hard twice. Pang Hong Tong. And not for a while. She found. The mist is slowly seeping into my body. This sight made her panic even more. Qinger, sit cross-legged. Empty your mind. Don't think about anything. Chen Xian said quickly in the thick fog. Feel the clouds rising from all directions. Chen Xian laughed heartily. So that's it. Looking at the long time of thousands of years. Chen Xian rarely has such exciting moments. Merit. It sounds complicated. But it's simple. If you can't understand merit, you must have heard that other word. Good luck. This kind of people will make everything they want come true. Everything that happens in the dark will develop towards the best results. Chen Xian is at a very high level. The force of force has shocked the past and the present. No one can compare. But that doesn't mean he can control everything in the world. There are also regrets. Most recently. He didn't expect that after his nirvana 80 years ago. What happened to the Chen family? I never imagined that my great-granddaughter would be in such hardship when she was young. I really want to be omniscient and omnipotent. How could the Chen family end up in ruins? Chen Xian understands the role of merit. I also plan to live forever. Used the world as a chessboard layout several times. Tried many possibilities. But they couldn't successfully plan it. Due to his merits, he was once a world-famous abbot of an ancient temple. The main island built 108,000 temples in the southern dynasties. Hollow out the Buddha statue. Hidden image. Trying to steal and replace others. Useless, he once served as a national counselor. Introduced the emperor of a country. Emperor Jiajing practiced Taoism for 48 years. Taxing Taoism. It's useless, he went to Europe. Plotting against Queen Victoria. Become a duke. Kill thousands of heads. Make a name for yourself. Make people frightened. Useless, even as early as the Qin dynasty. Once incarnated as Su Fu. Take 3,000 boys and girls across the sea and establish a new national ruler. But it still ended in failure. Thousands of years of painstaking planning to no avail. Today's unintentional act fulfilled a long-cherished wish. People's hearts, people's hearts. It turns out that it's the people's will. Chen Xian laughed heartily. After about half an hour, the fog slowly dissipated. Chen Xian used some means to cover up what he just saw. I don't want to shock the world too much. So no one noticed that all the mist was absorbed by him. Certainly. Even if the experts from all sides didn't see it, they all guessed it. Needless to say, I am extremely envious and so on. Strange, why did it suddenly become foggy when everything was fine? Really evil. It's the first time I've seen him after so many years of living. The sun was shining and a heavy fog suddenly appeared. Isn't this some kind of demon showing up? Stop talking nonsense. Where do the demons and ghosts from the Dragon Kingdom come from? There are regulations from above. Animals will not be allowed to become sperm after 49 years. After the fog completely dissipates. Song Shanhe walked onto the high platform in confusion. I saw that Chen Xian and Chen Chang were fine. Only then can I feel relieved. The heavy fog that just came out of nowhere is really weird. Obviously abnormal. In the VIP lounge backstage, Chen Xian is inside, absorbing such a large amount of merit power. It's not easy to digest completely. It will take some time. The VIP lounge is extremely luxuriously decorated, because taking into account the various delegations, we may discuss matters there. So pay great attention to the sound insulation effect. Both wooden doors are a full palm thick. Just at this moment, the heavy wooden door kept squeaking. The squeaking sound seems to be undergoing a huge squeeze. Explode, you explode. The dragon head stands guard outside the door, looking at the door. The heart keeps roaring, waiting eagerly. He knows what Mr. Chen is doing inside. No need to ask. He must be refining the power of merit. The power of empty merit. It actually filled the whole house. Neither the oppressive walls nor the wooden doors can bear it. You can imagine how huge it is. And the power of merit at this moment is different from just now. Now this has been absorbed by Chen Xian, released into refining state again. This process can also be absorbed by others. The dragon head is so jealous that he is going crazy. It's not okay to let him rush in and grab it directly. Don't you have the guts? But if the power of merit comes out on its own, he accidentally absorbed a little. It's not a big problem. So I waited eagerly. Just looking at the wooden door, it just creaks but doesn't explode. Lonzo wished he could pull Huan Yi over and beat him up. Do you think you are free? Why repair a door and make it so strong? After sighing helplessly, Master Lonzo lay on the ground obediently. Follow the cracks in the door to absorb some sporadic merits. A long time. Only then can we wait until a small point that is almost invisible. But this already made him extremely satisfied. I suck the smiling mouth. I suck. Master Lonzo no longer cares about his image. Holding the ceiling for a while. Climb to the top of the doorframe and sniff your nose. After a while, he fell to the ground prostratedly. He was sucking wildly just when he was having wild thoughts. A few people walked over quietly. It's Lao Wang and his son. There were also those who were brought in by Wang Xiaozong to help. Several fathers and sons, 3 generations. Old Wang Guijing has already seen it. Mr. Chen is particularly tolerant of these juniors. Also very patient. That's why I went to find my son first. Find these people together. It doesn't look so serious if everyone asks together. It's better just to chat. Can you please give me some advice? Find a few rich third generations. No effort. They are all there. They were all summoned with just one phone call. Guan Laowang pointed out the problems faced by the official. Tell everyone straightforwardly. Tell them they are sharing the country's worries. After paying for the future of more than 1 billion people in the country, several rich third generations, they all agreed to help without hesitation. Even very excited. They are 3 generations who know how to play all day long. He is actually qualified to contribute to national affairs. Nothing else to say. Obligatory. I have a vague sense of solemn mission in my heart. That's all. This group of people were excited and anxious. No one said anything. As soon as they come up, naturally I saw it. Lord Dragon Head is like a toad, lying on the ground and inhaling wildly. On everyone's face, they all raised a big question mark. Lonzo sensed someone, and his figure flashed. Already stood up, looking behind him with a majestic face. As if everything just now was an illusion. It's like he never lay on the ground. As long as you are not embarrassed. It's other people who are embarrassed. Why are you here? Mr. Chen is taking a rest. No visitors. Fortunately, he has not forgotten his duty as a guard. Today is the day of the auction. For the sake of ceremony. Lord Dragon Head, wearing his own special jersey. The embroidery badge does not have the serial numbers that ordinary troops should have. But there are 2 words dragon sewn on with embroidery. Is the dragon guard the dragon head? Lao Wang sees the embroidery clearly. It felt like an atomic bomb exploded in my heart. My head is buzzing. The Dragon Kingdom knows that there are very few people with the position of Dragon Head. Meet the current Dragon Head. Even fewer are recognizable. Lao Wang really didn't expect that. The legendary dragon has its head but not its tail. Just appeared in front of me. It all feels a little unreal. Lord Dragon Head. Lao Wang is a strong man when facing this person. The legendary top master. Patron saint of Dragon Kingdom. Extremely nervous. Just didn't wait for him to finish telling what happened in the next scene. It shattered his outlook again. Silly, you insist on following Li Chongyang. He walked forward angrily and quickly. My fingers can touch the dragon's head and nose. Yelled viciously. Xiaolong, what were you doing just now? You are perverted. Even my ancestors peeped. The action of the dragon head just now. Really like some idiots in small budget movies. Longsho's face twitches. He didn't even know how much willpower he had used. Only you can control yourself. I can't kick this brat to death. Young Master Zhao and two idiots in heaven and earth came over with a gloomy face. Putting his hands on Longsho's shoulders, he said in a sharp voice. Aaron, I remember. I told you, I'm scary. Did you forget? Lao Wang's heart at the moment is very messy. Zhao Zishan and Li Chongyang. Talking to the most mysterious man in the Dragon Kingdom. The top strong man Mr. Dragon Head scolds each other. Both sides are like shrews. This scene made everyone else feel dumbfounded. However, Lao Wang couldn't laugh. Snap. The wooden door was pushed open. Chen Xian walked out with a cold face. He seemed dissatisfied with the noise being made at his door. There's just a hint of smile in the eyes. Obviously in a good mood. Not angry. What are all the noise about? Nothing to do. Ancestor, Mr. Chen. Everyone immediately shut up. Say hello obediently. Okay, come in, everyone. Chen Xian turned around and walked back to the lounge. Sit down on the chair. Waiting for these people who suddenly come to see you to speak. The auction is going on. If you come here now, there must be something going on. Hee hee, old man, that's it. Xiao Wang diligently helped Chen Xian pour tea. Then put dad's problem. Said everything. Chen Xian understood. Dragon Kingdom has little money now. I am also afraid of the domestic sales rights of elixirs. After being obtained by other forces. Deliberately pinching the neck and refusing to supply. Just this little thing. Facing a group of worried juniors. Chen Xian asked in surprise. Everyone looked at each other. Is this a small thing? Lao Wang smiled bitterly at Mr. Chen. This is serious. You may not know. The elixir you brought out is too powerful. There are even many hidden benefits. Which one is really missing in the country? It's easy for something big to happen. Look away at this group of people. Chen Xian wanted to kick them out. One by one. I usually look pretty good. Why did it turn into a lump at the critical moment? Anyone wants to use pills to cause trouble? What single drug should be used to sanction it? I immediately asked him to sell it everywhere in the area. He will cry then. Who dares to deliberately hold the order and not sell it? Chen Xian taught him how to behave in minutes. Sell a pill. Sales are divided into 20%. 80% of the moisture comes from Chen Xian. You won't sell it if you make trouble. The biggest loss is in the hands of Chen Xian. Is this possible? Dare you do it? Chen Xian directly places a large number of private orders in your area. It makes you vomit blood. To cooperate. Then cooperate obediently. Don't want to cooperate. You can die immediately. Good guy understood Chen Xian's method. Everyone was stunned. The referee personally went off the field to kick the match. Who can punish him? Seeing everyone become enlightened. Chen Xian was too lazy to say more. He got up and took everyone to the auction house. The auction is still going on. You might as well go and have a look. 3.9 trillion, 4 trillion. Back to the open-air auction. This auction is not over yet. The parties involved in the kidnapping have not changed. It's still Paulson and Prince Apu. Countless people at the scene shouted, "Oh my God! I thought the trillions in the first item were exaggerated enough." Unexpectedly, the second item directly reached 4 trillion. Paulson and Diamond are having a headache right now. Other members of the Citigroup auction group were also gloomy. The price of this face is so high. Beyond their expectations. Let's convert this. Already have 800 billion Citicoins? And this is the second item. As required by Parliament. They want to use 4 kinds of elixirs. The remaining sales rights of East Road and Southeast Road. Take them all. How much will it cost in the end? Think about that number. Paulson also felt a little dizzy. 4.1 trillion, Prince Afo Ibn. This is the last limit I can bear. If you continue to increase prices, I would consider giving up. While Paulson raised his hand, threatened expressionlessly. After a moment of hesitation, Abu Ben slumped back on the chair. Okay, Mr. Paulson. Congratulations on this money-losing victory. Congratulations. Song Shanhai is obviously in a good mood. Watching the auction end, he happily started counting down. Tell him to ring the little brass bell loudly. Announced loudly. Citigroup, total price 4.1 trillion. Successfully bid for Binkington Northeast Road Sales Group. Let's congratulate Citigroup. Wow, there was a warm round of applause. Countless people in the Dragon Kingdom look at Paulson. The more we look at each other, the closer we get to each other. This old Western man is simply the god of wealth. My genius. Two-way sales rights. It has been sold for more than 5 trillion yuan. Chen Sheng sat next to Grandpa. I just feel unbelievable. After Chen Xian responded, his tone changed and he said calmly, Xinger. If I were you. Not here now. The nature of things is different. Originally you wanted to do good deeds. Master Zhang will help you out. It doesn't matter what you do. Just treat it like coaxing you to play. But now our grandparents have been rewarded. You have to do this well. Remuneration? Chen Sheng thought briefly. Then I remembered the white mist just now. She didn't ask anything. Nods heavily. He stood up and pulled it directly. Yu Xiaoshuang watched the auction with great interest. Stop looking at it and go find Uncle Yu. It's time for us to get down to business. Chen Sheng turned around and left resolutely. After several days of bidding, the auction for the sales rights of King Sindan has ended. A total of 24.7 trillion was bid from 8 directions. As soon as this result was announced, everyone calls the eyes to meet the gods. Stunned. It will still be dark after a month. Countless people have already walked out of their homes. Hiked to the digital center. There are some forerunners. After arriving at the digital center early, no one was making any noise. Instead, he sat down on the ground and waited quietly. Waiting for the opening ceremony of Chen's Rescue Society to begin. Today for the entire Dragon Kingdom. It is an extremely important and memorable day. Will definitely go down in history. How spectacular. Huang Yi stood on the top floor, looking at the magnificent scene below my feet. He sighed in a complicated tone. Is the establishment of Chen's Rescue Society a good thing? Of course, in every aspect. It is definitely a good thing that benefits the country and the people. But only for the official. Uncertain. A single individual has enormous influence. It can even affect hundreds of millions of people. Can those in power feel at ease? Yes, that's weird. Lord Dragon Head. No more, the way I used to laugh and curse. At the same time, he gave Huang Yi a sharp look. The immortal is downstairs. Say this now. Do you want to die? The longer you stay with Chen Xian, the more he understands Chen Xian's terror. You misunderstood. Huang Yi waved his hand. I don't have an opinion. On the contrary, Chen's Rescue Association can be established. I'm happier than anyone else. Don't forget that I was born in a poor mountain ravine. I know how miserable the poor are. Being an official does not make decisions for the people. Why not go home and sell sweet potatoes? The establishment of Chen's Rescue Society. It shows that there are still people in Long Kingdom who are not living so well. Just like Chen Qing said. There are still people who cannot afford to see a doctor. Can't afford to go to school. Can't afford food. Think about these. Huang Yi felt guilty. Although people's lives are better these days than in ancient times. But still not enough. Far from enough. What the hell are you doing? The dragon head snorted disdainfully. What can you do? Can you use 4 kinds of elixirs to collect money from all over the world? You can make those robbers pay obediently. We have to work hard not to lose value. We can only let them get tens of thousands of ships worth of goods first. Pressure on our port. Huang Yi was left speechless after asking questions one after another. He can't do any of these. The dragon head sees this. Stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. He sighed, Lao Huang. Don't think too much. I tell you clearly. Chen's Rescue Society. Except this immortal can do it. Not anyone else. Not even those 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The key to Chen's Rescue Society. Not in the rescue club. It's about Chen. This rescue association is only possible because of him. What we have to do is to cooperate well. Don't think about anything else. Don't ask any more questions. 2 words of warning. Dragon Head changed the topic. Talking about other things. Okay, hurry up and tell me something. What happened at home? I heard some noise. I almost peed out of fright. I warn you. Don't take advantage of my absence. 7 or 8. Naturally, the family refers to the imperial capital. Lord Dragon Head. No matter how unreliable he usually behaves, he is still outside Chen Xian. The most terrifying patron saint of the strong in the Dragon Kingdom. He is surrounded by countless demons and monsters. I don't dare to step into the border. Strong men of this level will not be disbanded. You must have your own news channel. After the auction ended 2 days ago, Longzhou received a secret message. It really scared him. It is said that some people are jealous of this auction. Nearly 100 billion assets obtained. Some bad ideas. There are also voices inside that say, whether it's this money or the rescue organization, all should be taken over by the authorities. To put it bluntly, someone is jealous. Want to grab something from Chen Xian. That is, 2 days ago. Chen Cheng is running around everywhere. Master Longzhou must follow. Otherwise, she would have gone back to clean up the house. To avoid being cheated by pig teammates. Talking about this, Huang Yi's expression was also slightly unnatural. Hi, you got the message. Actually, it's no big deal. Someone was blinded by lard. I warned. After all, this time the money is too much. Last year, the country's total expenditure was only over 10 trillion. This auction directly raised hundreds of billions. It aroused some people's thoughts. Not just money. How is the elixir refined? Some people also want to know. If only I learned. It's like having a cornucopia. Some hardcore bosses in the imperial capital think that the will of the state overrides individuals. No matter who you are, you must obey. The elixir is an important weapon of the country. And the hugely influential rescue society. They have to send someone to take over. They're all old fogies. Huang Yi said this. Longzhou already knows those people. I can't help but also have a little headache. I just feel my brain is tightening. To those old guys. He doesn't have any good ideas. He is older than him. His previous achievements were not much smaller than his. Many young people spent their lives fighting bloody battles on the border. These are tough guys. These people are like stones in a pit. Smelly and hard. You can't beat them. Can't curse. I am now in my 70s or 80s. He is definitely not his opponent in a fight. But can Lonzo fight them? Definitely not. Just because the philosophy of governing the country is different. Just beat these old people. In minutes, the country will be turned upside down. Dragonhead frowned. Walking around on the rooftop. Seem worried. I don't think it's possible. Discuss it with Mr. Chen. Let some of our people join the management of the Rescue Association. There should be a chance to explain this. Chen Xian, you and I have all been in contact with each other. It's not like someone who cares about worldly things. Huang Yi asked tentatively. This is a compromise plan. Both sides give in. Lonzo didn't even think about it. Directly veto. It was still possible before. It definitely won't work now. Before. It was the toy he gave to Chen Sheng before the rescue meeting. Things to make kids happy. The old man really didn't take it seriously. But you forgot about the white fog that day. Now this is the immeasurable merit involved. The old man will never let us interfere. After explaining. The dragon head continues to pace. Huang Yi sighed. I won't say much more. He doesn't have any good ideas. After a while. What suddenly occurred to him? Don't notice. Right. Pakistan will test fire new hunting weapons over time. Invite us to the ceremony. Are you going or not? If you don't want to go, just find someone to go. Where do I have time? Lonzo said impatiently. Just haven't finished yet. He suddenly stopped. A flash of inspiration flashed in my mind. Wait, what did you just say? I said the 8 countries invite you to go. Related to the previous sentence. Pakistan will test fire newly installed weapons over time. Yes, that's it. The word test shooting was in Longshow's mouth. Eyes getting brighter and brighter. There is a way. Go and notify Pakistan. Let them come to our place for a test launch. Anyway, we sold the weapons to them. I'll think of a way then. Let Mr. Chan and those old guys participate. Are these weapons useful to immortals? You'll know just by looking at it. Okay, let's talk about these things later. Let's go to the Rescue Association's opening ceremony first. Invite Chen Xian to participate in the test firing of new weapons. Huang Yi smacked a few words. Eyes gradually brightened. This is a good idea. He understood what Lonzo meant. I am thinking of using this method to frighten one party. As for which side can be shocked? It all depends on the immortal's methods. Think about it. If faced with the power of the latest Tianva system, if the immortal feels that he can resist, that attitude will definitely be quite calm. Until then, those old stubborns in the military are not really stupid. It will definitely quietly extinguish the radical thoughts in my heart. To avoid civil unrest. An enemy you are not sure you can defeat. No one will be messed with easily. If the result were the other way around. That's not bad. After Chen Xian saw the power of this level of weapon. If you feel like you can't escape, that will give in to some extent. At that time, we will require the placement of some official personnel. Join the management of the Rescue Society. Shouldn't be rejected again. Okay, let's do this. Test fire weapons, I'll make arrangements. People from the military department will also be invited to participate in advance. Chen Xian is looking at you. The specific time has been decided and I will inform you again. After the two decided on this matter. No more words. Turn around and walk off the rooftop. The opening ceremony below is about to begin. Another 10 minutes passed. 10 o'clock number center first floor. Former auction house. Countless ribbons have been arranged. Lanterns and festoons everywhere. Hundreds of thousands of spectators waited nervously. A historic moment is coming. Today's red carpet is tens of meters long. Only for one person. He is the first president of Chen's Rescue Society. Chen Chang. A beautiful figure walked out of the lounge, heading towards the high ground. Just then, an old man. The voice rang in her ears. Xinger, look around. Tell me what you saw. Grandpa's voice. Chen Chang blinked her beautiful big eyes. Asked doubtfully. Grandpa, where are you? Why can't I see you? I'm communicating with you thousands of miles away. No need to look for me. Come on, tell Grandpa. What did you see? It's so magical, Chen Chang said with emotion. Continued, I saw a lot of people. So many excited people. The way they look at me is shining. Chen Chang noticed. Many people's eyes are really bright. Shen Xian, who didn't know where he was, continued to guide. Xinger, think about it. Why are these people like this? The most enthusiastic participants in the opening ceremony today. Who could they be? This question suddenly opened up Chen Chang's thinking. Except official people. Our staff and my fans. Others want help. Are they all in trouble? That's it. Although Chen's Rescue Society is important. But it won't make everyone so enthusiastic and excited. Most excited person. It's the people you can help. Chen Xian praised. Xinger remembered. Whether today or later. Being the president of a rescue society is not an honor. But responsibility. You gave these people hope. Then we should try our best to help them. These people have already paid us. The way of heaven can be fought but not bullied. Don't slack off after. After saying this, Chen Xian's voice disappeared. After the auction ends. These reporters never left. For them. Just waiting for the opening ceremony of this rescue association. This opening ceremony. Currently broadcast live in 233 countries around the world. It can be said that human signals can be transmitted to places. Everyone is watching. This gentleman. Please ask questions to Chun Qing to the front. A handsome man. A set of news reporters Sabe's words from Longhua. Sabiyu adjusted the collar of his suit. A charming smile appeared on his face. Miss Chen Cheng, we all know. Chen's 4 kinds of elixirs. Only 1 year sales rights. It was auctioned for an astonishing price of 948 trillion dragon national coins. What kind of experience was it? Inspired you to have the idea of establishing Chen's Rescue Society? Please answer this question. Chen Chang lowered his eyes and thought for a while. I think everyone should be able to afford medical treatment. Everyone should have someone to help them when they encounter difficulties. I hope everyone else does too. If someone can't do it, then I'll help him do it. Chen Chang. Answer questions from various reporters with ease. No matter what kind of person you are facing. Still a question of doubt. They all talk freely. No panic. This relieved many people who were worried about her embarrassing herself. The signboard of Chen's Rescue Association has been erected. In the lounge. Chen Xian took his mind back. Also very pleased. He is sitting on the Taisher chair. Take a nice sip of moistening tea. This matter is settled. At least. No need to worry anymore, the merits finally obtained will fly away. Boom. Just then. The wooden door was knocked. Chen Xian stood up and opened the door. I saw a smiling dragon head outside the door. He frowned and said coldly. You are not guarding Qinger now. What are you doing here? I warn you. If something happens to her now, I can't spare you. Don't worry. Huang Yi and the others are all outside. There won't be any trouble. Besides, I'm right here. If something really happens, you can just hit the wall and get out. While saying this, Longzhou squeezed into the lounge. I kindly helped the old man pour tea. Of course, he didn't forget to pour it for himself. Pretending to be thirsty. I had 3 drinks in a row. Then he reluctantly put down the teapot. An opportunity to take advantage of the old man. The leader of the chicken thief never let him go. Chen Xian doesn't care about him either. Now, there are not many people who dare to behave unruly in front of themselves. It's good to have such a living treasure. Chen Xianyu sat down again leisurely. Then continued. Tell me, what's the matter? There is a small thing. I want you to help me. Seeing that the old man is about to see the guests off directly, the dragon head no longer dares to grind. Directly stated the request. In other words, Chen Xian is invited to see the new weapons. Of course, it is certainly impossible to say directly. I wanted to take this opportunity to see if I could scare him. There is no such way to seek death. In his mouth. After becoming a small country that bought our weapons. Not very satisfied. Meant to cause trouble. I want your old man to go to the battlefield. By the way. Then I'll help you evaluate the power of the weapon. See if there is any threat to the top powerhouses. After saying that, Longzhou looked at the master anxiously. The plan is pretty good. But if the old man doesn't agree, he can't do anything. Test firing a top weapon? Chen Xian's scumbag mouth showed some interest. After waking up this time, he also watched a lot of news during this time. I learned a lot of things that I had never been exposed to before. It feels very interesting. This is an era that has never been seen before in thousands of years. Tell him what makes him most curious. Nothing more than 2 things. One is a rocket that can take people to the moon. Another one. It's the nuclear bomb, the most powerful weapon that can destroy the world. Especially the second one. He really wants to see it. Top-level weapons of destruction made with technology. How powerful is it? Is there any threat to yourself? It's probably impossible to kill yourself. No matter how powerful it is not as powerful as an asteroid explosion. But maybe I can make myself feel a little hurt. Just try it and you will know. Okay, Chen Xian readily agreed. Ah, that's what I meant too. I've always heard how powerful nuclear bombs are. It would be nice to see it in person. You go make arrangements. Come pick me up then. It was Longzhou who was stunned. Nuclear bomb? Master, you misunderstood. We're not planning to blow up a nuke. He complained crazily in his heart. Are you kidding? Who has nothing to do to drop a nuclear bomb? One might not be able to irritate anyone. The World War begins. The top weapon you mentioned. Isn't it a nuclear bomb? There are weapons more powerful than nuclear bombs. Chen Xian's expression was slightly solemn. He's seen the video of a nuclear bomb going off. The power is already terrifying. Although it is unlikely that he can kill himself. But we must also admit. This weapon is capable of destroying heaven and earth. Longzhou held it in for a long time before he finally shook his head. No. The most terrifying weapon currently used by mankind is the nuclear system. But this weapon cannot be used easily. Master, let me tell you. The weapons tested this time are also very scary. It was just developed in the past 2 years. He quickly boasted about the heavenly sword system. What is a direct strike from space? Why is the error less than 3 centimeters? What power can easily melt steel? I said it all at once. It's a pity that Chen Xian still lacks interest. Since he wants to see technological weapons. Then look at the most powerful nuclear weapons. Not even a moment away. The dragon's head closed its mouth in a whisper. I couldn't help but feel a headache. Fry. Old man. Xiaolong, I am loyal to you. Since you want to see. Then let's have a blast. No matter what, I satisfied you this time. Okay, Chen Xian's interest has obviously increased. Quickly set a time for the test launch with Longzhou. Rush early rather than late. taking advantage of the fact that the Chen's Rescue Association has just been established. Let's have fun listening to it. Want to help out? Just 3 days later. Dragonhead walks out of the lounge. After wandering around for a long time, I sighed. Take your phone out of your pocket. It's settled. The old man agreed to participate in the weapons test firing. Just 3 days later. Get ready as soon as possible. I thought about it. Since we are going to conduct weapons test firings, you might as well make the scene bigger. Stop being so petty. You give a report to the higher-ups. Explode a nuclear bomb in 3 days. After saying that, his heart was beating wildly. There was only the sound of electricity on the phone. In a corner of the digital center building, Huang Yi was stunned. Explode a nuclear bomb? Thank you for thinking about it. Can this thing explode easily? Lonzo also knew that he scared Huang Yi. Explain quickly. He conveyed all the meaning of the punishment just now. Finally, he said bitterly that there is nothing I can do about it. Otherwise, what do you say? Silence fell on the phone. How could Huang Yi not know this truth? I also had a splitting headache for a while. This is really a big trouble. The military asked someone to give him several messages. Behind the scenes, it's still a matter between the rescue group and the two sides. Remember those old guys? It's impossible to make them let go easily. Their demands are simple. Just let Chen hand over the rescue club and the elixir. Be nationalized. But when I think about it, I know it's impossible. Although I can still suppress the situation for the time being. But those old guys have limited patience. You never know when you'll be able to let go of yourself. Embarrassing the people on the military side. Too much faith in the power of thermal weapons. They still believe in the same old ways. What lies within the range of a cannon is the truth. They feel that since the heat can suppress us, it shouldn't be a big problem for Chen Xian. It doesn't matter if Lao Huang and the others don't understand. But you and I both know. Can the two of us compare with this immortal? Say immodestly. If I really fight this guy, I'm afraid I'll be killed instantly. So the problem of exploding nuclear bombs is huge. But communicate in advance. All parties say hello to them. It's not something that can't be discussed. But the conflict between the military and Chen Xian. If it inspires within us, think about the consequences. On the phone, Longzhou was still persuading him earnestly. The closer he gets to Chen Xian, the more he can feel the terror of this immortal. The secret self-confidence of those old diehards in the military. Longzhou also felt helpless. I can only lament that the ignorant are fearless. Huang Yi sighed softly. Still undecided. This matter is too sensitive. It would have been okay if it was a few decades ago. But since countries signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty, current research on nuclear weapons by various countries, all simulated using supercomputers, it's too difficult to explode in the real world. The risk is too great. It is very easy to cause chain reactions in various countries. Bet the lives of billions of people around the world. He doesn't have the courage. Think about it. He couldn't help but whispered. Aaron, the consequences of detonating a nuclear weapon. Not as simple as you think. No matter what the reason. As long as someone launches, it will be easy for other countries to follow. Let me tell you a secret. Don't spread the word. Every country has its own nuclear submarine system. And launch boats. In the deep sea and deep earth. This type of troops does not need to wait for orders from the center. As long as nuclear weapons are detected within the territory, will automatically start the counterattack process. The target is all nuclear-armed countries in the world. I'd say keep it simple. That's worldwide. Once a dangerous nuclear bomb appears, other countries will immediately follow suit. The whole world will return to the primitive times in an instant. There will be no surviving states. No one will allow the war to end. There are also well-organized enemies. And the most important thing is, we are not the only ones who have nuclear bombs. You forgot about the alliance. Lonzo slapped himself hard on the forehead. He really forgot that there is such a thing as the alliance. Unless that's not a good thing. Be wary of him jumping over the wall in a hurry. In which country exactly does the nuclear bomb he has now be located? Not sure yet. Don't practice launching yourself here. It's really over for him. There was silence again on the phone. It's been a long time. Lonzo said that I still recommend starting the war in 3 days. Nuclear weapons released. Chen Xian means that facts have the power. Just what we wanted. Of course, this is just my suggestion. Think for yourselves. After that, hang up the phone. Look up. The opening ceremony is still in progress. The atmosphere was very warm. The faces of the 100,000 spectators were filled with smiles. Really happy. They believe. Because of the appearance of Chunqingha Rescue Society. Now he believes. Life will be better tomorrow. Who knows which one will come first, tomorrow or the accident? The dragon head muttered. Turn around and leave quietly. Hide yourself in a dark corner. Then he leaned against the wall without any scruples. Sit on the ground. Staring at the blue sky in a daze. The fate of the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. Standing at an intersection. Is to continue to prosper. Still a big fight. Just waiting for Huang Yi's call. The little thoughts of Dragon Head and even Dragon Kingdom. Of course Chen Xian had expected it. This happened many times. Just because he doesn't say it doesn't mean he doesn't know. Wake up after the end of any nirvana. It will always arouse the fear of those in power. They may be coveting the secret of immortality. Maybe unwilling. Someone can threaten your throne. Anyway, for various reasons. Want to use troops to eradicate. Capture Chen Xian alive. Needless to say, the result is natural. Chen Xian is not a soft-hearted person either. The most cruel time ever. It's King Zhao who wants to live longer. Zhao Kuo led 400,000 Zhao people to ambush Chen Xian. As a result, Chen Xian transformed into Bai Chiking and killed them all. The tragedy of 400,000 people. Still vivid in my mind now. That's right. It is the famous Battle of Chongping in history. It sounds like the battle between Qin and Zhao. But history is just a little girl who has not yet left the government. Can only be dressed up by others. At that time, the Qin state had not yet developed a strong army and strong horses. On the contrary, Zhao Gui is prospering. No matter how irrational King Qin is. He won't go crazy enough to die. The shocking battle with Zhao state. In the final analysis, it was just King Zhao who became greedy. Chen Xian didn't show any mercy either. Flower courtyard at night. I really don't want to kill anymore. Chen Xian is sitting on the queen's chair. Sigh lowly. The tone revealed a little helplessness. The tree wants to be still but the wind doesn't stop. In this world. Why are there so many people who like to seek death? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Chen Qiang lowered her legs. Asked in confusion. Everyone else also looked curious. I don't know why the old man suddenly appeared. Such a sentence. Today's opening ceremony was successfully completed. People from the Song family, the Li family, the Wang family and the Tian family are all here. Gathered together in the hall at this time. It's just that the originally warm atmosphere suddenly cooled down. What the old man said. No one dares to take it seriously. Of course, the murder mentioned cannot be a murderous intention. The other juniors are even more energetic. Follow quickly and make a sound. Volunteered to help the old man solve his problems. Ancestor, don't be angry. Who to deal with? You said let's settle things. That's right. It's not worth getting angry at such a trivial matter. Wait until everyone quiets down. A moment of silence. He whispered, don't go out during this period of time. Just stay at home. It might be a little uneven outside. Everyone was stunned. I still don't understand what the old man means. But they also felt the worry in Chen Xian's words. Can't help but become curious. Not to mention the old man, the world's top strong man. Just talk about the energy these people have. All extremely powerful. The old powerful families, the Song family and the Zhaolin family. Plus the newly established Rescue Association. Kazuta Wada and 2 masters of the 6th generation. Who dares to act rashly with this strength? What happened to Grandpa? It's impossible not to go out. The Rescue Association has just been established. There are many things to do. I just said I was going to Jinzhong. Especially those who apply for rescue are very special. Chen Xian didn't even give him a chance to say more. Interrupt directly. You will stay with me during this time. The furthest distance cannot exceed 100 meters. The Rescue Association's vision should be broadened first. Let's wait until it's all over. There's nothing wrong with you people. Stay in this house for a few days. Not afraid of death. You can go wherever you want. Of course, if anyone wants to leave, then go further. Don't come back. 100 meters is Chen Xuanmeng's top hot weapon. The ultimate zone that protects everyone. Of course, this is what he expected. Because I have never actually seen a nuclear weapon explode. He could only increase the power as much as possible. Although as long as those people are not crazy. They shouldn't just drop nuclear bombs when they come up. But still, just in case. It's better not to fight. Once someone decides to take action. This is a war. After Chen Xian finished speaking, he returned upstairs. The moonlight is not very clear tonight. The full moon is covered with a layer of rough edges. Looks hazy. This situation is rumored to be Mao Yu's. Regarded as a bad omen. After a while, Li Fugue also walked out. You also received the message. Song Haiping took out an old-fashioned cigarette case. 2 cigarettes popped out. After throwing one to Li Fugue. Light one yourself. Take a deep breath. It took a long time to slowly spray out white mist. It can be seen that he is very upset. He doesn't smoke on weekdays. It's just that whenever the Song family encounters something big, we'll take a sip. Now is the right time. Song Jianeng has been running Huifeng House for nearly 100 years. Naturally, there is also a profound background. Today, the Song family's partners in the DPRK. A message was conveyed in a vague way. It's very vague. But it probably only means one thing. That is, if the Song family still wants to be rich and peaceful. Just need to go out for a walk. Stay away from the magic city during this time. What a shrewd person Song Haiping is. As soon as I heard it, I understood that this was the official plan to deal with Uncle Chen. He walked out of the Song manor obediently. But I didn't travel. Instead, he came directly to the small courtyard with flowers. Expressed attitude in this way. The Chen family is here, the Song family is here. One glory in all glory. One loses and all loses. Originally he wanted to remind Chen Xian. Just look at what the old man said tonight. There's no need to say anything else. Received it, Li Fugue played with the cigarette butt. Not lit. His expression is much calmer than that of Song Haiping. He doesn't seem to care much about what happens next. Song Haiping soon discovered this. I asked in confusion, why are you ready? Don't worry, Uncle Chen lost. Is the Li family threatened? Although the 2 families don't have many interactions. But after all, he is a businessman. What if Chen Xian loses? They will pay the price for today's choice. Destruction is instantaneous. What a loser, Li Fugue laughed foolishly. He said disdainfully, what do you have to lose? After all, you were just a janitor back then. I don't understand how powerful my dad is. I really thought that my father's special skill was alchemy. Write and draw. That was his old man's hobby in his spare time. My father is invincible. Don't think too much about it. It's all nonsense. Go to sleep. After saying this, Li Fugue was walking leisurely in the yard. Even in a good mood. Hummed a play. Song Hyping thought to himself, so fierce. I know how powerful Uncle Chen is. But this time it's the country's will. Does it really matter? Outside the flower courtyard. In the dark night. A burly figure slowly appeared. The camouflage uniform on his body was held up. Bulging sack. The strong man looked at the endless willow forest and sea of flowers. Looks a little angry. Get out, he shouted lowly. The dust on the ground is flying up. It shows the strength of the strong man. The sea of flowers swaying under the moon. No one answered. There seems to be no one. It's just that the strong man's eyes are getting colder and colder. The chi in the body becomes more and more vigorous. It seems that he will take action in the next second. Lord Dragon Head. Why are you doing this? With a helpless sigh. Several figures in black robes appeared. Coming out of the ground. Jumped down from the tree. What's more, some stood up from the mud. The black robe is dirty. But it seems that the material is made of special materials. Perfectly integrated into the night. Those who look back are dissatisfied. Our orders are to lurk here. You call us out. You will be punished if you go back. This seems to be a complaint. But it seems to be a sign of goodwill. Indicates one's own. Sure enough, the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. The dragon head puts down its momentum. Lang Hangshen. Not in a hurry to speak. Instead, I took another look at the sea of flowers and willow trees. There is some dissatisfaction in the eyes. There are still many people who are hiding. But he didn't continue to force those people to show up. It's enough for the leader to come out. Tell me what your orders were. Lonso said calmly. Great effect. There are also many special departments. These people know him. He doesn't know these people. But not important. The two characters Dragon Head represent both a profession and it also represents the ceiling of force. As long as he is still the leader of the dragon, he has the qualifications to govern any dancer in one day. Faced with this question, the leader's face looked a little ugly. Shake your head decisively. The mission objective is top secret. You should know the rules. We can't say. Being called out is a harmless thing. But revealing the mission is a serious violation. The dragon head takes 2 steps forward. He is tall. Half a head taller than the leader. Full of oppression. After a moment of depression, I asked calmly again and said, tell me what your goals are. The leader was under tremendous pressure. The bones are making faint noises. His face was filled with shock. Unexpectedly, a strong man in the early stage of the Xiantian realm, would be so miserable in front of Dragon Head. Their part is not in the same system as Longzhou. I've heard about the power of the Dragon Head. But this is the first time I feel it personally. I really can't say. I didn't even wait for him to finish speaking. The dragon's head lifts its leg with just one kick. The leader had no time to react. He flew out directly. It slipped on the ground for several meters before landing. During this process, Longzhou saw him. The dark green combat uniform hidden under the black robe. The leader lands. There is faint blood oozing from the corner of the mouth. But he didn't care about the injury. He shouted in a low voice and said, "You are not allowed to do anything." As soon as the words "back off" came out, the other people in black robes stopped moving. Returned to original position. Although there are several people. But the action is vigorous and resolute. It's like being carved out of a mold. Obviously they are all elite. Leader. I walked up to the dragon head with a little curiosity. Attitude is still normal. Not angry. We really can't say that rules are rules. If I could break it, it will. There's no hard and fast rule. Longzhou seems to have accepted this. No more persecution. Changed the question. You are not the chosen ones. It's a deaf-mute sharp blade. Still empty. These people in front of me. Only these special teams can train them. Only these people can have the innate realm. The strong hide. This is the true heritage and elite of the Dragon Kingdom. Long Sky vs. Dragon. First report number 3. The leader who does not violate the rules hesitates for a few seconds. Whispered. Dragon head nods. After a moment of silence again, he said, I won't embarrass you. Don't embarrass me either. I need to know what I want to know. Next, I guess. If it's you, don't speak. If not, just shake your head. Your task. Are you asking for Chen Shang or Yu Xiaoshuang to be taken away? Cold wind blows. The air seems to have condensed. The leader shuddered. Inexplicably, he raised his head and glanced at the sky. He suddenly felt. What unimaginable horror is there in the sky? Looking at myself. Because for a moment he lowered his hand slightly. Not saying anything means acquiescence. There was only one order they received. Where possible. Abduct Chen Chang and Yu Xiaoshuang. But don't hurt anyone. Lonzo can't hold it in any longer. Just took a bite of the crispy cake. At this moment I really want to open some old stubborn brains. Look what's inside. I said that Chen Xian would not accept any threats. Why can't I understand people? Even if you take it away. In addition to forcing the terrifying immortal to turn against him. What's the use? Take a deep breath. Dragon had suppressed his anger. These people in front of me are just people who follow orders. It has nothing to do with them. He waved his hand. Gritting teeth. Take everyone back. Let's go back now. Have the person who ordered you contact me? I want to see who the idiot is. Indirect deafness of the leader. It seems like he didn't hear from his direct boss. Being scolded for only caring about the first half of the sentence. We can't go back. The task is not over yet. Finished. If I hadn't been here today. You are all dead. Longsho angrily slapped him on the head. I yelled at you and thought you were hiding it well. What are you thinking about? Get out now. Run or roll faster. No, except for you. Others can find where we hide. We have undergone special training. The leader expressed disbelief. He couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Just now the dragon head. You didn't find our specific location either. I ran out on my own. But he didn't finish speaking. There were loud rumbles all around. A total of 132 willow trees were cut off in the willow forest. And it's still scary. At the same time, it's as if 132 divine swords were just wielded together. The 6 men in black robes on the other side of the spirit did not fare well either. The earlobe of a rescuer was pierced by a colleague. Report to the captain. Hiding point number 7 was discovered. Hiding point number 8 was discovered. Hiding point number 9 was discovered. Numerous reports sounded on the intercom. All personnel were found. No one is spared. The leader was dumbfounded. Shocked. He was really scared at the moment. I couldn't help but swallowed my saliva. Someone was scary just now. Willow trees around his 132 team members. Cut them all off. It's a warning, doesn't that mean? If that person is willing, can easily destroy your entire team. Come to your senses. He no longer dares to hesitate. He bowed gratefully to the dragon's head. Get everyone to evacuate as quickly as possible. After everyone has left. The dragon head bent deeply towards the small courtyard of the flower room. Mr. Little Dragon Crab is magnanimous. The moon is high. Breeze floating. An old voice sounded in his ears. Only this time. Never happen next time. Let the person who gave the order come over tomorrow. Plant these saplings for me personally. As expected, the conflict was still aroused. Longsho's scalp is numb. Somewhere deep in the earth. The steel fortress is brightly lit. Here. It is the training base of the Special Combat Captain Kong. The Special Operations team members in the training hall right now. Everyone is silent. Lying on the training ground with fear. The eyes are confused. The scene I experienced outside Huajian courtyard not long ago really scared them. Even the most professional soldier. It can be seen. At the same time, seeing the scene of cutting cypress wood will make you doubt your life. This method is simply unimaginable. That guy can really call a dancer. Maybe a cultivator is more suitable. How is this different from the sword fairy in the novel? Zhang Chang looked at the depressed will of the team members. There was no punching, kicking or scolding like in the past. Sigh lightly. Also lying on the ground in a daze. He is the captain of the Sky Special Forces team. He is also the leader of tonight's operation. He is also an innate strong man with martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. Whether it is status or vision. They are all higher than ordinary players. Learn more. Representatives understand better. The horror of Chen Xian's move tonight. Thinking back to this moment, I still feel heartbroken. Okay, let's all disband. Go back and have a good rest. Go to sleep and forget what happened today. This is not a task we can participate in. Disbanded the team. Wang Chang dragged his tired body. Walked into his office. The video conference is about to start. He also needs to report to his superiors. Open the door and sit on the office chair. Pick up the table with both hands. A helmet-like device is worn on the head. Eyes open again. The surrounding environment has changed. A vast expanse of white all around. In front of him is many already has many faces. Blurred silhouettes. Sit down. Virtual reality devices have already made breakthroughs. It has been used on a small scale in the military and high level. It's just not announced to the outside world. Return to the virtual meeting room below. Although I can't identify who these people are. But each one has great majesty. Apparently in a high position. And Wang Chang is standing on the podium. It was to these people that he was to report. General Wang has arrived. Let's get started. A gentle male voice said. Next moment. The figure on the far left in the first row stands up. Old voice. He asked Xiao Wang in an urgent tone. Tell me the truth. In your report tonight. Is there any exaggeration? Xiao Wang heard this familiar name. Wang Chang's eyes moved slightly. Know who this person is? My old superior. He smiled bitterly. Shaking his head and saying to Mr. Chen. I am the soldier you brought out. You should know me. There is no joke in the army. How dare I exaggerate in my mission report? What he said had mixed feelings. Wang Chang knows that Mr. Chen is so stable. Not questioning yourself. I just simply can't believe the reality. My own special team known as the Ace. It's actually in Chen Xian's hands. I can't last a single round. Almost completely defenseless. Don't talk about other people. I wouldn't have believed it before today. It turned out to be all true. Father Chen sat back on the chair. Devastated. The suggestion against Chen Xian was made by him. Even tonight's actions were ordered by him. Now this result is really difficult to accept. Everyone else is silent too. Tonight's action was proposed by Mr. Chen. But even though they didn't agree. But he didn't refuse forcefully. In a sense, it is tacitly accepted. Maybe they are still there. Let's test the meaning of immortal Chen Xian. Now the temptation is a temptation. The result was too tragic. If it weren't for that person who didn't want to break his face. This elite special forces team is probably going to be wiped out. Chen Xian's strength exceeded their imagination. Before this immortal appeared. The strongest man in the world. Probably the monsters in some dark forbidden areas. But those monsters can't come out. So no one has tried it. The strongest person in human society. Probably the highest level. That's the level of Dragon Head pseudo-grandmaster. To the level of strength of a pseudo-grandmaster. The Dragon Kingdom actually has detailed experimental records. More than just a Dragon Head. Dragon Kingdom successively held the title of Dragon Head. They have cooperated with the laboratory to conduct comprehensive experiments. For example, load-bearing pressure test and thermal weapon damage test. Temperature gravity change test. Even testing of vital parts. All with detailed data. According to the experimental results, Pseudo-Guru is very powerful. Comparable to Little Superman. This is how it is described in the laboratory report. The movement speed and reaction speed of the Dragon Head. More than 10 times more than adult men. More than 20 times stronger than an adult male. The anti-strike ability is equivalent to that of the N53 hybrid class. When making an action plan today, the military has transferred Chen Xian's simulation data to. Compared with the Dragon Head, the adjustment has been doubled. Completely according to monster standards. To formulate a battle plan. And ordered the Chongkong Special Forces. Carrying many non-lethal unconventional weapons. That's right. They are ready to meet Chen Xian tonight. Then prepare for war. Deduction based on sand table. If the Chongkong Special Forces faced the Dragon Head, able to capture him alive with a fatality rate equal to or lower than that of. Even if it is a crime, the minister will return. He will also be captured when the maximum casualty rate is reached. The imagination is beautiful. Reality is skinny. Now everyone can see the result. I didn't even see anyone's shadow at all. The whole army was destroyed. Atmosphere of despair. After a long silence, someone broke the silence. He is still the gentle boy who announced the start of the meeting. He said with a bitter tone, "Everyone. The most important thing now is not this battle report. What should we do next? The military needs to give us a definite answer. Is it necessary to continue to implement your plan to protect peace and tranquility? I don't need to say the rest anymore." Chen Xian's request. Wang Chang's mission report made it very clear. If you don't want to continue to intensify conflicts, we need someone to plant trees. Of course. They have another option. Continue to implement the original plan. Upgrade combat missions. Escalating directly to war. The military power of the Dragon Kingdom is extremely powerful. There is only one Long Sky Special Force in the distance. Chen Xian can kill 130 people. Then send 1,300 people. 13,000 people, 130,000 people. There will always be times when he can't finish killing 1.3 million people. Long Guohan has enough men who are not afraid of death. If even the number of people cannot fill him, there are countless heavy weapons available. Heavy bomb, intercontinental missile. Even a nuclear bomb. There are always weapons that work. How can a country surrender so easily? But who dares to make this decision easily? Besides, is the situation really dangerous to this point? Kingdom annihilation. Under crisis. Nature will do whatever it takes. But now, just because of a seemingly unstable factor, is it worth risking everything? And Chen Xian. He is still a strong man who clearly expresses good intentions. Ask yourself. You just know the answer. Stop talking. The old man will carry a bucket and plant trees for him tomorrow. Mr. Chan suddenly sighed. Lost his soul and said. Flower courtyard. Chen Xian returned to the living room. There is a vague anger on the face. Some people take advantage of themselves. I think he should be killed. Did you act too kind? How dare someone dare to attack his family? I can't tell you that I'm going to go out for a walk tomorrow. Chen Xian at this moment is completely different from before. A sharp aura exudes in icy air. At the same time, several figures quickly passed around the small courtyard among the flowers. Every corner was explored in detail. It was Tian Yu and the Song family led by Tian Yi. Experts sent by the Li family. No one is left. Make sure no one is hiding. Tian Yu said softly. His face was also extremely solemn. The momentum that just broke out outside. Chen Qing felt it. These people who practice martial arts. I definitely feel it more clearly. But what I felt was not Qin Xian's sword energy. Human realm is too high. They can't notice. Felt. It's the members of the Sky Special Forces. One more thing to face in the face of endurance. The breath that comes out involuntarily. Can join the Sky Special Forces. The lowest level has to be the top of the torso. Even most of them are 60 diameter. This is a bit scary. Tian Yu and others were also shocked just now. More than 100 lanes and 60 paths. The breath of the strong. It's just scary to death. It seems like all those people have evacuated. I didn't expect there were so many experts out there. Take out more than 160 path strong men at once. What is the identity of the other party? Wait for everyone to disperse. Tian Yi said nothing from beginning to end. At this time, he walked to the middle of the yard with a long sword in his hand. Sit on the floor. In front of him is the gate of Chen Mansion. Junior sister, go to Mr. Chen. Remember to protect yourself. After saying that, Tian Yi hesitated for a moment. He whispered again if there was any danger. You must also protect concubine Chen. Tian Yu's eyes moved slightly. I understand the intention of senior brother. During this time, although the two brothers and sisters stayed in Chen Mansion, not to mention being taught martial arts by Qin Xian, it's hard to even meet him. This makes both brothers and sisters cool. They come to learn martial arts. Still counting on Mr. Chen's teachings. Breakthrough to the innate realm. It's not like I came here to retire. What's going on if this goes on? What matters most to them is meritorious service. Can make Qin Xian fall in love with him? Just get into his perspective. This time is an opportunity. Tian Yi has great skills. Obviously we need to be the first line of defense. No matter the cost. Brother, don't worry. I won't let Chen Qing die in front of me. After Tian Yu calmly said something, turned around and went to the living room. Since leaving. During this time, he has matured a lot. Tian Yi Wenyan and Yuexiayuan did not speak. Slowly close your eyes. Only the sword in my hand shines brightly. Junior sister, don't blame me. Want to pursue the 5 peaks? How could you not pay the price? The dragon hand is coming in the living room. He stood in front of Chen Xian. Somewhat uneasy. The temperature is obviously very high at night. Low. But there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. The old man is very scary now. Said before. Chen Xian is like an iceberg hidden in the sea. The higher the realm, the more I feel his terror. But the old man. Everything tonight is really a misunderstanding. At least I promise you. It has nothing to do with the overall will of the Dragon Kingdom. It's someone's own decision. He explained bravely. Forced a few laughs. Chen Xian hummed softly. I looked at the 2 girls who were still scared next to me. Look at him with cold eyes. Not angry. Scared my beloved granddaughter like this. You want me not to be angry. The atmosphere is cooler. Because of him. Chen Qing's great-grandma died of depression in her later years. Chen Xian has always felt guilty. Entering the house again now. We will never let Chen Qing have another accident. This is the bottom line. Think about it. Chen Xian came up with a bad idea. The method made some concessions. Your most powerful weapon is not the nuclear bomb. Then give it a try. Try to see if there is anything you can do, wife. Okay, I will convey it to them now. Pick you up tomorrow. Lanzhou glanced at Chun Chang with a complicated look. I promise. Then he walked out of the living room with a smile. It seems like nothing happened. When I left, I even frowned at Chen Sheng. Seems to comfort him not to be afraid. Just waiting to leave the flower garden. After sitting in the car, Longsho's face was extremely gloomy. A pair of iron fists clenched tightly. After a while, I could no longer control my anger. Punch on the steering wheel. Damn it, he took out his phone. Quickly dialed Huang Yi's phone number. Lonsho took a deep breath. Convey Qin Xian's request word for word. The old man's request is very simple. Demand that we test a nuclear weapon tomorrow. After speaking, he remained silent. Huang Yi heard the unusual tone of Longsho's tone. He asked anxiously if there was any bad news. You finish in one breath. Lonsho just feels tired. He feels. One day I will be tricked to death by my pig teammates. I tell you. This is the worst outcome in my opinion. I'd rather he get angry and beat me up. Or just go ahead and kick you. Do you know what this means? He sends out the fire. This matter is over. But now. It can only explain that this terrifying immortal. It's for getting married. I was forced to compromise in order to take care of this great-granddaughter. You idiots. Put one of the strongest beings in the world. Forced to swallow. I actually think it's a good thing. That's really what happened. What should we do now? Huang Yi asked anxiously. Dragon Head lowered eyelids. Lower your voice and increase its volume. Tomorrow we will use our highest yield nuclear weapons. Try to scare him. If something unexpected happens. Best to blow up. If you can't be killed by the explosion, be prepared to accept this emperor. Cold-blooded and cruel. The position of Dragon Head. It is not something that good men and women can take on. Merciful. They have long been eaten up by dark creatures. How to be the patron saint of Xiaobua. The next morning. Everyone in the city is quietly waiting for the official to pick them up. See only the sky. A large military helicopter slowly descended. Strong wind caused by propeller. It blew so hard that many people couldn't stand still. The place where the explosives are made is in the desert. Definitely not possible inland. Be careful with the list. Let's take a helicopter to the military airport and transfer to a passenger plane. Everything has been arranged to get there. Lonsho explained while leading everyone to the helicopter. This is a large military Black Hawk helicopter. Capacity for 25 people. Fortunately it's big enough. Can fit everyone in the Chen family. There are quite a few people following me this time. The Song family, Song Haiping, Song Shanhe, Song Shanqing all followed. The grandsons Li Fugue and Li Chongyang also went together. There are a total of 17 people in total. These people are also the people closest to Chen Xian. If Chen Xian falls, there is no fate for these people. Need to mention more. The best outcome would be life imprisonment. Of course, wealth can be found in danger. Chen Xuanrua can survive this test. These people will naturally ascend to heaven. On the vast Gobi Desert. The heat wave is rolling. As far as the eye can see is yellow sand. This is the restricted area of life. Except for some drought-tolerant poisonous insects. There is no trace of any living thing anymore. Not long after, several jeeps passed by at high speed, bringing up the dust. Soon, the convoy arrived at a building complex made of special materials. This is the observation point. Only 100 kilometers away from the detonation site. Military technology must be ahead of civilian use. There are already materials that can protect against radiation at close range. Moreover, technology has made great progress compared to before. The hydrogen bomb tested today also had very little pollution. That's why we can watch it from this relatively close distance. Chen Xian and others just got off the car. I saw a group of people coming to greet me. It was Huang Yi and a few old men who looked back. Those old men were all wearing training uniforms. Black beard and hair have turned pale. But you can still see the military temperament in him. Especially one of them standing in the desert. Like an old pine. It was the special force that was ordered last night. Prepare to kidnap Qin Qing. The atmosphere was very silent for Lao Chen. Except Chen Xian. Others are nervous for various reasons. No one spoke. Only Longzhou and Huang Yi introduced in a low voice. Then he led everyone into the observation room. In a pure transparent hall. Many technicians wearing radio headsets. Already prepared. Wait for them to come in. The countdown on the wall starts to beat. Final inspection of various equipment. Ignition device detects normal. Propulsion device test is normal. Chen Xian stood up by his hand. Stand in front of the transparent window. Staring into the distance. His expression gradually became serious. He felt a strong energy wave. Brewing is strong enough. Saw it on video. After all, there is no live experience. Is so intense at such a close range as a hydrogen bomb? The feeling is particularly obvious. No wonder Chu Fei can threaten the Dragon Kingdom with nuclear bombs. Officially, the energy of this weapon is indeed powerful enough. A rough estimate would surpass it. The strongest energy that can be exploded at the Grandmaster level. Maybe more than 100 times. I'm not talking about half-assed disguises like Longzhou. But a strong orthodox martial arts master. Not even that. Maybe it's similar to Tue Qinjing. There is still a road ahead of Wulu. Above the Grandmaster. Just withdraw from Chen. This is also Guwu's last shot. Extremely powerful. Throughout the ages. There are very few strong people who can enter this realm. In the era when Chen Xian did not appear. Retreating Qinjing is the god of war who frightens a country. Huang Yi and others from behind noticed Chen Xian's expression. Eyes slightly bright. Show joy. Trial registration hasn't started yet. This immortal seems to have been frightened. This is a good thing. To the official. If you can pass this trial application, assisting Chen Xian is the best result. In this way, you can't say I can't hit you with a stick. Give me some sweet dates to comfort you. Can the Dragon Kingdom have one more terrifying comrade? They are not. It must be punished by killing or eradicating it. The reason for targeting him. It's also because of this very strong colleague. Too uncontrollable. Like a bomb that could explode at any time. But if we can do it when Chen Xian is shocked. Absorb him into the official department. This bad thing can also turn into a good thing. Wherever there is joy, there is sorrow. General Chen and others are happy to get married. Everyone's expressions also appeared. I'm worried that Grandpa's big tree will fall down. Afraid of suffering. A fledgling rescue organization. I don't know what the outcome will be. Kaka is just when everyone is worried. The countdown is finally over. After the general person in charge confirms that all data are normal. Turn on the detonation button. At the same time, he looked at General Chen. All preparations are ready. May I ask if you want to detonate General Chen? Look at Chen Xian. Said Mr. Chen with a smile. Are you ready? If there is no problem. Let's get started. You will soon see the most terrifying weapon of mankind. Hand-holding nuclear weapon launch button. Lao Chen's confidence is back. Finally, from the psychological shadow of Chen Xianjian killing Kashiwagi. Walked out. No matter how fast your sword is, what will happen? Nuclear bombs hit dozens of miles in an instant. How can you be faster than him? The power of technology must not be comparable to that of warriors. Chen Xian felt the change in their mentality. Looking mighty. Remember to eat but not to fight. We must restrain them today. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Detonate it, he said calmly. Good, General Chen said proudly. Not too much nonsense. Countdown preparation. 3, 2, 1, detonation begins.